you're able to just outpower them. I mean, you still have your mage, which we've seen can just do the craziest things if it gets its encounters flow going.
Oh,
So you still have that for you going for you.
It's just a little bit disheartening when you're on the the receiving end of a mage and you see that encounters flow come down on the second turn. And I think you were telling me that it is absolutely ridiculous that that sense of having a 70% win rate just immediately goes straight to your head. Like, oh, he's got a 70% chance of winning now. That's great. You know what I mean? And playing through it. And we have seen players obviously play through it and get the win, which, which is pretty interesting in my sense, which shows that these guys have the talent and the ability to really play through that. But it's still pretty incredible odds to go up against.
Yeah, for sure. And being on the flip side, it also feels a little bit bad when you're playing as a mage and you're just going through like half your deck, and then both encounters flows are like at the bottom half, even in the bottom 10 cards of your deck. It just feels a little bad. But I think it's definitely something you sign up for when you submit that deck list at registration.
Well, I guess that's the point coming into it. This is the strategies that we have now. I'm really interested to see this druid. We did get to see one druid last week, which was interesting. It was a home brew druid that had survival of the fittest, a few different options available, things that you can do. So really keen to see how that rolls into it. Is this more of a standard druid that we're seeing this time around, or it's not that homebrew crazy?
Yeah, it was the Guardian Animals druid that was really popular last year. It's just a variation on that with updated cards, of course. I don't think it was making too many waves on ladder, so it's not something that everyone's really focusing on. But maybe Abiel was like thinking, he might have something that I'm not aware of, or I haven't, because it's not so prevalent on ladder. It's not something I know how to play around, so I just don't want to deal with it altogether.
Yeah. So did you just like seeing media concede, just not going for it in this sense, just like not doing it? Nah, don't want to deal with the droids at the moment in time. And I definitely know like my feeling on the ladder whenever I've played. Sometimes you just see certain matchups and you go, this is just not going to end well.
Yeah.
Just immediately off the back. Either I used to love playing a bit more of a token droid set back in the day, and sometimes there's crazy stuff. Those more aggressive, crazy decks really just throw me off. So I'm going to be interested to see how these players do play around it and how they understand those different turns coming into it. I believe that we are jumping into the game now, so we're going to be looking to see what these guys actually do end up competing against each other. What do you reckon it's going to be? What are they playing into? Or should we just wait and see?
Wait and see how it goes. It looks like it's Paladin versus Rogue.
Oh, so interesting in that sense. So I'm pretty sure on that basis, the Rogue normally has a little bit of a kick in those early stages until around like turn 4 when the Paladin really does start to ramp up with, of course, buffing up those minions that they get onto the board, and it's going to be up to the Rogue to really keep that tempo off the chain.
Yeah, this variation of Paladin is a newer one. It's come to life in the last week or two. It's a N'Zoth Paladin, so it's a lot on the heavier end, which does mean Rogue has a little bit more time to get ready. So Paladin is sacrificing a bit of its powerful early game for its late game. And speaking about insane win rates, First Day at School and Night of Appointment both have alarmingly high win rates. I think First Day of School was approaching like 70% win rate as well. Night of Appointment definitely has well into the 60% win rates. And these are cards that you play on your first turn, so we see that like having really powerful turn ones can shape the way the entire game goes.
Yeah, it really seems to start that snowball effect, and from there the avalanche just is too much for the player on the receiving end to deal with it. But as you can see, that Night of Appointment is being buffed up pretty damn quickly. Will allow them to obviously get that 3/3 damage off and put a little bit of a scratch onto Abier. But with that efficient Octobot, of course, beginning to make more efficiencies for the cards already in hand there, and Abier's wasting no time filling his board, basically limiting the options for Leon by using that Cult Neophyte, and at the same time having a little bit of extra board tempo going forward. So looking good on Abier's side. Leon CC again off to a good start, as you mentioned, that 70% win rate with Night of Anointment, of course, and of course First Day of School being in hand.
For sure, and Rogue itself has a really high win rate card in the efficient Octobot, so it's really good to see both sides drawing the really good cards. It creates some very compelling matches where everyone's got everything they need to be able to do well. And as we can see, that Cult Neophyte's been putting in a lot of work both last week and this week for an early game card as well. So we're seeing all these like high impact early cards which give both players a chance to play the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I'm looking at it right now, I am feeling a little bit worried for Leon CC, because that is a lot of minions you have to take into account, and Abier's wasting no time. Secret Passage going down, extra cards in hand, and of course has the Vanessa Van Cleef on that back end, but probably hovering over that swindle here just to get a little bit more card draw instead.
Yeah, I like that. Vanessa Van Cleef lets you develop the board even more as well. So it just depends if he wants to have a more tempo approach or just have more cards for later. I think going for the value play, which is definitely agreeable as well. And we can see that the Rogue is just going to continue applying the pressure and capitalize on this N'Zoth Paladin having a weaker early game. Leon's hand is really strong going to the mid and late game, having that Hammer of the Naru already as well. But he needs to just be able to get to the mid and late game. And I don't think Abier is going to slow down anytime soon.
I mean, we can really see it, as you can tell. Maybe it's just continuing to ramp up. Those cards will be returned back to the deck for later use. It's always good to know what's in hand and what's been used at this point. Leon CC, though, as you mentioned, does pick up that Red Scale Dragon Tamer, and it's probably just grasping at straws at this moment in time just to slow down this relentless assault. And one way to do it is to just fill that damn board with cards. And of course, the Magogo does allow him to continue shuffling a few more things into his deck, gives him a little bit of a front line, and he's at no risk of dying just yet. But with that Jandis Barov coming down, Abier is continuing to fill that board. And that is some pretty damn good cards. Break them down for me, Yaoway.
That's a very high roll Jandis. So Jandis is actually just a pile of stats, or in this case, 3 piles of stats. And this is probably one of the higher end Jandises you can get. And as long as you're just getting a lot of bodies, you're doing quite well. And we can see this was all possible because of that efficient Octobot, which couldn't be efficiently cleared. And it's really good to see that he chose the Aegwin to be the illusion, because people generally put the weaker minion as the illusion, and then the other opponent will just try and deal with it that way. But in this case, with Aegwin being the illusion, he's going to put all his resources into that Firework Elemental and then just be very disappointed when it doesn't die.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things. You can see it immediately. Leon CC is actually looking for the target on it as well. So
no.
He's dropping it down, and immediately he's like, wait a second. Oh, I've been duped. And these are the mind games that come into. These are the things that realize. And Leon CC obviously realizing now that, of course, the illusion is going to be the Aegwin. Pops down that Hammer of the Naira and says, you know what, I'll take 5 damage to the face just to break that damn card and put it out and give me something in return. Of course, does have that Holy Elemental with Taunt available to buy him a bit more time to make it into that late game.
Yep, for sure. And Abier's hand is still really good. It's got the Ring Toss to get a lot of value. It's got Wicked Stab to close off the game and Vanessa. He's going for the value play. But I definitely believe he can close out the game in the next 1 or 2 turns, actually. Leon CC does have that Carousel Gryphon in the hand, which is seeing a lot of play recently. It's actually very powerful as well. But the game is definitely looking to be in the final lap in the upcoming turns. I don't think Leon will get a chance to be able to play that N'Zoth or Ysera, but I would love to see it happen.
You can see Abier is now just continuing to clear that board to open up damage to the face. We'll use that Wicked Stab and one of his minions just to rip on through, and look at all that damage is put into that. 6 damage is coming through. The race is well and truly on, as you mentioned, and Leon CC now realizes he's probably in a bit of a bad state. He's got 2 secrets to chew through, a whole board that's been basically beating on him the entire time, and a Galloping Saber secret probably not enough to save him.
No, he still has a Carousel Gryphon, which is going to be able to wall up for a bit. But other than that, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit tough, especially with Dirty Tricks drawing him 2 cards.
Oh, there's a Wicked Stab in that one as well. Oh, that's the pretty unfortunate. You mentioned that Carousel has come down to, as you said, buy him a bit of time, but that Wicked Stab dealing 4 damage off the bat means he just needs to find a spell that can do a little bit more directly afterwards.
Yep, and that damage has actually put him in range of that second Wicked Stab that he drew off the Dirty Trick. So this game is actually just done.
Yeah, probably didn't take into account that. As you can see, Abier's already dropping down that well played in this scenario, and that does mean that he will be just going through. He's using he's got the Oh My Yoga at that point in time to actually just stop that. Actually, no, he's still got the Wicked Stab.
No,
he's playing around it. That was me getting confused. That was me getting confused. He was playing around it to make sure everything was all good. And as you can see here, it will be Leon CC taking down that first. Oh, actually, no, Leon CC getting taken down and Abier taking that first match. That does mean that Abier will have the Priest still available. And Leon CC still needs to win on both the Paladin and, of course, the Mage. Now, that being said, do you swap to the Mage here going into the Priest, or do you continue to remain steadfast and go with the Paladin here and expect, you know what, I feel like I can beat this?
No, the Paladin's definitely a good pick into the Priest deck because against Priest, you're not worried about that little early game that you have, sacrificed for that powerful late game, and you want to just try and overwhelm them in the late game with your high-end cards, and hopefully that Priest won't be able to answer all of them in time, and then you just want to be able to capitalize on the powerful late game that you would have.
Well, that being said, we should be jumping into it straight away. Let's look to see if Leon CC does opt into that Paladin once again, or does go for the Mage. Looks like Leon CC disagrees. It's going to be Jaina. We do see the Frost Mage or the Kilturan Queen come back into it. I don't even know if she's the Queen at the moment. It's too much lore in terms of the way that she's been growing on. But, of course, we'll decide to get on through. And I'm seeing an Incanter's Flow in that hand there.
And he has a coin as well, so he's going to be able to play it just straight away.
That is rough. We're going to see an Incanter's Flow on the first turn. Okay, so you told me there's a 70% win rate when it's played second turn. What's the win rate when it's played first turn? Or is that just like, you just insta-win? It's 100%. Like, there's just no point. Like, what's the go? Yaoway, what's the go here?
I mean, we would say insta-wins, but we've definitely seen non-insta-win situation. We've seen people cop the Incanter's Flow and win, and look at this disrespect.
Immediately it's just like, yep, did not want to deal with that. Has a font of power on the top deck as well, which is really ridiculous. Leon CC may not have won the first match, but seems like Blizzard's trying to tell him right now that yes, you will win the next match because things are going crazy. And Abia is just looking to heal him again, probably. No, okay, cool. Just decides to drop down the Venomous Scorpion and obviously does want his choice between, get some value, like you said, Apotheosis, Power Word Feast, and Condemn are the cards available. What would you choose here?
Well, that was one. Apotheosis was likely the other one. There were, you were definitely not getting the removal because there's nothing to remove ever, but that was definitely a good pick.
Arcane Intellect now, Leon CC just continuing to draw those super efficient cards that he's been getting. He still has a full deck there that's not the full, but I really at this point doesn't think he cares. As you can see, has basically, I think, 9 cards to his name here. Another Incanter's Flow has been picked up as well, and can't use it because he's got no mana, but basically that's a pretty good slam dunk for Leon CC off the back of this.
Yeah, like, he'll have 20 cards left in his deck, so Incanter's Flow essentially gives you 20 extra mana, on top of the first one having given you, like, 26 extra mana already. This is just, a lot of crazy things happening, given that he now has, like, a lot of damage potential in his hand. If he plays well and just doesn't stick minions to the board, his opponent won't be able to get Apotheosis value, so, it just depends how he plays it out and tries to maximize damage without, playing into Apotheosis. Like, these Venomous Scorpions only have 1 health. They're not really presenting too much of a... they only have 1 attack, so they're not presenting too much of a threat in terms of damage. So you can just play the slow game and eventually, like, throw a bunch of fireballs at him.
That's exactly what Leon CC is doing, just continuing to fireball down. We'll, of course, use a Brain Freeze as well to remove at least one of the Scorpions and just say, you know what, I don't want that board getting too big. I know they're doing scratches of damage here and there, but scratches do build up over time. A couple of Acolyte has been picked up by Abia, but again, without a minion on the board for it to control, not really the best value for Abia at this moment in time. And Leon CC, with 2 fireballs in hand, has the ability to already do 12 damage just at the back of it. And as you can see, Leon CC is just very happy to sit back, relax, and wait until he's basically got his Exodia deck ready to throw into attack at this point. Now, in terms of that, their Septic Whaleweaver has been put into it, waiting to see if they do manage to pull together, of course, what ends up being the slam dunk on it. And Leon CC using the Guardian to get the Blood Mage Summon and the Mini Mage as well. We'll probably get the Blood Mage Thanos because it's extra card draw and, of course, a little bit of extra spell damage. And Apexis Blast does mean there will be a free minion coming onto the board, and it will be that good old Barak Kodobane.
Yep. He does go for the play where he starts to buff up his minions, but like we see Leon just use that Apexis Blast on the face. He's not going for board control at all. He's just going straight face. This is what I was saying. A lot of times you apply a minion, and then you give your opponent Apotheosis value by letting them lifesteal off it. That's a really good pickup though. Flame Strike at clearing this board. But yeah, you just want to be able to draw through your whole deck and throw as much burn into your opponent's face as possible.
Looks like it's going to be the Mark of Cthulhu this time around, and that's going to split it across. Does choose to not play that. Again, a lot of options there. I mean, has the Ethereal Conjurer, but again, like you said, it's going to be providing value with Apotheosis. It looks like it will be the Mask of Cthulhu in this sense, and instead of using the Flame Strike to clear the board, will allow him to do a little bit of face damage at the same time. RBA picks up the Renew off the back of that, which of course allows him to get an extra spell and restore a little bit of HP. And I imagine RBA's pro at this point just saying, you know what, I do want to just keep myself as healthy as possible and continue to have more options going into the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if that Renew comes down. But Cabal Acolyte is actually what is played instead, and Ray's dead, and RBA is trying to actually get some power back into it by getting some of these members back into his hand.
Yeah, I think he wants to keep getting those Venomous Scorpions and just try to find more Apotheosis, and there is one. That's a very nice one over there. It's definitely the one I would pick because you just want to be able to be above your opponent's heal. You know your opponent has a spell damage minion, so like Thalnos and 2 Fireballs represents 14 damage for 8 mana. So you just want to make sure, like, you know, 17 isn't like a lot of health, but it's not like you're at a safe point. So you're definitely trying to keep an eye out for what your opponent could potentially throw at you. You know that one Apexis Blast is gone, you know one Mask of Cthulhu is gone, but every life point counts at this stage.
You can see here the Ring Toss being thrown in to get those secrets into play, so Leon CC just wants to shore up a little bit of the defense, or perhaps get himself something that comes into it. Does have the option for the Mirror Entity, and let's have a look to see what his choice there. Unfortunately, the cards are blocking it for me at this point in time, but another Ice Barrier, Oasis Ally, and Rigged Fair Game. So let's see what he decides to grab on that sense, and he will be picking up the Rigged Fair Game and a Mirror Entity. So just a little bit of extra defense for Leon CC in this place, and he's just continuing to move to the face. He's throwing that Fireball out. I think he's been using pretty much one after every single turn coming into it. So pretty close there, and he will actually throw down that Glacial Racer at the same time to get a little bit of frozen damage on that spell burst.
Yeah, for sure.
And, let it go. He let it go.
And right now, Abia just wants to be able to play that Renew, possibly find another Apotheosis, and just get as many ways to gain life as possible. He can also play Alex Straza. He can also play Alex Straza as well if he ever needs to heal 8 in a pinch. And yeah, these are one of the games where you're not really trading minions on the board. And it's not one of those. It's just calculating every single point of damage you could heal or deal.
We'll drop down that Sethic Veilweaver at the same time. That will, of course, bring into account the Mirror Entity, and that means that there will be a Sethic Veilweaver available for Leon CC at this point. Focused Will is also in play here, and I think he's just more than happy to silence that, or he's thinking about silencing it at the moment, but also thinking against using it. I think maybe if he does decide to, does buff it up in the end there to silence away that ability, and will also get himself that Desperate Pen. Leon CC gets back to full HP, but not the biggest thing at the point of it. There's the Renew as well. And Abia really liking this. He's getting himself back to 24 HP. And will also grab himself an Auspicious Spirits as well on the back end of that, as we are running out of time.
For sure. Yeah, no, this is not looking good at all. I think he's forced to play that Blood Mage Thalnos, or like a combination of the Flame Strike. He's going to be able to Flame Strike, play the Shooting Star, and Cram Session. It's not a bad turn, but yeah, as we are getting to the later stages of the game, well, that Refreshing Spring Water is a really good pickup as well. But yeah, as we are getting to the later stages of the game, it's going to be harder to find those last bits of damage, especially if your opponent is on 30 health.
We can see here as well, I mean, he does have Devolving Missiles picked up on the back end of that as well, which is pretty damn nice for him to have that. As you can see, he's beginning to make everything away. It's going to go on all the minions but the one that he wanted it to be on, which is, of course, that buffed up Cabal Acolyte. So unfortunate for him there, but that Refreshing Spring Water seems to be the play now as well. Does grab himself a Combustion, so he's going to be using that to deal with it, and a Ruined Orb as well, just to continue grabbing more spells. And that Shooting Star now is also being placed to continue doing a little bit more damage, and Ruined Orb will clear away the board and get some more spell damage onto Abia. And like you said, things looking a bit dire because he basically needs to be able to finish this off, and if Abia keeps on healing up, he won't have enough damage in the late game to clean everything into pieces, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, so Leon's trying to get as many Apexis Blasts as possible, while Abia is trying to get as many Apotheosis as possible. He still had that Alex Straza for healing 8 in a pinch. Soul Mirror is not the best play. He's going to play one Maker to try and see what his options are. That's possibly not the best one. He might just go for that Soul Mirror anyway, just to chip away at the board.
Yeah, he's hovering at the moment in time, and That's exactly what he's going to do. Soul Mirror coming down, all the clones coming into play, and that way is at least going to be able to deal with the board at this point. I think the big thing here, of course, is that the fact that the Blood Mage Thalnos has been removed, but that does bring an Arcane Intellect for Leon CC at this point, and there also goes the Rigged Fair Game Secret at this point in time, so Devolving Missiles comes into play there, another Mask of Cthulhu, Combustion, and Brain Freeze. So Leon CC just picking up a huge amount of cards and very quickly using that Combustion to clear the board away once again.
Mask of Cthulhu would also be a pretty good play right now, just to, you know, deal quite a bit of damage to the Fae. Abia has another Palm Read. He drew into Palm Reading, which could potentially be another form of healing. But Leon CC, oh, there's 3 Fireballs in hand. That's just a lot of damage. I don't think Abia might be able to recover from this, but Leon and his early Incanter Flow drawing into a lot of damage just completely nullified Abia's game plan.
Well, at this point in time, you mentioned before that pinch coming into play, and Abia definitely is in a bit of a pinch at this moment in time. We'll use Alex Straza to heal up at the point, but it's not enough. I mean, like you said, still 2 Fireballs in place there, has more than enough damage to finish it off. That pinch wasn't enough to get him out of it. It looks like it's the crunch for Abia's Priest in this sense, and it will be Leon CC clearing out the second match, or the second round of the first match of today, and that means that Leon CC will continue on with the Paladin, will be the Paladin up against the Priest of Abia now. And we were talking about this beforehand. You said, you know what? You should play the Paladin into the Priest. The Paladin probably has a better time. So was Leon CC just choosing to play the harder matchup into the Priest and to lead up to an easier time coming into it? Or did he actually think his mage had a better round going into it? Because, I mean, those 2 Incanters Flow, or the first Incanter Flow on turn 1 definitely helped out Leon CC to take the win there.
Yeah, well, the mage was going to have the harder time. The mage would have to have a lot going for it to be able to win, and he got there with Incanter's Flow. The Paladin would have had a better time. I think it's because I'm used to playing leagues where it counts how many wins you have. So even if you don't win the round, but you had a game win, then it counts towards your league points. So that would have been my strategy, but I forgot that this was one where you just need two wins and you're in.
Well, don't forget, there is still, of course, the losers bracket if they moved into it as well. So just because you lose right now doesn't mean that you're out. You still have the ability to make it back into it. And we have seen times before where players have gone into the losers bracket very early and have fought a hard-fought battle all the way back and managed to win the war. So at this moment in time, it's still the battle. These players are not out of it just yet. Now, we are moving straight into that second game now as well. Leon CC, of course, on the Paladin this time around, flexing that Annoyatron at the top there, which is the most, again, it is an annoying card, I must admit. And Abia, of course, is using the Priest once again, needs to take out that second win to end the game. So, as you can see, already both of these players thinking it through for the time being, and Leon CC in this case was definitely taking his time to get this right, but I'm not sorry, no, Abia was taking his time, but Leon CC now will basically go straight for that Safety Inspector by the looks of things, and nice, quick, easy turn 1 on the sense of that. And the Coin as well, we'll just let that go.
Yes, the Safety Inspector shuffles the lowest cost card in your hand to draw a card. That further complements the strategy where you're getting rid of a bit of your early game for a late game. You can see he's playing the Venomous Scorpion, which is, I think over the last maybe 36 hours has fallen a bit out of favor. But I think it's still a fine card to play. Like we've seen before, it can just gather a lot of value by getting any card that helps you out in a pinch.
Does play it immediately as well, and does grab at least a little bit of extra. Does get that Shadow Word Ruin as well, understanding that perhaps there's going to be some big minions on the board in the near future and wants a way to deal with them. First Day of School is also being played at this point in time, generating those extra cards into hand there, and quite happily dropping down that Psychic Conjurer as well as the Possessed Villager as well, just to get control of the board.
Ooh, I don't know if I agree with not getting rid of that. Against Priest, I always just like getting rid of the minions because Apotheosis, I think, is one of the most frustrating cards to deal with in the game. It's just ability to not only make your minions stronger, but also heal you up. Just completely nullifies you going to the face anyway.
Oh, as you can see here now, does get another Venomous Scorpion off that card draw. Idol of Your Charge, Devouring Plague, and Renew are the ones that picked up, and does go for the Renew. Wants to have a little bit of extra sustain while at the same time getting more card draw. Has a Wave of Apathy in hand there. Is probably looking at playing that one, I believe. But decides to go against it in this scenario, and will, of course, just get rid of that big minion on board with the Venomous Scorpion.
Now it's going to be a little bit awkward to try and deal with the second Venomous Scorpion, but I don't think that's something you were looking to expect them to have anyway. That Northwatch Commander is really good at drawing a card, and Kazakhstan is a really good pickup as well. So yeah, Leon CC's hand is going to look good going into the mid-late stages of the game, and unlike the first game where you have Rogue constantly pressuring you, this one you're able to actually make it to the later stages of the game.
Yeah, Leon CC didn't actually win the first match, but I really feel like the RNG is with Leon CC in these next two matches. Every time you talk, he's like, you're almost saying, wow, or huh, wow, that's a nice pickup. This is good. I mean, again, Cancer's Flow on the first turn is pretty much as good as it gets in the first game, and this time around, as you imagine, he's grabbing good cards again. Abier, of course, is trying to choose through that luck in some way, perhaps using a bit more strategy coming into it, but we'll continue to heal up this Venomous Scorpid just to keep it onto the board for the time being and just get a bit of card draw. No real major damage coming in right now, but Leon CC now does get an extra turn and will immediately grab that Sword of the Fallen to start dealing away with this Venomous Scorpid.
Yeah, Paladin's deck is actually just an entire good card, so every card they draw that's not a secret is a good pickup by definition. I realized how silly that sounded, but yeah, it's really good to see that we're seeing an actual game where he's going to be able to play out his strategy, unlike against Rogue, where they're not letting you even have a turn to breathe.
Yeah, and Abier definitely didn't let him breathe in that first round. That was definitely what he was looking to do there, and that's why he was able to take that win. Skeletal Dragon, of course, will buy some breathing room for Abier this time around in order to get that. Of course, adding a dragon to the end of turn is some pretty decent value on the back of that as well. So he will also get that Onyx Mage Scribe. As we can see here, though, Leon CC goes, well, you know what? If you've got Venomous Scorpid, so can I. We'll drop that down. We'll give him a way to deal with this Skeletal Dragon the next one, and of course, we'll also throw down a Reckoning and a Knight of Anointment as well, by looks of things.
Reckoning is definitely a way to deal with that Skeletal Dragon. Depends if Abier really considers it and plays into it. It's definitely a card you would consider. So the right play is definitely to not attack with the Skeletal Dragon.
Well, as you can see, Abier is just holding onto it for the time being. Yeah, I think I agree with that there. When you've got 3 secrets in play, you really don't want to do that. Omayog will come in here and change that into something random. Will be a Renew instead, which does at least give something across in a Wave of Apathy. Probably still not the, it's probably still not the best for him in this scenario, but still probably does put a little bit of a cog in Abier's plan going forward. There's a Hysteria though, and that does mean that he's going to be able to clear away the board.
Yeah, so he's able to clear off the small minions, which doesn't really matter too much. Galloping Savior triggers, and again, we have to see if Abier does play around the Reckoning. That's really good. I'm pretty impressed.
It's one thing that he's been able to do this time that's really smart, that, like you said, plays around the Reckoning. Will have that big minion still on board, and of course, generating value for him. Another Dreaming Drake falls into the hands of Abier. Leon CC, though, now still has options available, has the Kazakhstan, the Golden Shaper, and is hovering it for the time being, is thinking about playing it at this point in time, and will drop it down, so we'll have the choice to create himself either the lesser, greater, or superior golem. And I feel like you'd probably go into the superior golem in this sense, wouldn't you? Because you want to play towards that late game, or would you choose something different?
Most of the time you go for the 5 mana one because it presents the best value for its cost. Against a lot of quicker matchups, or when you're very behind, you'll go for the 1 mana one, but generally it's the 5. And looks like he's in a position where he was in a pinch to try and get rid of the Skeletal Dragon, but wasn't able to exactly get there. This unfortunately plays into his opponent's Condemn, being able to clear off that whole board, so it's going to be a little bit tough from here.
Well, Leon CC at least has a full board for the time being, like you said, probably playing into that Condemn. Abier, again, now manages to pick up a 1-maker, so just continuing to generate that value going forward. And both these players not out of it just yet. I think one of the things he said to me, or have always been saying in the past, is that idea that these players like to, or priests like to remove winning conditions, and Leon CC has that very super late game win condition, or a number of late game win conditions. So things are probably, not playing out the best for Abier in that sense, but he's still generating some pretty damn excellent value. And if Leon CC is not careful, I mean, he's still relatively healthy at this point in time, he might actually find himself being outscaled in terms of the efficiency.
Yeah. Now's actually a pretty decent time to play the Hysteria to remove the Skeletal Dragon, though. But given the nature of Hysteria, a lot of catastrophic things could happen, so he might be playing the slower route. Infectious Spalling is also a really cute card that is a out to card, but not a conventional out. Again, it falls in the position where it just gets removed by anything that removes small minions, like the initiation? Yeah, the initiation in hand. Anything out that gets rid of that infectious spalling, but it's cute.
As you can see here now, Reckoning will finally come into play and get rid of the Onyx Mage Sky. So Abier continuing to play around the Reckoning at this point. The Dreaming Drake will be put down as well, and Abier does pick up Race Dead into his hand. So that's a few options here going forward to continue to play around it. And finally, the Skeletal Dragon is allowed to jump into play, and he's still generating more value. Brightwing now added to the hand for Abier as well.
Yeah, he's finally going for the Hysteria, and like I said, catastrophic things can happen when it gets played.
Feels a little bit catastrophic on the side there as well, and finally will actually turn into the Spalling in this side. At least he's able to get that on off there. Does clear away the board. Probably didn't turn out the best for him to want it, but still probably not the worst in this case. You know, we've seen worse Hysterias before.
Yeah, I would also coin out that Crimson Sigil run, he chose not to. But I don't think that Crimson Sigil run was getting too much value. Anyway, you might as well just throw it out now.
One Maker being played at this point, another extra 1 cost. Flash Heal, that's probably damn improvement for Abier just to get himself back to full HP if he wants to. So it can be used in a pinch. I do like that term that you use there, you know, in a bit of a pinch now, I can use these different things in these different options. But at this point in time, we can tell Leon CC's thinking through his next hand while he's playing for the cards, and there goes down the Brightwing as well. Also getting through a Astromancer Solarium, so pretty good for him to actually have some late game threat himself, and will not hesitate in dropping that one onto the board.
Yeah, and this is the frustration people have against Priest decks. It's because if you looked at that turn, Wand Maker was the only card that actually started in his deck. The other 3 cards were cards that weren't in his deck. So when you play against Priest, you're generally losing to cards that did not begin in their deck, which is what creates a frustrating experience. And we can see this. Like, if you looked at the cards in his hand, more than half of them didn't even start in his deck.
Well, you know, if you think about it, it sort of plays into that idea. These guys are capable of creating miracles. So I mean, it makes sense that they actually have that, and you can tell Leon CC doesn't want that Astromancer out on the board much longer. That does mean a Solarium Prime will be shuffled right into that deck for later use, and that Hammer of Naru still has availability, but Leon CC dropping down a Galloping Savior, another Reckoning as well, just to sort of remove some other late game threat Abier might have into it, and is now beginning to re-deal that damage. Of course, at this point, Leon CC is finally starting to feel that chip as well, 21 HP to 20. Abier on this side, though, is quite happy to just continue to generate that value, and we're well and truly now into the late game, as we're definitely at those 10 mana turns, and as you can see here, we'll just continue to generate that value. Focused Will, Power Infusion, it will be the Focused Will in this sense, and Bear probably just wants to use it to silence away that Awen the Guardian.
Yep, and like, there's a very good out in his hand to this board being the Shadow Word Ruin, but like, on Leon CC's side, if your opponent plays a Shadow Word Ruin, it's not like that big of a deal if they, you know, put it in their 30 card deck. But the fact that your opponent generated it, it wasn't a card they planned to put in their deck, it creates a frustrating experience for Hearthstone players. But it's just the nature of the game, I suppose.
Are you trying to tell us something here at this moment in time? I think you're trying to...
I'm just projecting.
You're just projecting at this moment in time. Well, Leon CC is probably listening to this, or probably listen to this in the future and go, you know what? Yep, that is true. I am feeling that projection at this moment in time. As Abier now seems to flip the switch on this, has generated another Brightwing, another Spalling, as you can see here, another Astromancer Solarian, and is continuing to just get more and more value as time goes on. Still 20 HP to 21, has a full board at this point in time, and what looked like it was going the way of Leon CC now has really flipped a switch, or at least seems to be on the side of Abia at this point. Of course, no taunt minions does mean that Leon CC can continue to buff up what's available on his board and do some damage to the face, but that's not going to be enough to end this just yet, and Abia is quite content to use himself to clear away the rest of this board. Of course, those infectious fallings are definitely some problem cards for him to have to deal with, purely because when they do attack, they will just continue to transform everyone around.
And looks like he's switching to the game plan. Leon CC also has Alex Strauss and a Lifewinder to deal 8 damage to the face, so Abia needs to keep this in mind. Perhaps, you know, play that Apotheosis in his hand a little bit more aggressively.
Abia's not wasting any time. He will, of course, use that Soul Mirror as well to basically kill everything here on the side. As you can see, just continuing to turn things into Spallings or just destroy them. Another infectious Spalling available. I imagine you probably just use that to deal with the Astromancer Solarian and just get rid of that little bit of extra value that it'll generate. But of course, Abia is just continuing to buff things up for the time being. Of course, buff up that, and I like that play.
Reckoning
does get rid of it. Reckoning comes into play there, so it does destroy it regardless. But, oh, it's actually going to be destroying the card that he didn't expect to. Abia is still continuing to play through it pretty damn well.
Yeah, I think it might be a good turn to play the Nazar. I've lost count of what has been destroyed. But you definitely want to start your late game plan now. Now is the time better than ever, I suppose.
When CC was hovering the Alex Strauser at that point, just thinking things through for the time being. We'll play another Reckoning just to give him a little bit of extra. Of course, if that Astromancer decides to play, it will be destroyed. And Leon CC just now clearing away these Spallings, which have been a bit of a bane, to be honest, in Leon CC's game plan going forward, because they've just been removing these bigger threats that he's had the entire time. We'll also drop down that Red Scale Dragon Tamer as well for good measure, and still has 5 mana available. Will actually coin out what seems to be the Crimson Sigil Runner.
I'm really interested in wondering like why he held on to that Crimson Sigil Runner for so long. Like, I don't think it gained any more value being held. Maybe he was trying to hold the coin for something. But I think this slower approach might cost you some points in the long run.
Back to RBS turn to try and make something happen. Does pick up the Blademaster Samurai, which we've seen absolutely shred any sense of board control in the past. Still has another Spalling in play, a Hysteria, the Cold Dara Drake, of course the Mind Render Lucia, and the Power Infusion. And so a good number of options available here for Abia to make that next play. Could probably use the Spalling to deal damage to that Red Scale Dragon Tamer and just get rid of that Death Rattle for the time being. So a lot of different options available in this sense, and Abia will actually play that Cold Dara Drake as well. So it does allow him to use it, and your hero power can be used any number of times. It's just more than happy to just continue to use that for the time being, heal up a damn large amount, and that does break down a lot of damage in the sense of things. The Reckoning will come into play here finally on the target, and it's intended to hit. Yeah. But still, RBA is like, that doesn't really matter. Damage has been done. I've got 26 HP, another Solarian Prime in my deck, and you're down to 5 HP, buddy.
Alex Strauss is always there to kill you up a bit more. But, like we've been saying, I think he needs to start playing a little bit more aggressively with his game plan, which is what the entire purpose of having a heavy late game lineup was.
Well, we can see right now it is going to be the fact that he's going to be able to go to the face for the time being. That does mean that the Caldara Drake is able to obviously just do a decent chunk of damage. Does have a Oh My Yog in place there, which means the next spell that comes through will change into something a little bit different, but have to wait and see what it's going to be. Abia is just probably still thinking through what he wants to do for the next play. We'll use a Holy Smite, so here comes the Yog. Let's see if it changes what it changes it into. It will be a Shadow.
Oh, that's a rough one. You hate to see it, but then getting that Ancient Void Hound is actually pretty good, to be completely fair.
I mean, that's something on the side of you probably expecting something else, but things completely play around it. I mean, like you said, does have that Ancient Void Hound or something as well. This is a pretty decent card still available in his hand there. Leon CC is like, okay, well, let's wait to see what ends up being played here. It's going to be the Void Drinker off the back of it, and I feel like RBS is pretty okay with the scenario considering how things played out. Oh, ridiculous.
Man, these are the great Hearthstone moments we live
That's
for.
this is a I'm loving it moment right there. I'm just gonna put that out there, guys. Just spam it and let it be known.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is probably just the time to play. You play your Sarah. Dream away one of the dream away the Kodara Drake, and then nightmare one of your guys to be able to clear off the board. I think that's the line. I'm pretty sure you have to go the Sarah play.
Let's see if he can see it. That's the next step here. I mean, look, a lot of things coming into it right now.
Yeah. I just want to see the Sarah come down. I think it's your Sarah, dream away the Kodara Drake, nightmare your 1/1. He's considering it.
Some thoughts coming into play here. Well, Sarah does get put into place. You can see here does dream away, as you said. The Kodara Drake and List in the sense here.
Nightmare the 1/1.
Yeah.
It's not the best line, but it puts a lot of pressure back on the board, which is the important thing.
Yeah, and the other thing to take into account here is the fact that that is going to be Leon CC, at least at this moment in time, picking up a bit of control back that he desperately needed in this scenario. Abia, of course, still has some pretty big hands available. We'll use that Ancient Core Hound and drop that down. Oh, sorry, the Ancient Void Hound, who's now 14/14, the ability to destroy it. So let's see if Leon CC has a way to actually deal with this. That's going to be the next thing that comes into it. Does have, I mean, again, some of those options available and is thinking through it for the time being. And Hammer of Naru coming into play. Yeah,
I think the Hammer of Naru, they play Laughing Sisters and the Murga. That's a tongue twister if I saw one. You don't necessarily have to get rid of it. You just have to make sure it's not a threat. But that palm reading could just end the game right now if he. Oh, there's two outs to be able to get a way to get rid of that Holy Elemental for game. So this is really where Priest does Priest things and finds a way to win without using cards in the deck. So let's see the palm reading go.
Let's see what he picks up. Focused Will, Gift of Luminary.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Focused Will. That's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like, yep, I've picked it up. No problems there. Well played off the side of the thing there, and of course we'll be able to take out the win. And like you said, Priest doing Priest things, the ability to win the game without cards in their deck. So RBA will be able to take the win there and move on to the next round. Of course, Leon CEC, as we were talking about this quite a bit a while ago, because these Priest games definitely go for quite some time, is still not out of it, will move into that loser's bracket. So of course, does mean that he has the ability to come back, perhaps get some revenge against Abier when he plays into it. That being said, guys, we will be moving just to a quick short break while we do get the next competitors ready. So we will be with you shortly.
Yep.
And we have returned with the Hearthstone Uni Cup presented by Blizzard and AEL, and of course supported by Maccas. And guys, if you've been watching, just remember, if you see a moment that you really love, definitely throw out there in chat. I'm loving it moments. We just saw before when Abier was playing up against Leon CC. He was looking for a cheeky palm read and ended up turning his entire hand into a demonic council. So these little things happen. That's what we love about Hearthstone, where you think, hey, I'm just going to playing one thing. In the end, it's going to be something completely different. That being said, though, guys, we'll just quickly bring up the bracket so we can see the journey so far. And I believe we'll be continuing the journey at this point in time with Abier, who's actually going to be going up against Fated Falcon. On the flip side of things, though, we can see that Dark Reagan has made his way through to that next round, and of course Leon CC as going up against Cookie, and Oblo will be sitting down there as well in that losers bracket. So a lot of different action happening as this tournament continues, but we will be going back to who we were looking at here, Abier once again and Fated Falcon. Now Abier is from Leon C Abier, who took out Leon CC, is from Monash University, and Fated Falcon is actually from RMIT. So pretty crazy that thing. And Yaoway, you were telling me, or actually, kind of telling me, Fated Falcon's playing a pretty damn greedy priest.
Yeah, it's fairly interesting because it's just the standard control priest deck, but you've cut out a lot of your early game cards and you've put in a really heavy control lineup. So you're going for those long marathons where you just completely outvalue them and just play bomb after bomb. But we've seen a number of times before with people bringing these late game decks, even just last round with Paladin, where a lot of the times your opponent won't give you that breathing space to get to the late game, and because you've taken away a lot of those early game control tools, it might be really difficult to get to those late game stages. But when you do, those games are really good to watch. And then it's really funny because Fated Falcons also brought Face Hunter, so he's like, I want a deck that goes really fast, and then I also want a deck that takes the marathon. So, yeah, I think he just wants to be able to play both strategies. He's also got Libra and Paladin, which is like somewhere in the middle. It's like I want to just take this game one turn at a time, and then hopefully the game's over before he gets to the late game, but it's not over in the early game.
Fated Falcon really showing us a really good variety of the different strategies available in Hearthstone. The idea of, I'm going to win quickly, I'm going to win late, and I'm just going to take my time and, probably just see the way the cookie crumbles in that scenario. Now, Abby, as we mentioned before, we did actually see his Paladin banned away in the previous match, so we're still waiting to see those bans come into play at this moment in time. Would like to see it. I believe it is just another Libra and Paladin as well. But, in terms of what we're expecting here, would you expect both the priests to be banned away, just get rid of that specific mirror, or do you reckon it's going to be something along the lines, I don't want to deal with that Face Hunter, just take it off the board, because hell, it is something that can definitely just be a bit of a coin flip sometimes.
I think for Abby, he probably just doesn't want to ban away the priest. I think both his Paladin and his Rogue are actually capable of taking on his opponent's priest, especially if he takes a peek at his opponent's deck list and sees, there's so much top end cards. I can probably just alter my strategy to put as much pressure on him early, and if he doesn't have his reduced amount of removal, then he's not going to have a good time. So I think the priest on Falcon's end actually fine to stay. I would look at either getting rid of the Paladin or the Face Hunter. Face Hunter's probably also not going to be that problematic. It's very draw dependent, so you can probably just leave that as well and just get rid of your opponent's Paladin. I think banning Paladin for the day is probably the way to go, just because of how strong it is.
Well, Fated Falcon has listened to your advice and banned away Abier's Paladin. Abier, though, just said, you know what, I don't want to deal with the Hunters. The Hunters, they've got pets, they've got animals, they've got fur. Just no. None of that thing. The great outdoors is not for me. Let's just get rid of it. Let's keep it indoors, in church, going up against the priest and the Paladin in this sense. So a lot of holiness is what Abier will be dealing with, and of course has his own priest to sort of, I guess, fight a little bit of faith on the other side of things, see who converts who. But that being said, Abier does have the rogue, so we'll have a little bit of a backstab on the side of things. But it does mean that we're most likely going to be in for another slugfest, and that's very interesting because the endurance does begin to play a factor on these players. They do sometimes make the wrong mistakes or make the wrong choice as the games draw out for such a length of time.
For sure. And for these tired players, they can definitely go down to some Maccas, and even in between some priest matches, you're free to go down to Maccas. You'll come back and it'll be about 2 turns later anyway. Get those Happy Meals going. And
Exactly,
what I find
right?
funny? People overseas don't call it Maccas. Like, given
It's very Aussie.
yeah, how big gaming is and how we've kind of broken down geographical barriers. You get to interact with a lot of Americans. I believe they call like Mickey D's or something.
Mickey D's, where he
Yeah.
goes through a bit of a change on the side of it. You know, it's interesting. Australians have
Mm.
actually invented a number of words that are used around the world. Did you know we invented selfie? We invented the word
Yeah,
selfie.
I,
That's
I think so too.
it's mind blown. So yeah, like that being said, guys, if you do happen to run on down quickly to grab some Maccas, definitely do a quick selfie. Just send it in to us to say, hey, we're getting
Mm.
Maccas while we're watching the Hearthstone. More than happy to take that into account as well. Another thing as well, there, guys. With the prizes coming on through, again, supported by Maccas. Remember those I'm a loving it moments. If you see something that is special, let us know in chat by shouting it into the board. And of course, these players are playing for a fantastic prize in a number of decks being given away. Obviously, the more decks you have, the better it is for the next expansions coming into it. And it's just really great for them to play into that next tournament as well. Anything else that's really happening here? I'm just trying to think that anything else we need to cover. Actually, I do have a question for you, Yahweh.
Mm.
Now, you used to work at Macca's, believe it or not,
Mhm.
or McDonald's. What's your favorite meal out of all of them? Because I imagine you've probably had everything that, underneath the sun while working there, just like, oh yeah, I'll just grab something from here and on my lunch break, along those lines.
All right, I might be told to leave the stream at this point, but I think Macca's fries are definitely the best fries out of all the fast food places.
Oh,
And that's like a
no, that's high
no,
praise.
that's a no
That's
no
actually high praise.
competition. I think Macca's fries. I love shoestring fries. They're really thin and crispy. I like crispy fries. Like you get like those thick cut fries, and they're usually really soggy by the time you get them. And usually have to drown them in salt to make them taste good. But Macca's fries are good even with minimal salt. I think the chicken and cheese was a really good burger. I don't like something really heavy. I like those small chicken burgers with just like mayo and lettuce. I think those were really good to have. Um, and we have a ritual every time we go on a road trip. It's definitely stopping at a Macca's somewhere, either at Gosford if I'm going up,
Yeah.
or the one I forgot what it was called. It's when you go to the snows, there's one on the way to Canberra that everyone stops at.
Oh, is that the one? No, no, yes, or Goulburn. Goulburn, I think it is. Is it Goulburn? I think it's Goulburn. You stop at Goul. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
One of
Goulburn that you
those
stop
ones.
at.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
that
you get
Macca's.
a lot of people like take the bus tours. I mean, they don't really take the bus tours anymore. Oh, I guess they're coming back now that COVID's finally been sort of kicked to the curb a little bit. Yeah, you stop at Goulburn on the way through because I remember there's a number of like lodges that follow afterwards because that's like 3 hours in. It's about a 6 hour trip to get to the snow.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And then it's just a ritual that I've had all these years. We always stop at those Macca's, and then I think a couple of months ago, like back in May, or just last,
Yeah.
no, not May, March. Back in March, I was staying up in the Blue Mountains, so out west. And then I was in my hotel, and I went to reception, and their kitchens were closed, and I was like, all right, that's fine. I went to reception. I was like, where is the nearest Macca's? And she's like, 40 minutes either way, and I'm like, that is the worst news I've
Ooh.
heard all day.
Could you imagine that idea of being like, what do you mean I have to travel 40 minutes to a Mac? Is the idea that you've got so many of them so close to you at all points in time, and that one time you're like, oh, I've gone too far out into the sticks
Yeah,
to
and I have to
actually have
go
access to it.
like either way, I have to go 40 minutes. That's the most
Yeah.
absurd thing ever. And it's just a little outside of Uber Eats range as well. And when you've got that midnight Macca's craving.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. And you're sitting going like, oh, do I want to get out of bed? I'm so comfortable right now, especially in winter. It's like the things that Maccas make you do when you've got the craving for it just gets you in that sense. So it's like, crazy in that sense. We're still waiting on the players, guys, and thank you very much for your patience in saying that. I do want to just quickly, delve on some of the interesting class win rates that's happening at the moment. Mage at the moment has a 40% win rate, Priest has a 75% win rate, and Rogue has a 67% win rate. So pretty interesting on those things. We didn't really get to see much Priest last week, but they're definitely dominating this time around.
That's and given that everyone has a priest deck, it's actually, I think in the long run will even out the stats. It will probably drop closer to 50%. But I do remember in Asia, one of the weeks of Grandmaster, Priest was banned pretty much every time, and when it wasn't, it went like 8-0 or something. So Priest is definitely very
Wow.
bad.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because, especially when you do get to those Grandmaster states, every time they generate that card value, because it's a variable, the more information that you know about that card is pretty damn impressive. Like, so the idea that you're able to play around all those different variables coming into it would really be something that plays to those Grandmasters. So, guys, I believe we're jumping into the game now as well. So we just are pulling that up right now, and it looks like it is going to be the priest for Fated Falcon, the super greedy priest that we were talking about for, up against Abiez Rogue. And I really feel like Abiez Rogue's got a pretty good run coming into this, because if it's a super greedy priest, that's going to take some time to ramp up. Abiez, we've known, has the ability to just completely ramp up that pressure and just throw it at his opponent's face.
Yep, definitely think so. If Abia knows how to navigate his way, concede or get rid of a value hand for a tempo hand and just capitalize on his opponent's terrible early mid game, then I think he'll do really well. On the other hand, Falcon might also just be able to draw the right cards and shore up that early game, get into those late stages of the game. Unfortunately, you look at his hand, they're not really cards you want to see. Like, Yogg-Saron doesn't come down to turn 10, Samuro doesn't really work unless it's paired with other cards. Insight only just draws you another minion. Holy Smite's definitely one good card, but Abby is going to he's definitely able to just play that Cult Neophyte or even coin out the Swindle to get some value. Swindle's being a really good option to see what you can do in the later turns.
Yeah, so Abia definitely going for that grittier option to generate that value, get the Swindle, another Swindle off the back of it, and a One Thief. The Cult Neophyte will sit back for the time being as well, and Abia's probably pretty happy with that scenario. The fact that he didn't play that Cult Neophyte and seeing no cards come down from Fated Falcon means he's probably got an indication that maybe the cards that have been drawn by Fated aren't the best off the back of it. Also does grab another Wicked Stab as well on the rank 1 off the top of it, and will now drop down that Cult Neophyte, basically mixing in a little bit of conservativeness and a little bit of liberalness at the same time.
Definitely. We see a Dive in the Shadows picked up. That's one of those cards which help you get into your later stages game by thinning your deck as well. And you've got the South Sea Scoundrel, which isn't a card we see too often, but it's a very good in a control matchup. And we see Abby has got a really good combo, the Efficient Octobot and Guardian Org Merchant combo lets you discount your entire hand. I really like that combo. Then he's going to also be able to follow it up with the One Thief and just have a small board, but with a lot of combo potential out there.
Well, immediately going into it as well, as you said, like a great combination to trigger that good old effect, grab that extra damage and One Thief coming into it, and Abia really beginning to ramp up immediately. It's like you told the future. You're definitely a fortune teller on the side of things. Evocation, Potion Evolution, and a Mirror Entity are the options, and it's going to be an Evocation as well, just to get those random spells and generate even more power.
Yeah, we see the South Sea Scoundrel come out. It's a really unique card where you let your opponent add a card from the deck to hand, but you also get a copy of it. Wicked Stab is probably the best option here because it's a removal tool allowing you to go into the mid-late game. Mancreek's also a fairly decent option, but I think against
he goes to the Mana Creek, and again, like you said, Abia realizes that Mana Creek's available as well. So you were a little bit surprised. You're like, you know what? I think it's gonna be the Wicked Stab. Mana Creek's good, but I don't think. Oh, there's Mana Creek. How did you feel when he picked the Man Creek?
I think it's a fairly interesting choice because, like I said, you just want to be able to get to the mid-late game stages. But giving your opponent Wicked Stab's also not the most appealing thing. But this Man Creek Swindle turn's also really good. Like, you can see Abby is not running out of cards anytime soon. He's going to be able to chip away at his opponent consistently. He's got the Tenwu, Alex Straza, Shadow Step combo, and we saw that last week just do like 24 damage from hand. It's like nuts.
Yeah, and it really looks like all the pieces of the puzzle have already fallen into Abier's palm, and now it's really just up to Fated Falcon to at least realize some of his late game in order to survive the onslaught, which will be coming around that, turn 8, turn 10 that Abier is able to do, and all of it now is that idea of Abier just continuing to whittle away, make him low enough for that finishing combination. Fated Falcon, of course, at this moment in time is looking to probably just clear away that Man Creek and also use Palm Reading at the same time. It does have the option for the Condemn rank 1, Rally, and the Devouring Plague, and it will be the Devouring Plague.
Yeah, Devouring Plague is really good at again removing a lot of small threats. So going into the next couple of turns, really good.
Abier picks up that Cloak of Shadows.
Yeah, it's better in the aggro matchups than it is in control matchups. Cloak of Shadow doesn't really do much against opposing control decks. I think Secret Passage isn't a bad turn. Wicked Stab's also not too bad. Yeah, I definitely think secret passive. Like none of the cards in your hand are really doing anything, so you might as well just get 4 new cards. Like that's a really good pickup. Those are really good pickups. I really like this.
I mean, ABS Pro definitely liking it as well. As you can see, that it does have the field contact. Of course, has a prize plunderer as well off the back of it, and a cult neophyte. So everything there can be really played effectively just to slow down Faded Falcon's plan, while at the same time ramping up ABS. You can see another prize plunderer gets picked up as well, and the other 2 cards will be sent back, and already that very powerful late game sort of hand that ABS has been growing through time has returned back to his hand.
Yeah, and yeah, so he just wants to be able to chip away at his opponent, leave them at a health that they think they're comfortable, and then just hit them with the Alex Tenwu combo.
So as you can see, time now just being thought out here by Faded. He wants to really take his time for making that next move. Even you can even see there that it's the priest is saying, "Hey, guide my hand for the time being. I need to figure out what's going to be the next play." Looks like it's going to be the Blade Master Samurai. Yeah, might as well throw that Samurai out. Again, we've seen amazing wave play come off the back of it. That will, of course, proc the effect, clear away most of everything that's in place there. Another Insight will come into play, so allowing him to do some corruption at the same time and draw that minion, and the Malgos Despair will be the one that's being picked up.
Yeah, like we said, Samurai's not really good on its own. It's only really good when you pair it like Apotheosis. It really only cleared 1 minion, which, when you're staring down 3, isn't biggest deal. He's got a second efficient Octobot, and you can pair that with the prize plunderer as well to just count his hand again. He can play that Vanessa Van Cleef to get a copy of that Insight. He's got a lot of options available to him. This is crazy. Yeah.
And looks like it's going to be that prize plunderer and the efficient Octobot play. Actually, does choose to play the Van Cleef first. So we'll get the Insight, as you mentioned, and there's the prize plunderer as well, just continuing to discount that. Probably wanted to discount everything that little bit more off the back of it, and yeah, Abia is looking pretty strong going into these next final stages of turns.
So the insane thing is now the Alex Straza Tenwu combo costs 8, so he potentially is lethal in exactly 3 turns on turn 9.
And that's something Faded Falcon really needs to take into account here, especially because that's the thing we have to look at here, because with those, Faded Falcon really needs to take into account those discounts. And that's something that maybe he's thinking, well, is it going to be the 10-woot combo? Is it going to be something else? What are the chances of it actually being the Alex Straza's 10-woot combo, right? That's the thing that comes into it.
That's definitely something the Baron play gives you a bit of health back, but like we said, there's so much burst potential in this rogue deck. And yeah, Abia also has that potential Mankrik in his deck that he can draw at any time. The second Wicked Stab is huge as well. I think now is also just a good time to possibly play that Evocation and see what you get, just preserve the card in your hand.
What's being hovered there by Abia at this point, Faded Falcon understanding that, hey, his days might be numbered soon if that combinations, all of that burst damage comes out of Abier, and just healing up off the back of that, and using the Devouring Plague and the Hero Power as well to get back up to 28 HP. Abier still unscratched for the time being at 30, so again, it's just continuing to play that aggression, but it still has a lot of options, still has plenty of tricks up the sleeve of this rogue. We'll use that Cloak of Shadows here in the end just to buy a bit of time, and of course the Evocation that you mentioned before as well, just to basically throw out a little bit of extra damage. Counterspell coming down, Primordial Study, so generating a little bit more extra core, generating another card off the back of it, and it is looking at some of those zero-cost cards now will be the prize plunderer just to clear away the board, and here comes all of that face damage that Abia has been waiting for this entire time.
Yeah, and the Shooter Scrolls pairs well with the 2 Wicked Stabs, and Abia's just got the finishing hand, he just needs the mana for it. Apotheosis was a pretty good pickup, but without anything to play it on, it's a little bit tough given that Samurai's already gone. More could do. You see his hand's just really clunky and it's not doing too much. And against Rogue, we've seen plenty of times where they definitely just don't let you get to those late game stages.
Faded Falcon did decide to use that Soul Mirror in order to actually clear away the board and buy some more time, but that was definitely a well-placed counterspell, basically stopping that in its tracks, and it does mean that Faded Falcon is probably not expecting it. It does pick up Mankrik as well, so another body on the board. And Abia now has all the options in the world to start playing through it. Does have that Wicked Stab here as well. It's just thinking about what needs to be the play, because there's going to be a lot of damage coming from the minions, and we all know what that combination, again, of the Alexstrasza and the Wu-Ten is going to be able to do.
Yeah,
Or the
yeah,
Tenwu, sorry.
Abia has a game on lock. It's just a formality at this stage over 2 turns. You can Shadow Step. You may as well just Shadow Step that Alexstrasza for good measure.
As well, basically does also do the stab. There's the Shadow Step as well for the good measure, basically saying to Faded, you know what, I have got this in the bag unless you have a way to heal yourself up to at least 20, possibly even more on the next turn.
It's possible if you have Apotheosis with Samuro, but knowing that your opponent doesn't have a Samuro is definitely good enough for you to just lock that in for yourself.
It's getting some renews for the time being. It's just beginning to grab something. Powered Feast, Initiation. I mean, all of these things aren't really the answers that he's looking for at this point in time. We'll use that Initiation to damage that copy and add something in place there. But I believe Fedor Falcon already knows that days are numbered. Can honestly kill him with right now just the minions on board. And so, you know what? I'm going to give you a hero's death. I'm going to finish you off with my damn dragon. That's what Abia is going to decide to do in this case. And that does mean that Abia will take the first victory. The rogue will now be rendered unusable, but that does mean for Abia that he does need to play his priest next. Fedor Falcon has the option between the paladin and the priest. Now, do you take the mirror here, which we know is going to be an absolute slugfest, going to 18 rounds, probably 36 in priest years? Or do you choose to take out the paladin and go, look, I just don't want to do the mirror right now. I want to make sure I at least get one win underneath my belt.
It's a spectator sport, so you might as well just bring the priest and give us a show. I mean, like, if you're playing a super greedy deck, what better matchup do you have than against an opposing deck which doesn't put pressure on you?
Did you imagine just like two Anduin Rins just like in a boxing ring together, just smacking each other, just like, yeah, man, like literally, like they're thrown off the, you know, the normal regal garb. They're not using their swords, just literally two Anduin Rims in a boxing match ready to roll. I would honestly pay to see that, even if it was just lookalikes of Anduin Rim making it happen in real life. That's something that I reckon would be damn funny to take into account. Blizzard, ideas, just letting you know, do not listen to me at all in that sense. We are waiting at this moment in time to get ourselves into the next game, so these players are just probably thinking about what they want to do next, and it seems that decision has been made for us. It will, of course, be the priest up against the priest, so it is going to be a 76-round fight coming into it. Are you ready? Are you ready, Yaoway?
I mean, it might just be a win by submission at some stage. And funny to note that neither of these players are bringing Anduin.
I know, that's the point. You know what? We'll just use some of the other priests available here. We've got a different fight. No one wants to see the King of Stormwind fight. Let's put it to it. It's just an image we don't want burned into our minds. I'm sitting here going like, I'd still pay for it. But that being said, we do have Tyrande, which is a Night Elf, going up against the Draenei on the other side. So it'd be interesting there to see what these guys can do. So Spaceship up against a tree. And looking at everything that's in the hands here, Fedor Falcon, of course, going to use that Renew, just understands immediately that efficiency and card draw is the name of the game, so who cares about having HP when you've got more cards in play? And Abia, speaking of cards, does pick up an Insight as well, so we'll be able to draw a minion at least.
So this matchup is a bit of a race. So Faded Falcon plays Cthulhu, which we saw shatter into 4 pieces at the start of the game, and this means that eventually, given enough time, Faded Falcon will be able to play all 4 of the Cthulhu pieces, shuffle Cthulhu into the deck, draw Cthulhu, play Cthulhu, and win the game. So Abia has to be able to win the game before then. It's inevitable that Abia will lose if time goes to infinity, right?
Because Faded Falcon's playing the super greedy priest.
Yep. And he's playing the Malygos as well, which is able to let him draw all the pieces of Cthulhu in this deck. So Abia actually has to be the aggressor in this matchup and has to deal as much damage as he can. Otherwise he loses. So Faded Falcon definitely has this one on lock given enough time.
And traditionally speaking, when I think about priests, they're not really the class that has the ability to dish out a ridiculous amount of damage forward. So probably, you know, as this game progresses forward, it's probably favoring Faded Falcon to a degree.
For sure.
So Fated Falcon. It's favoring Fated Falcon. That's a bit of a tongue twister if I had to say it again.
Yep. And Abia has to be able to just put on as much damage as he possibly can. And he's doing a really good job of it, just playing this Sethic Veilweaver and trying to deal as much damage to his opponent, knowing his opponent won't have an efficient way to get rid of that outside of like a Maw of Cthulhu, which isn't in hand, I believe. No, there's no Maw of Cthulhu in hand.
Not at the time, or not for the time being. That being said, that is going to be one strong-looking Sethic Veilweaver on the type of it. Fetid Falcon will, of course, use that palm reading, has the option between the Psychic Split, Holy Nova, and the Auspicious Spirits. Really, as we mentioned before, Fetid Falcon is just looking to get all of those pieces of his deck together and obviously play it down to win the game. Insight is also what's being put into place here as well, so a little bit of corruption coming on through. Does get that Ysera the Dreamer as well, so a lot of big endgame cards coming into the mix, but nothing just yet for him to end. And as you mentioned, does have that Malago Spellweaver still in hand, just waiting in wing.
Oh no, that's a terrible play. You just, like, playing that Venomous Scorpion sounds like good in theory, but then your opponent could just have the Hysteria. Which he does, unfortunately, for Abier. I think this Hysteria itself is probably enough to end, like, nearly end the game.
As you can see there, it does hover that Apotheosis, but decides not to use it at this point in time, at least saving it for the next minion, and we'll put some
I really hope he plays the Hysteria off the top. No, don't play that one, play the other one. Shaman, it would have been so insulting to play the one off the top.
Because they're like, you seriously picked up the Hysteria right there and then at that moment as I put down the Scorpion in that scenario. So you could really tell, like you said, it would have been more insulting. But you know what, Fetid Falcon, he's a man of class, Yaoway. Yeah. He understands that it's about, you know, not sending a message sometimes, but showing everyone that you did have the answers prior. Abier, though, is of course not putting the pedal off the metal just yet. We'll throw across that Skeletal Dragon into play. Fetid Falcon's just saying, you know what, I've got an Eye of Cthulhu here as well, so we'll drop that immediately and coin out what seems to be the Auspicious Spirits as well at the same time.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think there's actually a bit of science behind using the card you played off the top. Tilting your opponent could potentially make them play a little bit worse as well. But I think you're going into the very nitty-gritty of mental.
So Yaoway, would you would always play the card off the top of the deck if it was an answer immediately, wouldn't you?
It depends on a lot of factors. If it's an early game removal, I might play the one that's in my hand because that's something they would have expected me to keep.
Right.
It depends on how much information I want to give away, but generally the one off the top, to tilt them a little bit, is I think a lot of time the better play.
Oh, the Puppet of Dancing has begun. Web Apathy and Cabal Acolyte combo will allow Abier to get a pretty sizable and effective board available to himself. And as you can see at this moment in time, 4 minions to 0, 27 HP to 20. Fetid Falcon is beginning to basically have a number of very efficient cards on the side here, but still hasn't got the means to play everything just yet. There will be a Circus Amalgam picked up here off the back of that good old Skeletal Dragon as well for Abier. So yeah. Fetid Falcon not out of it just yet, but is starting to probably feel a bit of the pressure.
Yep, I think look at the Falcon's greedy deck. It's got Melika, it's got Ysera, it's got Cthulhu, and it's got Yogg. It's just yeah, it's trying to fit the whole world in his deck.
Well, as you can see there, that Skeletal Dragon's still alive for the time being. It's going to be 4-1, so basically living by a slither. It's literally the bones are about to burst at its seams at this point. We'll continue to generate an extra card off the back of it, and Desperate Prayer coming down as well, healing both of them. Abier obviously not taking any healing, because, you know, if you're at max HP, you can't take any more. But, of course, that is going to be good for Falcon at this point, giving him a little bit of extra, and that's a pretty nice card. Picks up an Alexstrasza off that Skeletal Dragon, that extra value really coming through from the Skeletal Dragon that Fetid Falcon's put into. And yeah, it's nice to have Super Greed, but when you've got that efficiency being played early, you can really see the strength of these standard priest decks.
Yeah, and the general game plan against Priest is just to play a lot of stuff, and hopefully they don't have enough removal for all your stuff. And Abier is able to, with the Skeletal Dragon's able to get a lot more stuff, and this Venomous Scorpion's also getting a lot more stuff with that Raised Dead, or even the Apotheosis.
You're telling me there's a lot of stuff incoming.
Yeah, essentially, you just want to play stuff, and hopefully they can't get rid of stuff.
I mean, like, that's just too much stuff coming into it. Speaking of stuff, remember, these guys are playing for a number of packs, and that's a lot of stuff that you can get out of them as well. So, guys, do, look out for these competitions in the future, because who knows if you'll be able to jump in it and enjoy them. The other thing to take into account here again is Abia is still continuing to deal out or dish out that damage, maintaining that board control for the time being, and has brought Faded Falcon down to 21. But of course, we are edging closer and closer to those late game stages. With soon we'll be on at turn 10, and that does mean that the Yogg-Saron can come down, the Malygos can be played as well. Of course, the Malygos can be played now if he wants to, but just being a little bit more conservative in the sense of this. And as you can see, there gets the more of Cthulhu, so it can continue to destroy pieces of Cthulhu in the process of this.
Yep, and Soul Mirror is actually a very efficient way to clear the board as well. And if you look at Abia's hand, a lot of his hand just doesn't really do too much. He's got 2 Soul Mirrors, two Holy Smites, 2 Apotheosis. And they don't get value because Faded Falcon isn't trying to stick minions on board. That's just not his game plan. Abia might just want to throw down that Alex Straza right now, just put a bit more pressure on his opponent. There we do.
Yep. As you can see, there just seems to be the obvious player on the back of it. Deals that 8 damage and obviously gets that 8/8 body that we all love and know. And 8/8 really seems to be one of the more typical strength plays. Coming into it, Faded Falcon now is on it, turn 10. Has a lot of number of options into it. We'll use that more of Cthulhu again to destroy a minion and get another piece of Cthulhu on the back of it. So getting it just a little bit stronger, and of course use the heal off the back of it as well, just to get himself back up to 15 HP. Try to stay out of that death range.
Yep, palm reading is good. This is another Raised Dead where you can get more minions. But I think at this point in time, Abia's hand's a little too clogged. He might have to play that Samurai. Or play the Samurai, play the Raised Dead, possibly just raise some minions. I think he just... Yes, he has the issue where he just doesn't have hand space.
Unfortunately, he's a bit too cluttered, a bit too full at this moment in time. We'll, of course, just bring back that Cabal Acolyte. Probably not one of the minions that you wanted to get. I was probably hoping to get something a little bit better. Of course, isn't getting anything extra off the back of it, but does at least get a Circus Amalgam and an Ascetic Veil Weaver. I think he was probably hoping for that Skeletal Dragon. That would be nice just to continue generating that value once again, but doesn't lack out in this case. And now we're back to Faded Falcon, who does pick up a Condemn rank 3 to destroy minions. Not really many minions for him to destroy. Is looking at probably playing that Yogg-Saron, and there we go. The wheel has been spun at this moment in time. There it is. It's shaking. It's on screen. Let's see what we end up getting. And does look like it's going to be the Mind Flag. So take control of 3 minions, and that's pretty good. I mean, to be honest, there's 3 minions on the board, but to be honest, for him to actually grab himself what seems to be the first time in this match, board control with someone who's playing an extremely greedy deck, pretty good. But of course, Soul Mirror is the one way to deal with that.
Yep. And then next turn, I think Faded Falcon, he's got like his second bomb. He can start playing Ysera, he can play Malygos at some stage as well. And just to outvalue his opponent, like, I think next turn, like Malygos into Shadow Word Death is a fine play. You get all pieces of Cthulhu in your deck. But you might want to consider getting rid of that Ascetic Veil Weaver before craziness ensues.
Well, Abia is finally getting to use the stronger part of his deck. The fact that he's able to buffer things up, use those spells for removal, use a number of things there. Because Faded Falcon finally had some form of board at this point. But Faded Falcon, of course, has those same tools. As you can see, will destroy that buffed up Cabal Acolyte. The Sephic Veil Weaver is still available at this moment in time. And actually looking to do the Mind Render off the back of this one. So we'll swap everything around. And I mean, he's giving Abia that look into his deck for the time being, which is interesting. Let's see what he decides to do off the back of it. And you can tell Abia's very quickly taking that quick, sneak look at it to see what's going to be there in hand. Possibly he's just going to play whatever's available. Looks like it's going to be that Blade Master Samurai at this point in time. If you've got Abia and you've got this deck in hand, what do you play?
I think there's value in potentially playing, like, your line's either playing Malygos and passing turn, and hopefully when your opponent gets the deck back, they overdraw a value card, or play the Ysera and just play a bunch of Ysera cards, which might just be the way to go. Play Ysera, dream the Samurai away, and play the Laughing Sisters.
That seems to be what's going to be happening here. As you can tell, does have that dream there. Like you said, will dream away the Samurai in this scenario, so take that off. And will it be the Laughing Sisters? Sure enough, it seems that your Fortune Teller abilities in play is rethinking that through, but obviously only has 2 mana, so that has to be the Laughing Sisters in sense, and does mean it will now finally return back to hand. It does have the Nightmare, so that is one way to actually destroy that, I guess you could say.
Oh, but it's going to be destroying your own minion, I suppose. It's a little bit tougher.
Yeah, hard to say what he's thinking on the back of that, but at least he's got an 8/16 for the time being.
Yeah, this is the part of the mage games where no one really knows what's happening anymore. Like, Fated Falcon's still on his game plan where he will eventually draw... He will eventually draw his Cthulhu pieces. He has to play the Emerald Drake down, he's going to heal up a bit more. And Fated Falcon also has a Samurai Apotheosis combo for a large amount of healing at a later stage in the game.
Raised Dead also picked up by Abier as well, so could possibly actually pick up another Ysero if luck, favors him at this point in time.
Ooh.
Ooh, not bad.
I mean,
Not
I would
bad
play
at
it.
all.
I think you would just play it. Like,
Yeah.
you're not winning the game in the long run, so you might as well go for the Pyroblast victory. Do we get it? Do we get it? I want to see it on screen.
If you see a Pyroblast, how would you feel?
It would be the great... Oh, no, nearly.
Almost there. Hand
Almost
of
there, but
Fate,
this could be a
though.
game changer.
Alright, so we got Germination, Bamboozle, and Glide has been picked up there. So a few extra cards on the side of it. Of course, we'll just throw out that Strongman as well.
Glide's pretty good. Glide's actually pretty good pick up. Holy moly.
I mean, look, this is what we look for, guys, here. I feel like Priests are definitely going to have a few I'm loving it moments with the way things turn out, especially just generating a Yogg-Saron, playing it, and then getting a ton of free cards, and here comes that Glide, as you mentioned before.
Wow, that was a pretty insane turn. Wow.
That probably, like, ruined, like, Fated Falcon's plan, I think, going forward.
Yeah. Yogg... See, this is... You won because you had a Glide. Like, if you were to win, you would have won because you had a Glide that came from a Yogg-Saron, that came from a Raised Dead, that you copied your opponent from Soul Mirror. That's like a 7th degree card.
It's like, that's something that I don't even think the player was thinking that far through ahead into. I mean, look, maybe Abier was thinking, hey, if I get the Yogg, crazy things can happen. Like, some pretty insane stuff might be the case there. That being said, Fated Falcon still had a way to completely remove that pretty imposing board that he was facing, and now seems to have control for the time being. We still have that Blade Master Samurai combination that we were talking about before, and of course the Soul Mirror as well as a form of removal here for Abier. So he's just going to continue to heal up for the time being. Fated Falcon, his hand's not looking as strong as it was prior to South Sea Scoundrels and an Insight. The advantage of the South Sea Scoundrels is the fact that you can continue to discover cards, so that's something. Hysteria, pretty big pickup there as well, but we'll just choose to use that Soul Mirror instead, and that's going to be enough to clear everything away at the same time, of course, getting him back to full HP. And these Priests showing us why they are Priests. They're pretty damn good at healing each other up.
Yeah, and again, we just see more craziness where, like, he can play this, he can get the Sethic Veilweaver and start generating a lot of cards as well, but his opponent will also get a Sethic Veilweaver. So this South Sea Scoundrel is actually a fairly interesting card to play, because you have to consider that whatever you're getting, your opponent's getting as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it will be 2 Sethic Veilweavers. So, I mean, the big thing is, of course, that you understand that, hey, look, you get a Sethic Veilweaver, I get a Sethic Veilweaver, all good. I think the big advantage to it is the fact that, of course, you are getting it first, which means you can start to generate that value immediately, and that seems to be exactly what Fated Falcon is doing, especially because it is turn 10 as well, does mean that you do have the option just to continue playing cards.
Yep, Apotheosis is never a bad pickup. I think it's probably the best of 3. Wave of Apathy is probably the 2nd best, but yeah, I think this match is a little above both of us.
Wow, that's definitely safe, because you're just trying to think through all of these scenarios right now, and I think based off the turn that just happened before, like you said, a 7th degree scenario, based off the fact that you copied something and then raised dead on something based off copying something else from a Soul Mirror, is pretty damn crazy on the side of things. Of course, we'll use our Hysteria once again just to clear away the board. Isn't using that Sethic Veilweaver just yet. It's happy to let it go, sit that 6 mana away and go, you know what? continue to do this. Does get a Mind Render, a Lucia, a Draconic Studies, and a Condemn off the back of this. So, again, like you said, that idea of, whatever I pick, you pick, is something that will be playing in Fated Falcon's mind in this case. And when I look at the last Mind Render, didn't really help him out too much, but will be the Mind Render, which means that these guys will be probably swapping decks twice in the near future.
Exactly, and Mind Render, I think, isn't even the worst play. I think if you just play double Mind Render, it kind of like just skips your opponent's turn. Yeah, I really like double Mind Render, Lucy. You just play the second one, and then
yeah, you just flip it back, and that's exactly what he's doing. Yep. So we'll be able to play 2 Mind Renders, swap everything back, and say, "Ha, take that." No longer going to be the case going forward.
Yeah.
Interesting. Then doesn't it just like swap back anyway?
Yeah, it swaps back and it swaps back again, but it means your opponent can't play Lucia when they want to.
Yeah, so it just limits their options at the same time. So we're going to see, so that means next turn we're just going to see a swap and a swap.
Yeah, so essentially nothing happens outside of your opponent losing their Lucia.
Well, there's the Samuro combination that we've seen before, so there's the swap and the swap. Yep, pretty good on the side of things there. Okay, guys, that's an eye loving it moment. Just putting that out there as well. Watching the deck swap back and swap back. Just the crazy stuff that you see when it's a priest versus priest combination is pretty incredible. Okay, so as we continue to go forward here, Fated Falcon just continuing to drop a few of those extra cards. Could have actually gone for the Shadow Form there, but decided against it and just does get that Holy Smite, another Insight as well, and there's the Malygos Spellweaver, which allows him just to continue drawing out more spells, and of course, basically finally finish off that Cthulhu that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, that Malygos is going to be really good because he's going to be able to pick up all the remaining pieces of Cthulhu and then shuffle the Cthulhu into the deck. But this is like going in forward a couple of turns. Not that it matters too much because they're both on 30 health and it's like turn 14 or something.
BA goes, you know what? Enough is enough. I will be using Shadow Form here. It's time to actually put a bit of damage back into it. The Fated Falcon's finally taking some real hits to the board. Also, another Circus Amalgam will be put onto it, and that does mean that there is some pretty damn effectiveness coming through here. But Fated Falcon has that Malygos in hand, will drop that right on and down, and here comes the rest of those pieces that we're talking about. Like you said, probably he's still going to be fine for the next couple of turns before he has the opportunity to really play everything that he wants to. But Abia now has basically put this game on a bit of a time limit or on a timer by shifting to that Shadow Form.
Yeah, and we can see that despite all this, Fated Falcon didn't draw any of his Cthulhu pieces, but there's only 3 cards left in his deck, so he's going to be getting into them in the next 2 turns.
We'll use Desperate Prayer as well, just to get everyone back to full HP. Abia at this point is like, man, that guy just keeps healing me, but I'm on full HP, so it doesn't matter. Really, at this point, the Circus Amalgams there is not going to have enough power to deal with the Malygos in this sense, but at least we'll be able to do some damage to the face. And again, another Mind Spike coming on through to deal another 2 hero damage. And so 24 now for Fated Falcon, and does pick up the body of Cthulhu, finally beginning to realize the end of everything here.
Yep, so the last 2 cards in the deck are the Eye of Cthulhu, and I don't remember, I wouldn't be able to even consider thinking of what the last card was, but there's definitely an Eye of Cthulhu. He's a 50-50 shot. Oh wait, no, Eye of Cthulhu's already been played. Oh, so he's a 1 in 3 chance of just winning the game next turn.
As we can see there, does of course grab himself the Cthulhu's body, and yep, picks it up.
50-50 chance to win the game next turn.
I'm just looking at RBA right now. I don't really think he has a way to clear off Fated Falcon in this scenario. I feel like Fated Falcon has done enough work here to keep himself alive, to build towards that late game. That super greedy priest deck finally coming up trumps. Soul Mirror there.
Like I said, if given enough time, the greedy deck will win inevitably. It's Thanos. It's inevitable. He will win.
It's inevitable. He's put the Infinity Gauntlet has been picked up.
Yep. Except it's 4 pieces instead of 6.
Yeah. Which, a little bit better. But I guess you could say it's even stronger than Thanos. I mean, if we really have to take that into account. I think he's realized this as well. Okay, no, wait. Okay, I understand that. He's still fighting. He's still fighting. Abe's still fighting for the time being, holding on to hope. What he's doing right now is just using the Hysteria to do that. And he's picked it up in the end. Yeah, we go. It was a legendary battle indeed. I think, you know what? That's another I'm loving it moment because we can see the Cthulhu finally coming down and he's just doing all that damage. Look at it go.
There we go.
And Abier's sitting there just taking it. He's not conceding out. He goes, you know what? I've played it out the whole way through. I might as well see this through to the end. I don't know how many games people do get to see Cthulhu get played. I imagine it's probably a very small amount. I'd love to know the percentages on that. Anyone out there want to just give us a shout out and let us know? Please give me an idea of that percentage, because to be honest, I don't have that much time to really be good at. I'm trying to run. No, I'm not trying to run a tournament. I'm trying to present a tournament here. That being said, that was pretty damn impressive coming out of Fetid Falcon. Really love to see that Super Greedy Priest come into it. It really seems to be the deck that's actually planned at beating Priests. That's the big thing here. Yeah. Of course, guys. It's not over. That was just one match that we had come to. We're already jumping straight into the next one, and of course, it will be Abier's Priest once again, and it will be Faded Falcon's reprised Paladin coming back into the mix as well. And probably not going to be a long match, but we're still going to be in for a bit of a long one coming into this.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to have a very different dynamic. We're not going to be seeing those super long turns that we're used to. But yeah, it's definitely a good, refreshing change of pace.
Oh, speaking of which, Abier immediately uses that Draconic Studies, picks up a Skeletal Dragon right off the back, and Fetid Falcon, Knight of Anointment, first card as well. You mentioned being able to pick up that Knight of Anointment really does help those win conditions for the Paladin users or Libram Paladin users in the current statistics.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. But against Priest, where they're less tempo based and they're just reliant on their removal, we can see Abier has the Kabar Acolyte and Wave of Apathy combo to take any card.
Yep, which is definitely good to be used probably around turn 4, turn 5, if I had to really think when that was going to be coming into it. Pen Flinger as well, something in play there. We'll, of course, use that to sort of just continue to throw out a little things back into place. Of course, we'll just pull it back and use it again. And pretty nice little spell burst effect that comes out of that the Pen Flinger. And it's just continuing to happily use some spells, bring it back in, get some free damage early, and control the board for the time being.
Yeah, and really powerful card that Paladin picked up from the first day of school is that Blackjack Stunner, which complements his secrets very well. Blackjack Stunner is actually a very powerful card at dealing with big minions like Skeletal Dragon as well. So in the later stages game, that Blackjack Stunner will be vital in being able to clear some minions for you to push out damage.
Abier does, of course, put down the Venomous Scorpion that we've seen time and time again in these Priest decks, and that will allow him to grab up a Rally, so resurrect a friendly 1 cost, 2 cost, and 3 cost minion, which is pretty damn good on the back of things there, but of course we'll need to actually have them be sent away into that good old discard pile before we can bring them back.
Yeah. He definitely has a 2-cost minion in the Sethic Bellweaver, and Rally will be actually summon the Venomous Scorpion back at the later stage, being a 3-cost minion.
So Abier at this point will buff up that good old Knight of the Anointed, deal with the Venomous Scorpion at the same time, and just drop a Cogmaster for the time being. But of course, does bring back that Rally in the end there anyway. Just uses it up right at that point, and brings back the One Maker and the Venomous Scorpion.
For sure. He's gonna play the Sword of Fallen and just start generating a bit of value now. Be able to get those secrets out of his deck so that he can improve his overall draw quality.
Immediately jumps off it. Will of course gain some board control back at the same time. The Venomous Scorpion's still on the deck there, so probably will be dealing with that Cogmaster as soon as possible. Although the Apple Cabalite will probably be a pretty decent play here as well, just to take control of it instead. So why kill it when you can join with it?
Not only does it take control of it, but it also means that he takes away the Libram of Wisdom, so that Faded Falcon loses one for a good portion of the game.
That is definitely a bit of a hit to Faded Falcon's plan going forward. Probably didn't expect that it'd be used on his Cogmaster, but again, Abier just taking into account, you know what, that Libram's got some pretty decent value. I think I will actually grab that if possible. Faded Falcon now will be looking at playing that Blackjack Stunner instead, and is going to use it to get rid of the Venomous Scorpion here. So this is the interesting thought coming into it, is probably thinking about playing a pretty sizable card, and it seems it's going to be the Northwatch Commander, so doesn't want to lose that straight away from the Venomous Scorpion's ability.
Yeah, for sure. Putting it into the opponent's hand and making it a little bit more expensive is a little bit annoying.
Well, we'll of course also gain another secret as that weapon is destroyed. Will be a Galloping Savior and another Knight of Anointment, just continuing that card draw for Faded Falcon, who is looking pretty good coming into this mid game.
Yeah, definitely. If his Skeletal Drag come down, that one's actually really annoying. Faded Falcon wishes that he still has the Blackjack Thunder in his hand. But he does have the Libram of Justice, which is a very good out to the Skeletal Dragon.
Does also pick up an Aldor Attendant as well, so that the ability to just reduce those Librams going forward would be nice, especially because he does have 14 cards left in the deck. Would be nice for him to just grab around and continue to buff up the rest of his minions. Doesn't have a way to actually deal with it, that Skeletal Dragon, I believe, right now, but we'll play that Aldor Truth Seeker instead, just to continue ramping up a little bit more. And
strange. He did have a way to deal with it with the Libram of Justice. I thought the play would have been like, I'll just Libram of Justice. Leaving it up might hurt him.
Come back to haunt him.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we've seen the value. We've seen the value it's generated in the past. It's pretty crazy. We go, the Venomous Scorpion does generate a Soul Mirror as well, so getting a little bit extra, and we'll also play that Dreaming Drake at the center of it, and can just continue to generate it, and there's an Alex Strasler. That's some good value coming out of that Skeletal Dragon.
Yeah. That was a Soul Mirror pickup from the Venomous Scorpion, and this is a bit more of a projection, but I'm okay losing to my opponent's Soul Mirror. But it's less okay when I lose to the second and third Soul Mirrors, but I'm gonna assume that Faded Falcon will feel the same thing when if it happens to him. But this is a pretty good turn. He's able to ping off a lot of things with the Penflinger and the Libram of Justice.
Well, that's what he's doing here right now, just pinging everything on up. We'll, of course, use the Overdue Justice as well at the same time. I really love that actual graphic there. It's two books attached to a handle. That's looking great. I think we were discussing last week about how you deal damage with a book. That's one way to deal damage with a book. You turn it into a hammer, okay?
Yeah, for sure. It's a very unconventional way, but back in the old days, I think that's what paladins had to do.
Just like attach books to hammers and be like, this is the only thing I can do. This is, why don't you use a real hammer? No, the book does more damage, trust me. We'll be able to use an evocation just to generate what seems to be a Conjure Mana Biscuit and a Potion of Illusion. And this Sapphic Veilweaver, of course, just giving a little bit of extra value in the sense that you continue to generate. Another Soul Mirror has been picked up as well. I think this is what you were talking about earlier. I don't mind losing to a Soul Mirror, but when it's the 4th, 5th, 6th, 10th Soul Mirror, things start to get a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, essentially. He's able to play the biscuit. He can hold the biscuit for later, or he can play it now. He chooses to hold it. And then Faded Falcon start pushing with damage. So one cool thing to note is that like the Galloping Savior and the Libram, Aldor Truth Seeker both don't lose to Soul Mirror because they have higher health than attack. So if he navigates this well, he might be able to make a board which doesn't really lose to Soul Mirrors. And it looks like he is by getting rid of that one that was going to lose to Soul Mirror anyway. Yeah, we can see some Faded Falcon playing this really well.
Understanding that Soul Mirror is definitely a threat that he needs to worry about. We'll, of course, look at dropping that Aldor Truth Seeker as well at the same time. Does choose to hold off on it for the time being, electing for that damage to the face instead, bringing Abia down to 17.
Oh, I think because he knows he's attacking with those 3 minions anyways, he's going to clear that and then use the time to think about if he wants to play either the Talon Forging or the second Aldor Truth Seeker. But either way, he still has board, which doesn't cave into the 3 Soul Mirrors in Abia's hand.
Well, like you said, at the same time as well, did have his think about it, did decide to play the Talon Forging as well. There's the Soul Mirror that you were talking about, but isn't going to fall down, like you said, just yet, and will at least generate the secret as well. A nice little play around that at the same time, I guess you could say, not using one of the stronger minions to deal that damage, and it does mean, of course, that only one of his members will go down.
So Faded Falcon could also have just played around that by playing like stronger minions on the left, because Soul Mirror copies your minions from left to right. So if you put a stronger minion on the left, once it gets Soul Mirror, the stronger minion will attack first, and then the Reckoning will activate. But these are like really niche moments, I suppose you can call them.
There you go. Faded Falcon, probably we could say that he's first oversight coming into this competition. And again, with these priest decks and priest battles, I mean, he did just play a mammoth game beforehand. these things can be missed. It's a game of endurance at the same time. Faded Falcon probably realized that after the fact when that damage came through, he said, you know what, I could have actually probably had a reckoning to kill that other Talon Forgery. That could have been something that would have had an advantage going forward, but unfortunately didn't think this one through the entire way. And again, he was beginning to run out of time as well. He did have a lot of thought process going into that turn. It wasn't just like, I'm throwing my cards out, here I go. It is, I have to make this play. And he's doing it again right now at this moment in time. As you can see, he's slowly thinking it through. Does get the Talon Forgery out, which will draw the Blade Master Samurai for Abia, which will be a bit of wave clear coming forward. And at this time, he's like, you know what? I guess I'll just clear away this Venomous Scorpion while I'm at it. And is able to draw out that Carriol Roam, which was pretty damn good going into those next stages of the game. Because now he's starting to really whittle down at Abia, who has got the ability to heal, of course, with the Samurai Apotheosis combination. So that seems to be the play. And another Apotheosis, just for good measure, does get burnt away, but doesn't matter. He still got one in hand.
Yep, and this is gonna set Faded Falcon back by a lot, to be honest.
Here he goes for it, does do the damage. Here comes the swipe as well, clearing away the board and 15 health on that screen. I can see there, but it looks like it was even a bit more, and it is going to be back up to 30 HP for Abier, who will now raise the dead as well and get back some pretty decent cards off the back of it.
Yep, they're really good minions against Faded Falcon because Faded Falcon's deck doesn't really get rid of mid-sized minions too well, and getting two of them is really good.
Oh, he's going to be playing that, we'll be playing that Pangling immediately as well as the Carriol Roam, with that Liberant of Wisdom just to buff it up, so just get that bit of extra advantageousness into it. And as you can see here, that Divine Shield's still going to be available, so it won't actually deal with the Carriol Roam just yet, and that Penflinger will be enough to clear away that Samaru. I mean, this is fun watching the Penflinger move in and out as time goes on, but Faded Falcon once again will generate a pretty sizable looking hand off the back of this, but probably not expecting there to be another 2 Soul Mirrors in Sway.
Yeah, of course not. No one ever. Well, I guess
no one expects it.
We do expect it, but
no, sorry.
We just shake our head in disappointment. They always have the second one. They always have the third one. They always have the 10th one.
It's just kind of, of course they have a Soul Mirror. Like, who would have thought? The Mana Biscuit as well, possibly being used here, I think, at this point, will be that, and is looking to play the Outdoor Truth Seeker off the back of it. So, just continuing to shore up Abia's side of the board as well, and Faded Falcon was saying looked pretty good coming into this early, but now probably is beginning to go, yeah, that's right, Priest, just free value. Free value.
It reminds me of the meme where the priest says, "Look at me, I'm the paladin now."
Yeah, pretty much. He is actually the paladin at this point. As you can see, he's got 2 paladin cards in play. He even probably has the Talon Forgery as well, just for good measure to say, hey, I am the paladin, deal with this. All that really that Abia is missing at this moment in time is a hammer with 2 books on the side. Still thinking through the end of this turn, we'll just, passing it over, saying, okay, your turn here, what are you going to do with it? Ancient Guardian here now in play, obviously on the board available for Faded Falcon, has the Liberant of Hope, Liberant of Wisdom, a Penflinger, and a Lady Leodrin as the options for the time being. Can, of course, deal with one of the taunts for the time being, and it's thinking about buffing it up, but hasn't really pulled the trigger on that decision just yet.
Yeah, of course not. This game's going to go on for a little bit longer because Lady Leodrin's going to be able to get him back to Libram of Hope, I believe it's called.
Yep.
And then, yeah, so game will go on for a little bit longer, and then he's got that 3rd Soul Mirror.
It's literally, I'm just thinking about Oprah just shouting out, Soul Mirror for you, a Soul Mirror for you, a Soul Mirror for you, just seems to be the generation here on the side. Now, really, as you can see here, Abiescu just doing what he can at this moment in time, is now beginning to really run out of cards. I mean, 310 does have a pretty sizable board, but I mean, on the side of Faded Falcon, but Abia, I just feel like has too many options. It just has too much now. The efficiency has just become too much for Faded Falcon to really overcome, unless there's something in that deck that's got that X factor that can really tear Abia asunder.
Or this is, I think there's too aggressive use of Soul Mirror. Faded Falcon still has a Lady Leodrin in hand. He's going to get it back to Libram of Hope. But I suppose Abia can always just potentially renew into a 4th Soul Mirror. We'll see how this goes.
He's just continuing to buff up more cards now. Does get an Apotheosis, Insight, Psych Split. Look at him just generate. I'm just generating cards. Look at me, just generating cards. Another One Maker coming into the fray, so it's going to be another card as well, giving him that Holy Smite. But like you said, no more finally no more Soul Mirrors in place here, which probably Faded Falcon feels a bit safer to actually play this Lady Liadrin, and there it is coming into play. Another Sword of the Fallen as well, so generating all of those cards. And Faded Falcon, who looked like he was out of options, all of a sudden has options.
Yeah, for sure. And the cool thing about Penflinger and these wisdoms is that he's going to be able to start machine gunning away a lot of these cards once he gets the mana next turn.
So he has that on side there for the time being. Mind Render would be you gotta play it. Do I feel like I'm loving it moment coming up here, just completely decimating Faded Falcon's hope of coming into it? We'll actually use the a different one, Psych Split instead. See what it gets changed into. Stand Against
Darkness.
Okay, I think that's fine. I'm okay with this for the time being.
Well, Abia knows his opponent's hand is going to be full of Libram and Wisdoms. He could potentially play the Elusia to be able to take them all, but he'd be giving away a lot of value cards. So I think that's not something he wants to do. And he's going to take the approach where he gets rid of the board. Palm Rating's good. Gets you more options. You can get another Psych Split. You can get Raised Dead. He goes for the Focus Will. It's a fairly interesting one. I think he's going to use it at a later stage to be able to get rid of all those Libram and Wisdoms.
Yeah, that would be one way to go for it. Just really thinking about the future for the time being. Abia realizes that if he's going to lose, it's going to be in the next couple of turns, not immediately. So basically just wants to have an option to remove what would possibly be a game-ending ability off the back of it. Now he's using his own Liberal Wisdoms, and he's just like popping them straight onto these Silverhand recruits that he's got, giving him a little bit of extra value.
Yeah, Faded Falcon hasn't drawn either of his Libra of Judgment, so half his remaining deck's Libra of Judgment, which is going to be his way of being able to push back a lot of damage. He's gonna play Hand of Vidal. Does he get one? Yeah, he finally gets one, so he's going to be able to start pushing out a lot of damage now. If he plays like his Libram of Hope and then plays a Libra of Judgment, starts pushing a lot of damage to the face. That's usually their late game condition.
Well, as you can see right now, is dropping down all of those Liberal Wisdoms as well to begin bringing back those Planeflingers, while at the same time getting a little bit of extra damage. Of course, First Day of School also comes into play as well to get some more cards, and will allow him to do that. And there comes the Reliquary of Souls as well at the same time as well, with an Imprison of Homunculus. So finally that First Day of School coming into it, and the Blackjack Stunter coming down as well, just for some good measure.
Getting that Reliquary of Souls is really good. It's very difficult for Priest to get rid of the Reliquary Primal, which will get shuffled into the deck at a later stage. Faded Falcon is definitely not out. He's got 2 Libra of Hopes, he's got 2 Libra of Judgments, he's still got quite a lot of firepower left in his deck.
Win conditions abound for both these players at the moment. Again, Abia just trying to maintain decent control while also winning away or chipping away at Faded Falcon for the time being. And we're just waiting now for Faded Falcon to complete the rest of his arsenal and begin firing away what should be, like you said, that firepower, that ability for him to finally close it out. And waiting to see if Abia actually has ability. I think Abia is obviously aware of this, being a win condition coming across for Faded Falcon. So just continuing to shore up that his side of the board will, as you can see, put down another Talon Fordring as well. That idea of like, look at me, I am the Paladin now. And we'll, of course, also deal with this Silverhand recruit that's also got those Liberal Wisdoms, which we now shuffled back into the hand for Faded Falcon.
And Faded Falcon actually nearing fatigue, which might kick in soon, where you start taking damage every turn you draw when you have no cards left in your deck. The Libra of Judgments, they actually come with lifesteal, so they'll be able to mitigate some of the damage, but what you see here with Faded Falcon is pretty much what you have remaining in the game.
Well, he's going to be able to use that. I think one of the advantages of that Reliquary Souls is it has the ability to actually just reset that if it gets shuffled back into the deck. So let's have the way to actually limit some of that damage coming to it. As you can see now, not holding any, not holding back at all in that sense of things, continuing to pop in those Judgments down as well. And here comes that Liberator of Hope as well at the same time, giving him a Ancient Guardian with Divine Shield, and finally all of that power is starting to come into full swing at this point. He's getting ready for what seems to be his final punches at this moment in time, and he's definitely avoiding that Mage Scribe. He's starting to go straight for the face.
Yep, you're not going to win few trades, so you have to use Libram Judgment, which can deal like 30 damage over 6 turns. It's slow, but he'll eventually get there.
As you can see, he does use that Focus Will finally that he picked up beforehand to obviously deal with that reliquary of souls, which means it won't be shuffled in, won't be coming back anytime through, and it did waste away most of the stuff. And that Alexstrasza that was generated by that Skeletal Dragon earlier now comes out big, clearing away what was one of the big members of Faded Falcon. So he's almost out of cards now, does draw his own Blade Master Samuro as well, which means that he'll be able to at least clear away this board if he's able to buff it up and then make the play afterwards.
Yep, and now we've got just Faded Falcon. I think he's going to eventually run out of cards. Like that, Abia still has a Hysteria in hand. He has a lot of options available to him. He's going to be able to clear the board. And Faded Falcon's going to run out of ways to close out the game.
Abia gets a renew, which definitely is a good start for him to staying alive away from what seems to be the one win condition for Faded Falcon coming into this. We'll use that Condemn just to clear away the board, as you mentioned. Apotheosis as well really is going to give him some pretty big bite in the next play with a Psych split as well, just continuing to generate more stuff. And that's, wow, that is a
fourth Soul Mirror.
That is two big dragons.
That could have been the fourth Soul Mirror.
If he wanted to. I think at this point he goes, I don't need any more Soul Mirrors. They've already done their job. And now Abia immediately goes up to 27 HP. And Faded Falcon now out of cards does pick up a Hand of Aldal. And looking at this, and Faded Falcon realizes I have run out of firepower. There's no more balls to put into my cannons. And it does mean that Abia will take away the win once again, using that Priest. What seems to be one hell of a long match between these two players. So Faded Falcon, to be honest, fought very valiantly off the back of that. Abia, once again, showing that dominance, continuing on that winner's bracket. Faded Falcon's not out of just yet, will be pushed down to that loser's bracket. Anything that you want to, any closing thoughts for that particular round there, Yaoway?
Yeah, we saw a lot of Macca's moments in those 3 games, so were really good ones to watch, and we saw Priest just do Priest things where if you notice that end board that Abia had, none of those minions started in his deck, none of the buffs attached to them started in his deck, so we really see what Priest does, and we can sort of understand why Priest is not a class which the general public look up to, so, but in a controlled tournament setting, it's actually a very powerful deck because you're able to just play a lot of cards, control the board, and then eventually take over the game.
Well, pretty crazy off the side of that. That being said, guys, look, I feel like everyone needs a bit of a break here. Not just me and Yaoway, but also you guys. So with that said, we're going to be going to a quick break while we get ready the next players. And we have resumed the Hearthstone Uni Cup presented by Blizzard and AEL, and of course supported by McDonald's. Remember, guys, definitely let us know when you're seeing moments that are just too good to be true by putting it out there. I'm loving it moments in there. I mean, before we saw Cthulhu get summoned and completely decimate a game, and that's something that's going to be very interesting going forward. I really love what was actually done by Faded Falcon. They were definitely fated to see some cool stuff, but unfortunately for Faded, he was taken down and obviously pushed into those lower brackets. Speaking of the brackets, let's bring them up and have a quick look to see what's happening going forward. I'm just going to do a quick little refresh on my own side to see if there's any new updates coming into it, just to see what's happening down. As you can see in the winners bracket, the King going up against Abier. Once again, that's where we're going to be continuing our journey going into it. And in those lower brackets, Faded Falcon will be going up against Mongolia, the winner of which will be going up against Leon CC, who of course lost to Abier in those earlier rounds and is definitely looking for his own sense of revenge coming into it. So a few, I guess you could say, revenge stories beginning to build up here, but they still need to climb it through that ladder to get there. So really excited to see what comes into this play. Now, we have seen the bans come through already for both of these players coming into it. It's going to be the King up against Abier, and Priests seem to be available at the moment. Yaoway, how you feeling about this?
So what I do see is that Abier's banned off mage. He's like, I'm not having any of this Incantus flow business like he experienced in the first round. And then the King was like, Paladin's too strong, we'll get rid of that. They both had their priest, but the King has a more tempo priest deck, which means it will have quicker games, but it's more targeted at like token-ish decks. They both had the rogue, which is fairly similar. And we've seen how powerful rogue has been this entire time as well.
Well, I think another thing to take into account, the King actually did win the South Conference last year as well. So let's guess this is what we're going to call the return of the King right now. I mean, that is why we call him the King, so true to his name. And to be honest, I mean, we've been following the story of Abier so far. Definitely has been a real contender, basically just plowing through that winners bracket. But obviously, the King has had his own story as well. And that being said, has also been plowing through this winners bracket. So finally, this will decide who does get knocked down to play up against. Obviously, people that are still battling out that sense, but just crown the King of the winners bracket right now for the time being, and we'll have to sit back and wait and obviously get to watch some of the matches, really see the strategies, how they play out. It is a bit of an advantage to be part of that winners bracket, waiting for the rest of the players to come on through.
For sure. And one thing to note is that Abier's Paladin has just been banned every single time. He hasn't had a chance to play it in any of the matches. So yeah, maybe we'll get a shot at seeing them later.
Well, it's true. I mean, look, when I've been looking at that, though, which I find interesting, Paladin only has a 25% win rate in this tournament. So even though they've been banning out RBS Paladin, it doesn't really seem to have the biggest, oomph in that kick. One of the cool things that has happened is, of course, those win rates have changed. And you mentioned that idea of Priest probably slowly moving towards that 50%. It has at 56%. And on the other end of that side, Rogue has actually moved up to an 80% win rate out of those 5 games. So Rogue's really having some big value throughout the competition so far.
Oh, for sure. I think a Rogue is very powerful. It has like extremely explosive turns, and I think it's a very good time where you can ban if you do get rid of it late. We've seen those Alex 10 move turns. We've seen how like early game efficient Octobot can completely change the outcome of the game. It's not like Mage where you're really dependent on seeing the Incantus flow. You're not like Hunter where you need to draw really well early game as well. You just have your strategy, and then more often than not you'll get it through, and because of that you'll be able to win the game.
So what's interesting here is that, of course, they're both having 2 mirrors here, which means it'll be Rogue Priest against Rogue Priest. So we're probably expecting the Rogues to deal with the Priests, the Priest aspect of each other pretty quickly in the sense of things, because that extra pressure that comes into it is normally too much for the Priest to handle. Obviously, if they do manage to get some pretty decent cards, they'll be able to play it through all of that aggression. Most of it will be removed away by the Priest, and if they win that. Now, that's obviously coming down to a little bit of luck on the side of the Priests, expecting a relatively quick match when the 2 Rogues go up against each other. Do you just decide to play the 2 Rogues first, and then see what happens after that point? Or do you actually try to play the Priest, that way you can hold on to your Rogue a little bit later?
Given that you have to win with both of them, I would probably get the priest out the way first because the rogue, like I said, has a consistent strategy where you'll probably just get it off more often than not. Whereas priest, you're more of that strategy where you're just trying to play a lot of stuff and hopefully your staff gets rid of their stuff and then you have enough stuff to be able to close out the game. Because that's a lot more dependent on how things go, you might want to try and lock that one in first because rogue has a more cohesive strategy.
I love you put that idea like, like just get more stuff. That's literally what we have to do here. Just get more stuff. Another interesting point to take into it, even though we've been seeing the majors get banned, they've actually played the most amount of games throughout the tournament. Literally sitting at 10 right now. Priest is a close second at 9, and majors have that 50% win rate. Obviously, the idea if you don't draw that Incanters flow that early in those early stages does mean that you don't have to worry about it, and it means that it begins to probably play a bit of a reason as to why the majors was banned out so far. I mean, the King's probably been having to play against it. It's got that 50% win rate, which means it is still probably taking some games off of him. And he's probably got, you know what, I'm done. I just don't want to deal with it anymore. Especially the fact that, hey, when we look at what he's actually running into this matchup, he isn't running a mage himself. So
Yeah.
rather than having to deal with the unvariables, probably not as familiar with the current playstyle of the mage. I imagine Abby has probably played it at some point in time. But obviously, as the strategies and the meta changes, your familiarity with those particular win conditions begin to change, and that does mean that you're not in the same state of mind of knowing what your opponent's going to play and how to deal with it.
Yeah, for sure. And there's also a lot of strategy when you're coming up against it. Some people we can see are saying, well, you better have the Incantus flow or you're playing a really subpar deck. And then there's your other group of players who are like, no, I don't want to deal with the possibility of him having a Incantus flow. I'm just going to get rid of it now. I think they're both valid strategies as well. Depends how you feel. I guess it also depends on how your lineup matches into the mage lineup. What would you do? Would you rather just be like, well, you better have it, or would you be like, no, I'm not dealing with this at all?
I don't even think I'd be. If I was in this competition, I wouldn't even be running the standard. I'd be trying to. I honestly be like, you know what? You guys are all running. I'm going demon hunters. Everyone else has got rogues, priests, and that. No. I'm playing something completely off script. I want to catch all my opponents off guard. Really, actually, just be that dark horse that comes in and throws it off. And if I lose early. Right? It means I can run off, grab myself some Maccas, come back, continue watching the rest of the stream. If not, I end up having a nice quick run to victory, so it ends up being a win-win in the situation in my personal eyes. Well,
Yeah.
how would you play out these tournaments?
It depends on how the rest of my week went. If I've had a really bad week, and one of those weeks where everything bad that could happen will happen, I'll just be like, nah, I'm not having that mage. If I've been having a really good week, everything's going my way, I haven't had to wait too long for my Happy Meal orders, then I'll be like, yeah, you can have your mage. We'll see how your luck's going this week.
I mean, you're trying to think about what would actually dictate, your luck coming into it. Because sometimes, what they say, if you find something crazy happens where the statistic just out of it, you should just go and buy a lottery ticket. That's, one of the sayings that they say and they might would have. I feel like that has actually happened in this game. When I look at the games in the past, that has actually happened for us. I mean, the idea of being able to play a Cthulhu that you'd stolen off a Raised Dead from a Soul Mirror on the back of, the idea of it keeps on coming into it. Not a Cthulhu actually. A Yogg-Saron actually was the player that we saw. We had that coming in. Seeing the Cthulhu was pretty good, and that's probably the one ways to really deal with a priest deck. You're not going to steal away a Cthulhu because when it gets played, typically it means it's over. You would have somehow had to have found a way to cut through your health cap, get some armor, get something back to be able to survive a Cthulhu coming down, being dropped down on turn 10, or probably not really turn 10, turn 20 after everything had come through beforehand. So a lot of different things would have had to have happened up until that point, and it really does show how good these players are to get to those points. Again, I really have never actually found a chance to get those statistics. I'm not sure if someone was shouting out in chat. I apologize. I'm not looking at the chat right now because we've got a lot of things that we're managing at this point. But I mean, did you get a chance to find out that statistic, or you're slouching on me, Yaoway?
No, not at this stage, but I'm keen to watch some action. I think they're about to be ready to start.
Oh, good. That's good to see. That's it. That's good to hear that they're getting ready. Obviously, you guys are sitting here going like, "Heck, you guys are talking a lot at the moment. What is going on? Don't worry, we'll have something for you." And of course, it is going to be a pretty good match. Again, the King, the winner from last year, going up against Abia, who's just been having an absolute screamer coming into it, has been a bit shaky in some of the matches, but really, you can see when he's on that Priest, pilots it pretty damn well. Even though his Priest did lose up against what was a pretty impressive Priest coming out of, I believe it was Faded Falcon. That I really like the idea of that. That being said, I think it's going to be a tempo Priest actually coming out of the King this time around. So again, a little bit of a difference, a little bit of a vary in strategy that we're going to get to see when these two Priests do collide.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the Rogue, I think the Rogue is like 29 cards. St. Abbey has chosen to play that one Cloak of Shadows we saw before to buy him a turn against opposing aggro, whereas the Kings played Kazakhstan, the Golem Shaper, to be able to try and get a really good value Kazakhstan Golem and shore up his mid game and let him get to his Alexstrasza Tenwu combos a lot better.
Yeah, when we talk about Kazakhstan as well, it is such a great card in the hands of these players who are extremely experienced in that sense. So I believe the match is live at this point, so we are going to be jumping into it at this point. So guys, let's see what these guys are able to do. Thank you so much for your patience once again. Let's see what the players have to offer. And it is going to be the Rogue up against Rogue in this scenario, as you mentioned before. Valeria is going to see what they're going to be able to do. So I like that Valeria skin, to be perfectly honest. That's a pretty cool pirate skin. What do you think about it?
I'm not a huge fan of the pirate skin, to be honest.
Really?
And
she doesn't like pirates.
Nah, I just don't. I'm just not a huge fan of the pirate skin. But Valera does have a lot of good skins. And on initial observation, it looks like Abby's got the far better hand. Also because he has a coin to be able to pair with a Swindle. And then he's just got good back-to-back turns with the Cult Neophyte. King's hand's not bad himself. It's good that neither of them have the Efficient Octobot, so it's not like gonna be a knife in a gunfight kind of situation.
But of course, having that 10 Wu does mean that Abia has one of the pieces for the big combination attacks later on in the game, and sometimes they sit there waiting for it. I mean, it's nice to get it when you need it, but it is a nice to have in your back pocket for the time being as well. So that's one good sense on that thing of it.
I think a lot of times in this matchup where it's so tempo heavy, you just have to use the Tenwu earlier to try and get as much value out of it and fight for board, because you're not aiming to win this with the combo. You're just trying to compete for board and then push out incremental damage over a series of turns and eventually just overwhelm your opponent when you can switch to go face.
By the way, guys, we seem to be doing a little bit of a radio match right now as we are quickly trying to get back the screen for you, so don't worry, it'll be happen soon. Sometimes these technical difficulties do come into play, so don't really worry about it. But we seem to be back in play again, so thank you again for the patience. That's it. So now that we're back into it, having a quick look here, Cult Neophyte into play. Now, again, Cult Neophyte still available for both these guys. They're just basically trying to limit their options into this early stages. And 10 Wu Alexstrasza, Abier's got that combination that's so powerful in those later stages, but of course can't use them for the time being. And this might actually start to hurt Abier, because you mentioned before he has a pretty good hand, pretty good tempo read coming into this play. But obviously with those that big power card that he won't be able to use for at least another 6 turns does sort of hinder him allowing that aggression going forward.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Abier just has to play. I would like him to play the Tenwu early just to fight for board, because this turn he's given up so much tempo.
Well, I mean, you can see he's trying to fight for the time being, but of course that Cult Neophyte played by the King definitely would have stopped it. I'm just going to go through, let you know the cards in hand for Abier as well for the time being. So he's got the Tenwu of the Red Smoke, One Thief, Field Contact, Secret Passage, another Field Contact, another Secret Passage, and of course Alexstrasza the Life Bunder chilling out on both of the side. And it is going to be, of course, a Rogue Mirror that we're going into. If you're just joining us now, just giving you a quick little hit to let you know what's happening.
Yep, he gets the Field Contact down first, pairing with the Guardian Orc Merchant. The King is going to be able to draw a lot of cards. It's going to be very difficult to remove, and he's going to be able to just gain so much advantage because that Field Contact is going to be very difficult to remove. The Foxy Fraud's a pretty good pickup, though.
It's quiet.
The King, again, just continuing to put out that damage. We know it is a bit of an arms race for these two rogues as well, so any early damage you get does really begin to pile up. At this point, Abier is trying to just get back some control as well. As you can see, down to 20 HP to 30 at this point in time. 2 brain freezes available here as well for the king, and has a deep freeze as well as a 1 thief and another Jan Sparrow. So has some pretty decent value cards with excellent curves coming into it. And as you can see, he is pretty happy just to play these brain freezes to clear away the rest of the board here. Continue to discover a spell with a 1 thief as well, and picking up a Vanessa Van Cleef is just going to continue to chew up some extra damage, and an Apexis Blast as well, just for a little bit of extra oomph when it comes for that finisher. It's pretty nice as well.
I hate to say it, but it's looking really bad for Abier. That field contact is just snowballing out of control. He's getting him so many cards. He's still ahead on board. And he's just going to go to like 9 cards in hand and have 4 cards on board. Abier having that 10 with Alex combo early is not really good because it's clogging up his hand. He's got that man crick clogging up his hand. He's not got a whole lot to be able to do going into the king's board. He's still not going to be able to remove that field contact, which is going to be able to allow the king to constantly draw cards as well. He's got the devolving missiles, but that doesn't clear off the board.
I mean, it doesn't clear it off, but at least gets rid of the field contact for the time being, stopping that insane amount of card draw that the king's been doing this entire time. And that field passage does come down, so he's going to be at least be able to pick up a Vanessa Van Cleef and another brain freeze to clear the board away, but not just yet.
No one crosses the uncrowned.
Yeah, of course, and the king's going to be able to play, like, he's got the option with Janus Barov on his turn. He could play like 3/2 minions. He can play like Colt Neophyte, Vanessa Van Cleef, and a Wicked Stab to be able to fight off the board. He can, I think, Janus Barov is definitely a really good play into pushing a lot of damage. Like if he just like that second Wicked Stab just locks in the game. To be honest, that's exact game.
There you go. He manages to realize that, hey, I do have enough damage with this right now. As you can see, Wicked Stab coming on down. We're talking about the options, but really, sometimes the best options is to just kill them. That's literally the best option, and that's what the king has done. No hesitation after realizing lethal had been picked up. Finishes off Abier, who, I mean, we've seen him have bad starts before, but he's always managed to claw his way back. But when it is up against the king, again, last year's winner has a bit of his work cut out for him. That being said, yep.
Yeah, he's got his Tempo Priest deck, which is actually lines up very well against a Rogue deck, to be honest. So it'll be a little tough now that Abier still has to try and get a win with that Rogue in. But and then as for the Priest mirror match, we all know how that kind of goes.
Yeah, that song and dance is definitely one long song and dance. But I have to wait and see what the Abier decides to do. I mean, Abier could choose to continue with the Rogue, making a nice quick mashup for the Tempo Priest, and if he does manage to get the win, that would be good. On the flip side, we could be in for a long one. Abier might decide to swap to the Priest instead and take advantage of the fact that, well, it is a Tempo Priest, does mean that he has to play it out a little bit longer in the sense of things. So again, it's really going to be on Abier to make that decision. The king, his decision's well and truly made for him, has to play that Priest coming into it, and it seems we are moving straight into the action. As we can tell here, it is going to be the Priest for the king up against the Rogue once again for Abier. So Abier, even though you mentioned probably has a little bit of an issue going into a Tempo Priest, is still pretty confident in the Rogue in this scenario, and we'll play that in. We'll mulligan away 2 of the other cards, holding onto that Man Creek for that little bit of extra tempo that Man Creek could possibly generate if he does find his wife, unfortunately, in the other realm, which forces him another extra card into play. But that being said, we're just going to be waiting for the time being, as the king still deciding what he wants, and does pick up what seems to be the Ysera, of course the coin, because he's going to second a Venomous Scorpid and an Apotheosis. So that's a nice decent mana curve coming into it for the side of the king, with a little bit of late game oomph, whereas Abier has a pretty decent hand just to continue putting out that pressure.
Yeah, for sure. The king is definitely got a lot of tools in his hand to be able to slow down the game, but we've seen how Rogue versus Priest goes, where Rogue, with enough of an explosive start, is able to put enough pressure to be able to stop any of the late game things happening. But given that the king's playing Tempo Priest, he's got a lot less late game options that he's trying to play. He's going to try and go for that board control.
Colt Neophyte now put down immediately by Abier just to sort of slow things down, but When you are coming into your second turn, doesn't really matter with that Holy Smite. Basically, still getting the best efficiency you could possibly want from it. So that Cult Neophyte, maybe a bit of a wasted card in this sense, but will obviously curve nice and easily into the Mancrick in this scenario. That does mean that it's been shuffled into the deck, and we'll see if the Enraged Mancrick will be making an appearance in the next few turns.
Yep, we see the Venomous Scorpion. Hysteria is a pretty good pickup, so is Renew, so it's going to be a choice between those two. Hysteria is being really good against opposing tempo decks. Abby's hand's actually fairly awkward right now. I think he has the option of Field Contact plus Plies Plunderer to be able to draw a card and establish a board while he sacrifices the Mancrick into the Scorpion. Other than that, it's going to be very efficient use of the card. He can also just Field Contact, Field Contact, Prize Plunderer, Shadow Step, Prize Plunderer is a very powerful turn. He gets to draw 2 cards, get rid of the Scorpion, and push damage with the Mancrick.
It seems to be the one that he's realized as well, as you can tell, immediately going into that. Prize Plunderer into play there. We'll use, of course, that little extra damage on the flip of it. Shadow Step back on in. Here he is coming back once again. We'll drop it once more. Bit of extra free damage on the back of it there. Destroyed, like you said, and now some damage to the face. So pretty powerful turn. Abier definitely concurred with you in that sense and played right into what we expected. But the Hysteria, of course, will probably make short work of the rest of the minions on the board and give King back at least a bit of an even playing field.
If we're going to use a tally, this is the first card that didn't start in his deck. That's worked out very well for him.
See here, I mean, the Guardian Augmenter probably doesn't want to be played just yet. He's probably thinking it through, but I guess he decides to use it instead. Won't be able to have the ability to provide it, and obviously, he said is like to be coupled with an efficient Octobot, but it does mean he's going to be able to use a bit more card draw on the side of things and collect a little bit more options later. The efficient Octobot has been pulled up. Let's see if he's going to be able to have the opportunity to actually play that later and get the efficiency off, because Abier definitely needs it at this moment in time.
Yep, looks like Renew might be the solid pick. Power Infusion is not the worst, but I tend to like Renew more because it gives you a lot more options. Abby's got a really good turn in Janus Barov next turn to be able to put a lot of board pressure on. We can see the King picked up Samuro, which pairs well with the Apotheosis in the hand already. Yeah, but at this stage, I think they're both really comfortable going into the mid stage of the game. We see the Renew come down. And get a second Hysteria, which is really insane against the Rogue matchup, especially because that's 2 Hysterias you're getting on top of the 2 that are in your deck, so you're going to be able to play 4 Hysterias across the span of the game, which are really good board control tools.
To be honest, you kind of thought it was that idea of the Soul Mirrors going crazy. Now it's the Hysterias, and they literally are the definition of crazy when you think about it. Abier at this point will just continue to clear away the board, use that Brain Freeze, start putting some damage back into the King's face. Just throw a bit of damage into it, probably expecting that Hysteria to come down in the next run. Yeah. Probably just put it onto that Foxy Fraud. Hopefully it attacks the 1v first, and then you can finish off the Guardian Augmenter afterwards. So a little bit of hope, a little bit of a prayer coming into it as well.
He could also play Raise Dead and get 2 Scorpits back, and then just get Scorpits to get more Hysterias.
I guess that's the way you could look at it. Looks like it's probably going to be the Blade Master Samuro in this case, coining out obviously that Apotheosis as well. So nice little clear, plus the heal as well. The King probably not feeling too much pressure. I mean, we're at turn 6 now, 27 HP. Probably thought, if the Rogue was really going to do some crazy damage to me, it'd be done now. I might as well just put myself a decent strong member onto the board, and does pick up the Alexstrasza on the top deck from that from Abier. So Abier getting some options here, but probably doesn't want to play it just yet.
Yeah, and the Samuro also leaves behind a 3-8 body, which is very strong and difficult for Rogue to deal with efficiently. And now the Janus comes down, gets one fairly good minion and another one that's alright. It becomes very awkward for the King to try and remove efficiently still.
The Scrap Golem, like you said, Taunt, Death Rattle against armor equal to this minion's attack, which is pretty good. It's definitely pretty good off the side of it when you think about it. Again, though, that Blade Master Samuro, of course, will be doing it, and the Hysteria does come down on the edge here. Does make sense. I mean, this is probably one of the stronger ones. Does attack the Samuro here, doesn't clean it, but probably does, maybe not the best situation, but at least allows him to clear out most of the board in the process.
Yep, now he's going to go for the Raise Dead into into Venomous Scorpions. He's going to... I don't think he wants to play one. I think he just wants to trade off the Waste Warden and heal up his Samurai a little bit to be able to make it not die to the Wicked Knife.
As you can see, he does trade off, like you said, gets a little bit of healing or heal up in the scenario, so back to 3-3, and we'll actually hold on to those Venomous Scorpions, like he said. Foxy Fraud picked up, which means Abier is can start digging. He's going to use the Deep Freeze in this scenario here to stop this Samaru from doing any more damage and at least get some bodies on the board for himself at this time.
We see one Flesh Giant, which is a very good tool against Rogue because they can't deal with the 8/8 body, and the more that the King adjusts his health on his own turn, the cheaper it becomes a threat later on. Like we see Raise Dead, which can adjust your health, and then you can heal it out, and then between just the Raise Dead and your hero power, you reduce Flesh Giant's health by 2. And then you're essentially going to be able to play it for free.
Options, more options coming through for King. That's exactly what we expect to see from Priest coming into it. Things not looking good for Abier here, as you mentioned, has a very healthy hand on the side of King here, who can play a number of things, continue to generate more stuff, and that Flesh Giant has also entered the fray, which means that he's going to have a number of extra strength or extra bodies coming into it, and it's really a problem, an issue that has to be dealt with. And to be honest, if Abier chooses to deal with the Flesh Golem by using some of his power cards, that does take away a number of his burst abilities later.
Yeah, and we can see the King has 4 Scorpions, which could, represent 4 extra Soul Mirrors, 4 extra Hysterias, 4 extra Apotheosis. They're just such value cards that you don't expect. And they're only 1/3. They're not presenting a lot of damage, but they present a lot of value. And Abier should know that all 4 of them are Venomous Scorpions because nothing else has been killed on the King's field.
Yeah, absolutely right. He probably understands that. Yeah, there's probably going to be 4 cards there that will be has the ability to, one, get rid of massive threats, at the same time generate value, and now he's more than happy just to continue. As you can see inside of Spacious Spirits, Hysteria, another Hysteria picked up here. Could be the possible case, but you know what? Probably done with all the craziness, is more than happy to get the Spacious Spirits instead to generate some more of that late game value. We are making our way into it. Another Hysteria, the option, Condemn at rank 1 and Power Word Feast. And
Power Word Feast is pretty good because you can start jamming face damage as well. He goes for the Condemn as board removal. Now we see another Venomous Scorpion. That's a lot of Hysterias we've seen. We've seen like Hysteria pretty much every time Scorpion's been played.
And has just chosen, you know what, I think I've dealt enough with this Hysterias for the time being. I'm just going to keep it for myself. Actually go for all of these utilities instead. A Condemn, 2 different Condemns really off the back of it, or 2 rank 2 Condemns have been provided. And again, Abier says, you know what, time for me to start, not Abier, the King decides it's time for me to start hitting your face, Abier, and will of course freeze that Flesh Golem for the time being to buy a little bit of damage, or buy a little bit of time, and while he continues to start whittling away at these Scorpions, who are fantastic at clearing away the board, while at the same time can provide chip damage for the King, and very quick turn for Abier. Just like, yep, sweet, I'll just use up one of my abilities and hold on to the rest of it. I'm still biding my time at this moment, and that's the longer he bides time, the more it gets worse for him, really.
Yep, and Condemned ranks up to level 3. Once you get to later stages again, Condemned essentially just becomes Hysteria. So it's really interesting to see him play the Ysera early very aggressively. He doesn't get the dragon, and he doesn't get the Ysera Awakens. And he'll also burn a card, but he's just keeping pressure on the board, knowing that Rogue can't fight for board unless they already have board.
Speaking of which, Abier's trying to fight something back now. We'll use the Price Plunderer to start dealing some damage to the Scorpions. We'll finally get himself the Mankrik as well, so Consumed by Hatred, and it's just going to use that to immediately hit to the face. And now it seems to be Abier trying to whittle the King down to a point that's going to be enough for him to do it. That's definitely not what you want to see when the side of the King come back to your turn. You lose one of your palm reading, but when you've got 10 cards already, you're definitely up when it comes to the amount of cards in your deck. You probably don't mind losing something like that.
13, 14, just counting 16, 20. He's actually got
But it's still lethal.
20 damage possible. I think he's trying to dig for the final bit of damage. Doesn't get that, but he's pretty much going to be able to lock this game in with those Condemn rank 3s, being able to clear the board while Spacious Spirit summoning a minion. Oh, that's actually just lethal now.
There you
because,
go. Wow, what a minion to summon to get the Stormwind champion. One of the one of the oldest cards really in the deck at the moment. As you can see, even Abia goes, well, that's well played there, and it looks like he's able to buff everything up as well for the time being. Is at this point in time just making everyone so strong off the back of it, and that is more than enough damage to finish Abier, bringing the lethal coming on in. Not what we expected a rogue to feel, but when those Tempest Priests do get going, and that is the king again. Being the king, completely wrapping up Abier, who's been an absolutely dominating force throughout this competition so far, and pretty impressive to see. That means the king will be waiting at the top of the brackets for whoever comes through from the loser brackets. Again, Abier is not out of it just yet. Will now be facing the same fate that he's dealt to many other players in the past. So that does mean that we will be going to a very quick break while we prepare everything for in the future. Please, guys, do not go anywhere. And welcome back, guys. Now, normally we do a little bit of a song and dance to say, hey, here's the players, let's introduce them. None of that. We're jumping straight into the action. Leon CC going up against Faded Falcon, as we can see here. Now, at the moment in time, it is going to be the Super Greedy Priest up against a Lunacy deck Mage. So a lot of action, a lot of craziness has really kicked into it. And Yaoway, take it away. Let's sort of break down what's happened for us.
Well, we've jumped in mid-game, so it's really hard to assess, like, if Encounter's Foil was played, and if it was, when it's played. But I do see a deck of Lunacy in Leon CC's hand. Him holding it just means that enough, like, Encounter's Flow was played where deck of Lunacy isn't going to get much value. But Fated Falcon has the Yogg Thron in his hand, which, as we've seen before, does crazy things. Fated Falcon's already one up. He's having won a game with his face Hunter already.
I mean, the other thing to take into account, of course, this is that Super Greedy Priest that has the Cthulhu finisher as well. So the longer this game goes on, that means the better it is going to be for Faded Falcon. So Leon CC is on a timer. Now, still got 16 cards in deck for the time being, 8 available for Leon CC. So unless he does manage to deliver that finishing punch, of course, that does mean that things will go in. And here comes that Yorkshire on a little bit of craziness. Will it be? I'm loving it moment.
No, that's a whiff.
You reckon it's a whiff? I didn't even see it yet, mate. What are you in the future? Oh, it is a massive whiff. I mean, he can't take any minions if there's no minions there.
Yep, I actually think this is really bad for Faded Falcon's opponent. Has 2 fireballs in hand, just needs to find that last bit of damage. Primordial Study is a really good start. Astromancer Slayer is a really good card. That does represent potential 14 damage to the face, but I think he's going to play it safe and hold it for a bit. Devolving Missiles, not the best because it turns your Oxoron into a 7-drop, which is fairly difficult to remove. As you can see here, he's going to have to start using a bunch of cards in his hand to get rid of it, but that just gives him space for more cards potentially later on.
As you can see here, it is him using it will be the Kael'thas Sunstrider, which means every third spell you cast gives you an extra 1 on the side, which is pretty good, but he says, you know what, I don't want to deal with that at all, and we'll get rid of it. We'll pick up the Blade Master Semaru, of course, and it has a Soul Mirror available on Fetid Falcon. So a number of things as an option here, and as you can see, he's going to create himself that Astromancer Solarium, as you mentioned before, trade everything right on off there. So that's some nice little bit of ability for them getting traded across. And as time goes on, Faded Falcon really does need to heal up. Will heal up in that sense by using that hero power. Just a bit of quick housekeeping, I guess we could say off the back of this as well, is that Leon CC has lost the first match in this. That does mean he still needs to win with the Mage and the Druid. And Faded Falcon has already won 1 match at the moment, which will be, of course, with that Hunter. So, of course, the Priest needs to be his final one to get through to the next round.
Oh, now we see another piece of Cthulhu. Like I said, you know, we've come in mid-game. We don't really know how many pieces have been played. I definitely would consider playing that Heart of Cthulhu. Your opponent's deck doesn't play any minions, so you're not going to be getting value off it anyway, and you want to be that much closer to Cthulhu. And we see an Incander's Flow. Yeah, Leon CC is just trying to find that last bit of damage. He's already got 12 in hand. He just needs to possibly find like a Mask of Cthulhu at some stage. I'm not sure why Faded Falcon is holding on to the Heart of Cthulhu though.
Just healing up at this point in time. Probably wants to be able to like play both out of the blue, maybe surprise his opponent. I guess that's an element that comes into it. Leon CC is just happy to throw some fireballs. Whether these guys are hero powering up at this moment in time. There, of course, is the South Sea Scoundrel as well. So you can see he's using that to grab those. Font of Power, Cram Session, and another Solarian Prime is the options that can be picked up here. And Faded Falcon needs to really think this through, because obviously giving away some of these spells does mean he's granting a bit of power to Faded Falcon. And to be honest, like, none of these cards really do help out Faded Falcon amazingly, but they help out Leon CC so much.
Yep, he's going for the gamble. He's going for the Solarian Prime. He gives his opponent a chance to just generate a lot of damage. Fated Falcon, on the other hand, will now have access to 2 Solarian Prime, so I think they're just gonna let RNG take the wheel. Let's see how powerful this is. Combustion's a very good start. Oasis Ally is probably not going to get too much. Oh, there we go. That might just give him enough damage, because that's 11 damage this turn. Oh no, that is catastrophic.
That's
yeah.
well. Is that enough? He's only got 1 more left.
But he has 2 fireballs in his hand, so he's got 12 damage.
I don't think he has a way to come back.
He's going to play his own Solarian Prime and just hope for the best, I think.
I mean, he's looking to play the Blade Master Samaru in this case, and
Samurai Apotheosis only heals him 6, puts him to 7.
That's not enough.
Unfortunately.
He's doing everything he can right now to sort of like get it back. Here's the Apotheosis.
That
comes into play
was
here.
One of the best Solarian Primes I'd ever... Oh, this heals him an extra 3, but it's still not enough.
Okay, still not enough. Alright.
But that was one of the crazy Solarian Primes I'd ever seen.
I mean, okay, so he's up to 6, he's up to 12. Yeah, that's still not enough for that fireball, as you mentioned before. I mean, he's got
Can we pick up another Mask of Cthulhu as well? But that was a really insane Solarian Prime.
That's crazy. Well, if we had any sense of the I'm loving it moment, that was it right there. And pretty crazy on the side of things. That does mean that Leon CC remains for the next round, has to play through that Druid. And that's going to be Faded Falcon once again, piloting that Priest into the next round, and this will be the decider that continues to move forward into that next match. Of course, in terms of that, Abia will be waiting in the ring, and Abia actually beat both of these players. So it's going to be that rematch that we were talking about before, that idea of a revenge being an option. But both these players want to get that revenge as well. Only one of them will have that opportunity to do so. So pretty crazy. And I think when I thought about it, when I think back to those games that were played between Abia, Faded Falcon, and Leon CC, Faded Falcon really was the one that gave Abia the most run for his money. So I mean, that it could be Leon CC coming back with a vengeance, just showing us insane amounts of extra play that we just didn't get the opportunity to do so before because Abiel was just too aggressive with his rogue deck. Faded Falcon, though, wants to really show us that, you know what, with a few extra plays, can tweak things around and get that win instead. So we are moving straight into that next round. It's going to be the Druid up against the Priest, and typically when I think about this matchup, or traditionally when I think about this matchup, I really feel like the Priest has a bit of an edge, but of course it is the super greedy Priest instead of it being the traditional Priest, so might be a bit different coming into this.
Yeah, it's actually pretty greedy Druid deck as well. The Druid deck and the Priest, they're both built in a way where they need to have breathing room in the early game, and which is great because both these players give each other the breathing room. But I think the Druid's deck comes online a lot quicker, especially with like Lightning Bloom, Guardian Animals. It's got all these powerful cards. It's got that overgrowth to be able to ramp into the late his mana earlier. So Druid definitely has the upper edge on this. And between the two decks, they're playing 3 of the 4 old gods.
That's it, you go. Basically, almost having the full set coming into it, and when the old gods come into it, crazy things happen. So, probably expecting some I'm loving it moments coming up, guys. So definitely have your hands on the chat pane, ready to roll. Definitely throw it out there so that we know what ends up being, well, what you want to see get played. So, let's see how we go. Again, Leon CC, as you mentioned, ramping up very early with that Lightning Bloom, of course. Using Wild Growth to get extra things across of it. Has an Innovate as well, so has the ability to really generate some pretty powerful cards right off the bat if he wants to. Faded Falcon playing a little bit of catch up will use the coin this turn to get an extra crystal and of course get that South Sea Scoundrel. Lake Thresher, Guardian Animals, and Moonfang are the
Moonfang's actually really good for Priest because Priest can play the Moonfang, and because it can only take 1 damage at a time, it means that buff cards are really powerful on it. So he can pair it with like Apotheosis, which gives 3 health, which means that Moonfang will be able to survive 3 more hits. It's got like Renew to be able to heal it up. So Moonfang's actually a very difficult card for opponents to deal with in Priest decks, and we've seen it in Paladin before where they have like a lot of buff spells.
See if Faded Falcon does pick up that Moonfang, basically realizing that's a possible win condition for the future. We'll deal with that shield, heal up his minion, and now begin to generate a little bit of extra card. Does get that Soul Mirror, we've seen it time and time again, and has us Holy Smite as well, just for some extra good measure. Insight for extra card drawing, just looking to buy that breathing room to get towards that late game, which, as you mentioned, the Faded Falcon does have the better late game, but Leon CC will get there a bit earlier. And speaking of getting some late game cards, discounted Ysera the Dreamer, pretty good.
Yep, and from memory, there was the Paladin deck earlier that played N'Zoth, right? So oh yeah, it was Leon CC himself who brought the N'Zoth Paladin deck. So we had actually seen all 4 of the old gods.
There you go. I mean, we were able to see everything, the entire spectrum across the board here. Now, as we can see, we are moving into that point where the Druid deck is truly coming online. 2 Guardian Animals available. Of course, a Twilight Runner, which we've seen in the past just generate ridiculous amounts of card draw and really ramp the Druid that little bit further. Who, to be honest, at this point in time, has a decent deck on hand. Doesn't really need to have that card draw for the time being. But with the Moonfang in play now, something that's going to be extremely hard for Leon CC to get rid of. And Faded Falcon is probably just sitting there hoping that maybe he doesn't have a specific way to get rid of it just yet. None of the buffs, though, have been put in available, and we'll just let that Moonfang sit there for the time being.
It could be catastrophic because the Lake Thresher has a cleave effect. Hysteria, if Hysteria causes it to attack its neighbor, will also attack itself. So this could be fairly catastrophic depending how Hysteria, or even next turn when Soul Mirror gets played, how it all works, because Cleaves and Lake Threshers, it's really strange.
Possible. I'm loving the moments coming on through when he does decide to use the Hysteria, or if he does use it, he might just hold on to it for the time being. As you can see, he will use the Moonfang to at least clear away the Strongman, and he's hovering Hysteria for the time being. Looks like he's rolling that dice. Let's see how this plays out, and it's going to hit his own one, cleave across, and like you said, that will use things to a devastating effect, and basically is the best case scenario for Faded CC and the worst for Leon CC.
Yeah, we can see that Moonfang is putting in so much value because of its effect to only take 1 damage at a time, and be able to heal itself up is so valuable, and we can see that the Moonfang's actually just better in Priest than Druid, and this is where we see Priest just use your cards better than you use your own card.
And when I think about I guess you could say the solutions to deal with the Moonfang that typically is available to the Druid, unless it's a deck that specifically focuses on that, like that spell power focus, those options don't really come in. You don't really actually get that card removal available to yourself unless you've decided to grab, go for the Malagos Druid. I guess essentially is when you do have that option, and I don't think that's something that Leon CC actually has at this point in time. I think he may have the Malagos, probably got the spells to really clear it out.
Yeah, for sure. Faded Falcon definitely has a lot of control tools in his hand. He's got Soul Mirror to be able to clean out that Carnival Clown turn. He's got Zyrella, which could also potentially get rid of another wave of clowns. But we're going to see Survival of the Fittest come down next turn. I think last turn Leon could have cleared that Moonfang using Animated Broomstick in his hero power, but he's chosen not to. I think the Primordial Protector being able to activate the Survival of the Fittest, draw the Survival of the Fittest is really cool. He's using the Animated Broomstick now to be able to clear off that Moonfang, which put in so much value.
Yeah, it was something like that. It just has clearly become an issue that needs to be dealt with, and as you can see, he's doing it now. And he takes so much damage on some of his bigger minions to get rid of it as well. I mean, that's a pretty big card when you look at the Modros Fire Eye, but already down to 10 4 HP. I mean, it would have been dealt with by the Shadow Word Death anyway, but regardless, you can see the fact that even if he didn't have that Shadow Word Death, would have still been in a very comfortable position going forward. But here comes that Survival of the Fittest, and the Druid deck is well and truly online now, and does mean that there's going to be some pretty powerful cards coming into the mix.
Yeah, we're likely to see a second Survival of the Fittest next turn. Unfortunately, that big Moonfang in Leon CC's hand will die to one of the either Shadow Word Deaths. Leon CC is going to be able to have like 4 waves of clowns. Faded Falcon's going to be able to deal with most of them actually. He's going to try and be able to get as many Soul Mirrors as he can. Those clown turns are really devastating. But he has a Zyrella, which he can potentially use one to clear. But if Leon CC plays a second Survival of the Fittest now, it's going to be really tough moving forward.
Doesn't decide to go for that there, but does look to opt in to play that Carnival Clown instead. And damn, that is some pretty strong clowns there. But Soul Mirror, 2 of them ready to roll. You're sitting there going like, okay, do we really want to play this here? I mean, that is an ending turn next, but
is this a misplay? It's a misplay.
No.
Oh, wait, why was the double damage?
Wait, never mind. Don't worry about it. You're thinking about the misplay, but it's not a misplay at all. These players have got us beat in every sense of the word.
Oh, right. It counts the amount that you heal your opponent as well. Wow, Faded Falcon's going to be able to do 3 waves, clear 3 waves of clowns. That's insane.
Talk about value coming on through as well. We'll use the Carnival Clown once again. Says, you know what, look, okay, it didn't work that time, that's fine, I can do it again. Alright, I can do this again. Gets another Desperate Prayer as well, so that's pretty good on the slide over that for Faded Falcon. But here comes the Soul Mirror. Unfortunately, it's going to be able to clear all of the clowns away, because of course the...
Except one, I think.
So one will still be available, but at least he's clearing everything out at this point in time. Obviously, that does mean that the Raised Dead does get affected by the fact that you won't be generating super value cards. Yes, an 8/8 is nice, but I have to wait and see how it goes. Leon CC does say, hey, at this moment in time, my cards are starting to run a little bit low, but that's okay. He still has a number of options available to him, but Faded Falcon doing well to stay alive considering how strong this Druid deck can be in the later stages.
He's got your shot to add 2 more clowns to his hand, though.
Let's see what he decides to do. Moonfang, though, is coming up, so definitely have to do it. Another Animated Broomstick will be enough to clear away the board for the time being and still be alive, and now he's using that Shapeshift to finally start putting a little bit of extra power back into it.
Yeah, Faded Falcon will have a Shadow Word Death to be able to clear off that Moonfang, which would otherwise be very annoying to deal with. What do we see here? We will see another Soul Mirror. That's going to be able to clear off the next 2 wave of clowns.
I'm starting. I get what you're saying. I'm beginning to understand why you project so much about the soul mirrors and the ability to generate them as a priest. I'm beginning to feel why you say that. I mean, that being said, I mean, again, looking at the win rate of priest coming into it, just a little quick refresh to have a look into while Fetid Falcon is just charging up his Ysera for the time being. As you can see, we'll put that in place. We'll get the Dream, the Nightmare, all that good stuff. They're at a 55% win rate. I mean, considering out of the 11 games played, that's still pretty good. They're frustrating, but it doesn't. I mean, it's strong, but I wouldn't call it overpowered just yet. The Primordial Protector has been put into play. As you can see here, the Strongman as well. 2 big bodies put into play. 10-10, another Innovate also coming up as well, just to put a little bit of extra pressure onto the board. So it seems to be the case here with that Shapeshift to start putting something back onto the Fetid Falcon. Probably going to expect to see a Soul Mirror come on through, aren't we?
I believe so. Soul Mirror is good.
Apotheosis to actually couple with it might actually be a pretty effective choice here.
Yep, Soul Mirror, but now he's only got 1 Soul Mirror left, and Leon CC will have 2 half waves of clowns.
Well, I have to wait and see how it plays out. Here's the Soul Mirror once again. Leon CC going like, didn't you use that before? Okay, that's fine. You've used 2.
That's
that I can hack. That I can hack, to a point, but that's the 3rd, so there you go. So he's got 1 more after this, and fatigue has now begun to set in, so things probably starting to feel bad here. Here comes your Sarge there, so another round of cards coming into play. As you mentioned before, some clowns here, so wants to play things, we'll use the Strongmen in this sense there, and 14-14, 6-6, another Strongman as well, begins to make it to that point when you go, okay, maybe I do need to use that Soul Mirror once again to just clear away and deal with this very intense. Lord, 2 Apotheosis though, not bad.
That means he's going to be able to deal with both remaining waves of clowns because he can double Apotheosis his Samuro, and with the Nightmare, yeah. So that's going to be 4 waves of clowns that Fetid Falcon can deal with. Like, this is like, Soul Mirror is a legendary spell, which means you can only play 1 of it, and priests just break the rules by being able to play multiple copies of like legendary spells, and I can completely understand if Leon is extremely frustrated about this whole process.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it goes. I mean, look, even if he's frustrated about it, too bad. That's good. This is the game of Hearthstone. You know what you get yourself into when you do decide to play. I mean, Leon, like CC at this point as well. When you look at his roster, chooses to play, not to play the priest. So, one of the things that's available to play is if something's strong, you can choose to play it. That's the big thing about it. It's an option that you can say, hey, I've got a priest, I'm going to play the priest, right? At this point in time, Leon CC is continuing to cop that damn fatigue damage as time goes on. Faded Falcon will drop that Thrive in the Shadows, gets the Heart of Cthulhu in the process of that, Hysteria as well, but is happy to also pick up that Heart of Cthulhu instead and continue to draw towards that win condition, which, as we know, is the super late game in this scenario. And of course, gets him there, 2 of 4 now of the play. Does cop a little damage, of course, to the poor old dragon Ysera, but does have the ability just to heal it back up anyway, and that fatigue damage is starting to really rank up and deal some damage.
Well,
now
we're gonna see Samuro, Apotheosis, and Nightmare. That clears the whole board. And he can also just play Mind Render Lucia. If he plays Mind Render Lucia, he fatigues his opponent. But this way, I'm pretty sure his opponent might just fatigue as well. But we'll see how this goes.
There he is, clearing on the board, 9 damage.
Yeah,
back
that's
to 4
game.
HP, and that is game off the back of it as well with the fatigue in play. I mean,
doesn't matter if he has the wave of clowns, he just ends his turn, and then Leon CC will lose to fatigue.
There you go. As you can see, that even says that well done on that back of thing there. It says it's a legendary battle, but I mean, the wave of clowns comes into it. You reckon he's just going to end his turn and let the fatigue damage do it? I mean, that's literally what he's going to do, isn't he?
Nah, Ysera Awakens. Ysera Awakens do it. You got to play the Ysera Awakens.
See what he does.
Oh, he doesn't.
He just ends his turn. Takes a gracious victory here. Doesn't decide to, put a little bit of extra mud or a little bit of extra mud in his opponent's face or kick a bit of dirt in his eye, whatever you want to call to it as in this scenario here, will take that win there. So Faded Falcon is going to be the one to take the win against Leon CC, and that does mean that unfortunately for Leon CC, he has been knocked out of the tournament. Faded Falcon will continue to move forward in this scenario. So guys, we still have plenty of Hearthstone action available, as we do have the rematch between Faded Falcon up against Abigail. So please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Hearthstone action. And we have once again returned to the Hearthstone Uni Cup presented by Blizzard AEL, and of course supported by McDonald's. Remember, guys, I'm loving it moments still happening throughout the day. That does mean that you guys have the option to let us know. Do you love that moment? Shoot in the chat. Just put it in there. Just let us know. This is really cool. Remember, we got to see a little bit of class from our previous opponent, Faded Falcon. Basically, it's dipping out, or not really dipping out, dipping into the win by the gracious hands of his opponent by saying, here's some fatigue, take it. Don't worry, I had other options, but we just let it be the way it should have happened. Yaoway, I know you would have preferred Ysara being played there, but that's just a bit of a difference between the two of us there. How did you feel about that ending?
Yeah, that was a pretty cool ending. Just to see all those waves of clowns, it's like kind of like a tower defense game, and you just got to clear them all one by one, and eventually you've got the game.
Exactly right. I mean, that idea is saying, hey, I've got this available right now. I've got this massive attack in here, but you know what? At the end of the day, if your HP goes to 0, it doesn't matter if you have the world and you've got yourself a railgun and a number of different options available to you to kill your opponent. In the end, they beated you out regardless. That being said, we are moving into the next round of the losers bracket, and that is going to be a rematch between Abier and Faded Falcon, which is going to be Monash University up against RMIT. So pretty good at this moment in time, and I'm just going to see here. We're also going to have a quick look at the brackets as well, just to see what's happening at this moment in time. And as we have the brackets up, as you can see, the king is just sitting there. He's waiting to see if it's going to be Abier or Faded Falcon. Mind you, it would be a rematch if Abier does manage to beat up against Faded Falcon once more, or it will be something completely fresh. We get to see the Faded Falcon versus the king. Of course, the king did win last year. How do you feel about this, Yaoway?
I'm definitely keen because there's going to be a bunch of rematches either way, right? It looks like Abier and Faded Falcon banned out the same decks as they did last time, so no Face Hunter. Actually, no, Abier actually had played the Priest last time, right? That was the hour-long match that we had.
Yeah. That was it was a long one because it was a super greedy Priest up against the standard Priest in this scenario. So to see that the Priest has been taken away by Faded Falcon. I mean, Faded Falcon does have the more quicker Priest, I guess. Well, not the Faded, like it's a longer Priest, but it feels quicker because it's not generating insane amounts of value as the game goes on and just elongates from there.
So now we see the Libram Priest mirror match. Libram Paladin mirror match, sorry.
That's right. Well, we are jumping right into it, guys. So please get ready for the action again. It's going to be the rematch against Faded Falcon and Abier, who's we've been following very closely throughout this tournament as well, sitting patiently waiting for the Faded Falcon to make his way back up through the wins. And of course, he's going to be starting this matchup immediately with the Aldor attendant, and Faded Falcon will be responding with the Infectious Spalling and a Murloc of his own.
For sure. And yeah, we see them start off, they're relatively slow. This Infectious Spalling is going to be a little bit annoying for Abier to deal with. So I think he's going to just ignore it for now and deal with that Spawn Pool Forager.
So that's exactly what he's going to do, just for a little bit of damage out there. Doesn't want to change anything around for the time being. I think something else we can take into account here as well is this is the first time Abier's been allowed to use his Paladin throughout the tournament as well. Abier's Paladin has been banned away time and time again, and Faded Falcon goes, you know what? I'm going to give you the option to actually play it this time around. So maybe a little bit of something special will be coming out of Abier purely because we haven't seen it. Everyone knows he's probably a fantastic player on it. As you can see, he did decide to buff up his Infectious Spalling as well, just to clear away the board. And Faded Falcon off to a good start with his Paladin.
Yeah, let's take a look. It looks like one of the few differences is that Abier plays the Hammer of the Naru and Devout Pupil, so he's playing more of like a defensive list, whereas Faded Falcon's got a stronger early game with an extra copy of First Aid School. He's got a Penflinger to be able to contest board as well, so I think he's more focused on controlling the early game, whereas Abier has more of a defensive approach where you just play a lot of taunt minions.
Early game is definitely showing for Faded Falcon at the moment. You can see has board control for the time being, has put a bit of that chip damage into Abier, 25 HP, but of course the secrets are coming into play here. Omayog is going to be changing that Reckoning into a Galloping Savior.
It's not the worst.
I think it's not the worst. I think even Faded Falcon says that as well. I think he's pretty happy with the return of that. And of course, a Northwatch Commander also coming down as well, because he does control a secret, meaning he will get himself another Aldor Attendant. Hand of Adele picked up by Abier, which is honestly not what you want to be seeing at the moment. I think you want to be getting yourself at least one of your lower cost minions, and that does force him to summon up a Silverhand Recruit and buff up his minion that way.
Yeah, his hand is stronger in the mid-late game though, but with Paladin mirror matches, they can go either way. It's not like an entirely tempo-dependent matchup. What seek does Zapier have? It's the Galloping Savior, so that's something you want to bear in mind. In the mirror match, you never want to trigger the Galloping Saviors. You want to just like tiptoe around it, but at the same time, you might be trying to play around a potential Reckoning as well. You can see that Abby only plays one Reckoning. Oh, they both only play one Reckoning. Oh, now he's going straight into that Galloping Savior. He's going to rip the Band-Aid off and say, well, if I've got a trigger, it might as well be now when I'm in a commanding position anyway.
There you go. As you can see, he has decided to trigger it and will immediately, of course, drop down the rest of his other minions in hand to just deal with it. Like you said, you know, perhaps not tiptoeing around it, just dealing with it with blunt force, and of course, does have the ability to use that Northwatch Commander to really put some damage in. Still has 2 secrets to his name, decent cards on hand, and Abia now is the one that wants to happen. Here comes the Omayog. Let's see what this one gets turned into. It's going to be a coin into a Lightning Bloom. I think I would take that any day of the week.
Yeah, because now you get a better turn. You get to play Hammer of the Naru and the your own All Might Yogg as well. So it's like
Both these players are shouting out the
All
holy
Might
light.
Yogg has just been like not an upgrade, not a downgrade, but more like a side grade.
And to be honest, I think, you know, it's probably what you want to have coming through. I mean, we've seen some pretty crazy Oh My Uggs off the back of it. I mean, like I said, that idea of someone just wanted to play a palm reading, and next thing you know, his entire hand is at a demonic council. Yeah. Like this is definitely one of those cards that creates a bit of controversy, while at the same time a lot of fun. And I mean, right now, not really generating the most amount of fun, but at least giving us a little bit of a, ooh, is it going to happen moment? Ooh, is what's going to be the case here? And that's what I love to see happen in these particular tournaments.
Yep, he's going for the penalty. He's going for a more aggressive approach where he just wants to push out a bit of damage. I'm not sure why he didn't play the outdoor attendant with it, but he's going straight for the throat at this point.
Yeah, bringing Abia down to 15, so unless he's got something that can really, you know, bring him back for the time being, he might be facing a lot of damage coming to it. It does have the Blade Master Samurai to clear away this board. Of course, the Gannard will remain relatively safe because it's just dormant for the time being. And it seems that's what's going to be the play. He will actually just let him clear away. I think he just clearly wants to get rid of that Pen Fling and basically stop him from having that board contestation in the later stages.
Yeah, definitely. Now we see the Gannard come out of its slumber, equip the Fiery War Axe. He's going to continue going for the threat and developing the board.
Outdoor Truth Seeker coming on down as well. We'll obviously deal with that Samurai as well. Make sure that's been cleared away. Another Aldor Attendant, like you said, just continuing to generate the board. And of course has a Liberator of Judgment in Wing to regenerate all of those extra spells that he had as well. So that way it may seem like the tempo was ending for Faded Falcon, but in reality, it's just begun.
Definitely. But you know, now we're about a turn away from those Liberator of Hopes kicking in, so if he manages to live for one more turn, he's going to be able to start shoring up his defenses again, given that Faded Falcon's running out of cards in his hand. Abia definitely can play like the Devout Pupil to be able to block off a bit of damage. He's going to be, might just be able to live that turn for the Liberator of Hopes to kick in.
That's what he's waiting for. As you can see, 2 of them sitting there just waiting for their opportunity. Of course, giving that 8 health and of course summoning that large Guardian. That does mean he will have enough time to bring it up, and it all comes down to this Devout Pupil. Does he have the ability to deal with it? I mean, I don't think he does. I mean, he could obviously use the Blade Master Samurai to really do it.
Samurai.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Yeah, because he can trade the bubble with the Aldor Attendant. Samurai does 2 damage to it. Aldor True Seeker finishes it off.
Seems to be the case here. He is clearing up there in the end there.
Yeah, or this way. This way's game as well.
Yep, there's a number of ways. Liberator Judgment also comes down as well with the Corruption, and that is going to be Faded Falcon taking out the first match against Abia. Is it the begin of the revenge, or will it be the start of the turnaround for Abia? We'll have to wait and see as we are just going to go into a brief interval while these guys get ready for the next set of their plays. I mean, now when we look at what's available for Faded Falcon, doesn't have his Hunter in this scenario. He has lost out the ability to use the Paladin because it's taken the win, so it's going to be that super greedy priest going up against either the Rogue of Abigail or the Paladin. Now, when I think about this, I feel like Abigail is going to swap to the Paladin. Not swap to the Paladin, swap to the Rogue, purely because, one, if you lose, you're out that's the first thing that comes into my mind in that sense. And the rogue probably has a better chance of dealing with what is a super greedy priest.
It definitely does. Or he could just go with the paladin first, be like, well, this is going to be the harder one, might as well get it done with. I definitely think this greedy priest is like the deck of the weekend. Had a lot of fun watching it. It just does a lot of crazy things. And I've been super impressed with all the games that it's had.
It's like you said, it seems it is going to be the harder matchup coming into it. It's going to be that paladin once again for Abier going into the priest of Fated Falcon. What seems to be perhaps the do or die moment for Abier. That being said, I mean, he hasn't been allowed to pilot this paladin. Maybe he thought, you know what? It's been banned away the entire time. I'm probably going to be my only opportunity to play it once again, so I will play it as well. And is a pretty decent hand coming into it. Does have that Knight of the Anointed into the Libram of Wisdom, so a really nice, curve coming into this particular match. And of course, has the coin to generate a bit of extra tempo as time goes on. Fated Falcon, on the other hand, has that South Sea Scoundrel, Shadow Word Death, the Renew, and the Shadow Word Death as well. So it has those 2 deaths in case anything is get out of hand, and ability to heal up a little bit, sort of stave off that time.
Yep, for sure. Fated Falcon, he's got a lot of removal, so he's going to be able to get to those mid stages of the game. He's got the South Sea Scoundrel to be able to pick what value card he might be able to get from his opponent's deck, like potential like Talon Forge Rings, or even like a Libra of Justice for board control. So South Sea Scoundrel is a pretty good tool with that. Probably takes a lot of skill to play because your opponent's going to be getting a copy of whatever you're getting.
And really, yeah, like you said, understanding, hey, am I creating basically a lethal for them in the process of doing this? Am I generating more value out of it for myself than I am for them? And I guess, like you said, that idea of priest plays it better really is something that is an effective play coming out of the player. Really, it really comes down to the play there. It's not a matter of this is a priest card now because priest can play everything. No, this is a priest card now because I understand what I'm getting and what I'm giving away.
For sure.
Well, Fated Falcon now at this point in time does continue just to get some Kaden, basically has a way to clear away that board if necessary, hasn't taken any damage, which is very nice for a super greedy priest. RBA is just continuing to build the board for the time being, of course has another Liberator of Wisdom in play. Is probably looking to just coin out, I imagine, that second Wisdom if possible, but is happy just to use the hero power, sit on that second minion for the time being, and get some damage finally onto Fated Falcon, 28 HP, and he's pretty quickly jumping into Galloping Saber, Lady Liadrin, and the Liberator of Hope. So pretty crazy secrets or pretty crazy cards that can be picked up here, and definitely would help out Abier in any way. So what's the best value that would be generated for Fated Falcon, while the least amount of value would be generated here for Abier? And it seems to be that Liberator of Hope.
I would have liked the Galloping Savior as well. It's very easy for Priest to play less than 3 cards a turn, but a lot more difficult for Paladin to play less than 3 cards per turn in the later stages of the game. But Libra of Hope, I suppose, gives you a bit of healing, which gets you to the super late game, which is where Fated Falcon wants to be at. Yeah.
It is going to be that Libram of Hope in the end here, and that South Sea Scoundrel still is a 5/2 body for the time being, so will generate some value in that sense. Could be healed up, could be doing a number of different things here as well. Abier still going through the number of options available, can of course buff up the Silverhand Recruit with that Liberator of Wisdom just to finish off the South Sea Scoundrel, but of course does mean that that will be his term ended at that point and won't be able to generate any more value out of that Silverhand Recruit in the later stages.
Definitely.
Still waiting for that.
Yeah, just waiting for his turn. Did he? Surely he didn't disconnect, right?
No, it would let us know. It would pause the game if that happens. So it will be him actually just powering up. He says that was a mistake apparently at the end of back, and will allow him to finish off that, regenerate that Libram of that good old Libram of Wisdom right back in it again. And Fated Falcon says, you know what? I did it once. I'm going to do it again. And this time will be the Omayog, the Talon Forge Ring, and the Lady Liadrin this time around. So we should see what he decides to give to himself. I think it's going to be the Talon Forge Ring at this point, just to generate more survivability.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, oh my god, Yogg doesn't get value because your opponent has like 0 mana spells to be able to bait it with. Lady Liadrin isn't going to get you too much value, so you might as well go to the Talon Forge Ring, which is going to be able to draw cards like your Sarah and Malygos from your deck.
Now you can see that is what is being picked up by Fated Falcon. Abier knows exactly what was chosen as well because, hey, I've got that copy. Oh My Yogg has been picked up here by Abier, and now he's got 5 mana to play with a number of cards that could be put into play. I mean, Liberator Judgment is also very nice. Overlord Runthuk could be in play as well. And of course, if he wants to just use those Liberator Wisdoms, they are no costs for the time being. So that is something that he can obviously take advantage of. Looks like it's going to be, though, that Talon Fordrin, because, hey, it's still a pretty decent card in its own sense in generating value.
Yep. That's what we like to see.
Oh, of course, that Liberator of Wisdom does buff up the Aldor Truthseeker, giving it enough oomph to deal with that Scoundrel, and does mean that the board has been cleared away for Faded Falcon, but of course, he doesn't mind if the board's cleared away. He's happy to sit back and just generate some card removal. And of course, here comes the Condemns, which will be those ways of dealing with it. Will immediately destroy the Truthseeker. The Divine Shield's still available for Talon, but he's going to say, yep, let me just deal with one of them and heal up and leave it at that.
Yeah, for sure. And Abby actually having to race the Faded Falcon as we know before, with the super greedy decks, the longer the game goes, the more likely they're going to win. So you are playing against the clock on top of playing against all these trace removal.
Yep, tick tock for the time being for Abier. Definitely understands that's the case. We'll buff up this Talon Fordrin once again. Basically begin to hit down 4 damage now to Faded Falcon. Silverhand Recruit as well, just for some good measure. Desperate Prayer seems to be the place coming into it. Of course, no value for Abier, but it will be some decent value for Faded Falcon. And Palm Reading now giving him some options: Shadow Form, Psych Split, and Shadow Word Death. I feel like it's going to be that Shadow Word Death, because if anything big comes, he wants a way to deal with it.
Yep, for sure. That's what I like to see. Yeah, 3 Shadow Word Death. It's going to be able to deal with 3 of the Libram of Hope Ancient Guardians, I believe they're called, when they get summoned out. And we know that Abby is going to be able to get to like 4 of them with Lady Liadrin at some point later in the game.
Yeah, more removal, the better it is in that scenario. As we can see here, Hammer of the Naru is coming down, obviously going to be summoning up that 6/6 elemental and giving him at least a bit of that extra ability with the Battle Cry. This means that some real damage is starting to come through onto Faded Falcon, who is still relatively healthy at this point, but of course every little bit of damage does count, especially for Abier. Doesn't have that Samaru just yet to clean everything back, but Hysteria definitely a good way to bring it back. Here comes a Secret Oh My Yogg for the Desperate Prayer, turning into what? Let's see here.
I do love Silence. Wow. It's not something you see every day, but that will actually get rid of the Talon Fordring, though.
You can see here, both the players realizing, hey, not what we expected. Again, like you said, not something that you typically see, but will of course mean that it will allow him to get rid of all of the, not only that, also get rid of that Taunt from the Holy Elemental as well. And here comes that Soul Mirror, which is going to clear off anything anyway, or clear off everything anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Lady Liadrin in play. We'll of course just let that go, and does pick up that Yogg Saron as well. Master of Fate there being in place. So some of the big cards started coming into it, especially now that we're getting to the later stages. 0-8 at this point in time. 24 HP for Faded Falcon, does pick up first day of school, which is nice at the start of the game. Still pretty good throughout, in the later stages as well, because all of a sudden you can just have a full board if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're not having too much action right now, but Faded Falcon definitely has a Yogg Saron in the pipeline. He's going to be able to play it. I still would love to see like a Pyroblast of Death on stream. That would be probably like the Macca's moment on top of Macca's moments.
A Macca's moment on a Macca's, it'd be Macca's Inception really at that point. Abby is now starting to play through what's going to be the Ancient Guardian of that Liberator of Hope, and immediately that gets silenced away. So isn't going to have its Divine Shield, isn't going to have its Taunt, but at least it's still going to be an 8/8 body.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely keen to see what's happening. There's so many Shadow Word Deaths, it's insane.
Here comes that Liberator of Hope that was stolen away previously. Does mean, of course, that the Divine Shield and that Taunt's going to be there, and of course the HP. So real big value coming out for Faded Falcon, and virtually none for Abieb in the previously.
For sure.
Reporting for duty.
It's like he's going to at least get a Silverhand Recruit out for the time being. Of course, with that Liberator of Wisdom to give it a little bit of extra oomph, but it will be just, of course, just sit him back until the next turn before he can attack. And Abier is happy to just continue buffing up this Silverhand Recruit for the time being.
Yeah, and we can see that Faded Falcon could clear this board with that Eye of Cthulhu. With just a bit of luck. He always has Condemn as backup, but I think you want to start moving your Cthulhu pieces and building towards that late game finisher.
Again does decide to use that Eye of Cthulhu. Looks like it is enough to clear the board again away again with some luck, and like you said, begin moving the pieces of the puzzle into Cthulhu, which would definitely be that ending game. But I mean, when he's playing the Liberator of Hope, still with the taunts, still everything in place there, another Talon Forgeron as well comes through, and a burnt card. Oh my god, would have actually been a bit nice coming into it as well. Not the worst card to burn away, but still something that's annoying when you've got value that you're trying to generate.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, keen to see what happens from here.
Okay, so that's a lot of damage he's chosen to take there, I must admit. Of course, he has the Blade Master Semaru into play here.
Can be able to clear off the board.
So that's something at least. So he gets to clear off. Obviously not that big health regeneration that we've seen for the priests when they have a combination to play, but bringing himself down to 11 HP is not the best for Abier, especially, Fetid Falcon. I mean, if he gets to late, doesn't really matter if you're low HP or not, or full HP, he's still going to be able to kill you pretty handily. But still, you don't want to be taking damage against a priest that's this greedy, and Condemn comes down with a rank 3 as well. We'll clear everything away, so Abier trying to find a way to start putting something back onto Fetid Falcon, but just not finding it.
Yeah, he's got another second. He's got the second Libram of Hope. He's going to be able to then get back to them with Lady Liadrin. He just needs to clear out his hand a little bit. He can play the Libram of Judgment as well to start pushing for some damage. And looks like that's what he's going to go with.
The longer this game goes on, the longer it feels like Fetid Falcon is going to be able to exact his revenge for being knocked out by Abigail earlier and go face the king in the next round. Again, with the way this is played out, Fetid Falcon's already won with his own Paladin. And here comes the Yogg-Saron. Is it going to be the Pyroblast? Oh, it's going to be the Mind Flayer Goggles in the end, and I don't think you want to take control, of the Silverhand Recruit, but at least it's a 1-1.
better than nothing.
Exactly.
We've seen the Yogg last time just take nothing as well.
It's true, right? So it's like, well, it's an improvement on the last time that card was played. When you say that is a little bit sad. It's just a little bit sad for the player in the sense of it. Overlord Ronthok has entered the fray, so is of course buffing up across the board, buffing up players. Abier is more than happy to take some extra damage because of course he's going to be corrupted and heal up, and so he's back up to 14 HP and has regained control of the board, which feels like it's been a while since he's had it.
Yeah, Fetid Falcon he's got double Condemn to be able to. He's got single Condemn and the Holy Smite to be able to clear the board, so he can safely use Thrive in the Shadows to be able to pick up like another Cthulhu piece to advance his game state. He's got Thrive in the Shadows to be able to thin cards in his deck actually, and eventually get to the Cthulhu pieces. He's not worried about the board. Yeah.
Yep.
That's just thinning his deck. He's got 2 cards out of his deck. He can actually just go Heart of Cthulhu and Holy Smite rather than use the Condemn. That way he can advance his Cthulhu game state. He goes for the Palm Reading, which is also a really good pick, giving you more cards that you can play with.
Obviously, the Heart of Cthulhu in that place would have probably been the safer play to get there a little bit quicker, or the more conservative play, but probably looking to play out more late game. We'll get the Holy Nova this time around, which will stop which will bring the Galloping Savior into play. But when you've got a Condemn and a Holy Nova, I don't think you really care.
For sure.
Well, there's a Holy Smite, leaving 1 up at that point in time, which means this Galloping Savior will at least be able to get 3 damage, which is nice. But of course, it's probably have its days numbered relatively soon. Abier does pick up another first day of school, which means he can refill the board and start to at least put some pressure back onto Fetid Falcon.
Definitely. So now we'll get to see Fetid Falcon. He's going to be able to play Ysera if he would like to. He can Shadow Word Death to get rid of that one. I think Abier's getting real sick of losing his Ancient Guardians to Shadow Word Deaths.
Well, I mean, look, we've still got another 2 sitting in the wing ready to roll. As you can tell, I would also be definitely a bit frustrated. But does use that first day of school, gets himself a Gibberling, a lab partner, and a Cogmaster as well. And will allow him to actually start using these Liberans of Wisdom once again, just to rebuff everything up. Sword of the Fallen coming on through as well, and will allow him to get some secrets as well.
Yeah, yeah. Holy Nova's a good start. Holy Nova Shadow with Death clears the whole board, and we're back in the same position we was. He can insight to be able to pick up maybe Melee Ghost or something that he can just play.
Insight is going to be the play here as well. Let's see what he grabs. It is going to be, by the looks of it, a Mind Renderer Lucia, which, I mean, is nice, but probably not what you want to be playing at this point, especially when you've got some nice good card removal there and a Ysera that you don't want your opponent to actually have access to.
Oh, it wouldn't be the worst. I think there's an argument where you can just play Mind Render Lucia and then play your opponent's Lady Liadrin to deny them a Lady Liadrin. But it would backfire if your opponent just didn't have Lady Liadrin in hand.
So that's the point. It's sort of an idea of like, do I want to use it, do I not? Abiez at this moment in time realizes, hey, there could be a Mind Render coming on through at this point, so let's just start playing all my cards, you know? I mean, I feel like I've dealt with most of the clear here. Perhaps it's now time to get going. When I look at it, there's still a Hysteria, so obviously still has the ability to clear it away. There's also an Apotheosis and the Blade Master Samaru, so still has plenty of wave clear options available. And there's another Shadow Word Death that will get rid of what seems to be get rid of the Novice Zapper in the end there as well. Then looks like it's going to be the wave clear as well from the Apotheosis and the Samaru combo. So I mean, we've seen it get played time and time again. This is absolutely going to heal Fetid Falcon back up to full as well, elongating the game further and further, showing up the fact that he's probably going to be walking away with some revenge.
Yeah, I would like to see this possibility. We are going to the Super Late Game stage. Oh, this is going to be so rough when he actually plays the Lucia and denies his opponent's Liadrin.
Hasn't done it.
He's definitely thinking about it. It's definitely very appealing.
Oh, he's doing it.
That's it. I think just that is enough to lock the game because you deny your opponent so much value.
And let's see how quick he goes into play for it. You can see that he's got the Liadrin Yadri.
Oh, he's not playing it. He's playing...
I mean, he's playing
That's
that.
strange.
Okay.
He's letting his opponent keep the Liadrin.
Making you wonder what he's doing. He's just buffing up his minis, taking away all that value, healing up in the process like that. He says, I think he said, well played, and then said, thank you at the same time.
Yeah, I think Abby is like, wow, you didn't play my Liadrin, so I'm going to be able to get back to Libra Room of Hope.
And he just played that more of Cthulhu as well.
Now he's, yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Fetid Falcon notices that he's realized a mistake here as well. Okay, so this is interesting. Wow, Fetid Falcon dropping the ball at the very end here. I mean, even his reason, even RBR's reason, and I feel like maybe off the back of this mistake, RBR might be able to hold on to this round for the time being.
Well, we'll see what he can draw. I think. And so he can Apotheosis the Samuro, play Hysteria, and he'll heal back a lot of health. And then he can Zyrella to clear off the Samuro.
Well, he's using Hysteria early this time around. It seems to be on the Galloping Savior instead. So as you can see, he's clearing everything away for the time being. Let's say heal himself, and there's a Zyrella as well. So, I mean, let's see what he does here. So he's restored a bit of HP. We'll clear everything away. We'll, of course, play out that Samurai at the same time. And, I mean, yeah, looking
now
okay for the time being.
Play Liadrin and get back the two hopes.
Yeah, well, for the time being, he's more than happy just to keep buffing up this, buffing up the Samurai for the time being. Like you said, the Liadrin can be put in, and is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to play that Lady Liadrin, get back all of that. Oh my god, look at all those cards that comes into it. It's getting back only one of the Liberating of Hopes, but there's a lot of wisdom.
Fine. I think he gets 8 wisdoms, which might be enough to win the game, right? Is it?
Is it? Maybe.
I think he's just one off.
It's gonna be 8 damage.
Yeah, he would have been one off.
Well,
yeah.
Body of Cthulhu. Alright, so, I mean, the next game might be... I don't think Fetid Falcon has a way to keep this back. He's got an Apotheosis, which is something he can definitely play to buy some time, but I don't think it's going to be enough for him. So he's going to Apotheosis out the Zyrella. He's got a Body of Cthulhu, which gives him at least a Taunt. So let's see how this ends up playing out for him.
I mean, he'll buy himself a turn, but there's still no easy way to clear off any of those minions. He can get rid of the Lady Liadrin with his face. Chooses not to. So he goes to 14.
Okay.
Wait,
So
this is still
14.
lethal. This is still lethal, I think. There's 7 damage in his hand. Yeah, this
I
is
cannot wait
this is
to
lethal.
read these.
Well, there you go. Puts out the well played. Liberal Wisdom comes through. That's enough to clear out the body, and everything else is coming through. As you can see, just using the rest of those Liberals of Hopes here to really buff up the Samurai to the very end there. And can you believe it? It's off a Mind Render Lucia and not playing the Leandri to deny all of this extra value away from Abia. Just a bit of a misstep. Probably not what Faded Falcon want to have happen here, but definitely something that's a bit crazy. And as you can see here as well, buffing up the ending to everything. Liberty of Hope being all of it being played here. Abia saying, you know what, I'm not just winning this match, I am decimating the ending. And not what Faded Falcon wanted. What seemed to be possibly the revenge might be the start of the sweep, because of course Abia still has the rogue, still has the ability to play that next, and that's going to be going into a super greedy priest. So I don't think this is the best run for Faded Falcon. He might actually end up falling down at the last step.
Yeah, given that we've seen before how the rogue can just decimate the early game and not let you get into those late stages of the games at all.
It really does feel like it's the deck that's actually, you know, in place to beat out Faded Falcon here. And of course, both these players have not lost the ability to use their paladins. Faded Falcon does show us that he has the ability to really pilot this priest well, so he's not out of it just yet. But when I'm looking at the way that this game's going to play out, I have to put my money on Abier at this point in time. He's beaten Faded Falcon before. Faded Falcon's already made a mistake so far throughout the thing, which means that his endurance is starting to fade. That's the first thing you can take into account. And priests are definitely long matches, which means this could draw out once again, and that means Faded Falcon, who seems to be prone to mistakes, might end up doing it once again.
Well, it's still too early to say that. We can see how Abier has like the Cult Neophyte into Mancrick line. He's got Swindle. He's got a lot of things going for him. Faded Falcon has to use the Thrive in the Shadows to be able to try and get to as many cards that can push back as he can. He's got that Soul Mirror going. Abby picking up that field contact, which is really nice as well.
So both of these players getting what they need, which is good to say the least for the time being. That Colt Neophyte again is going to set Faded Falcon back. Like he said, he wants to thin that deck, get to his win conditions as soon as possible, and that Colt Neophyte's going to stop that, while at the same time generating pressure. Of course, we still got a 3-2 body on there now. As you mentioned, that nice little turn into the Men Creek directly afterwards into the third turn does mean that more bodies, more pressure being put on for Abier, and another Thrive in the Shadows does get an Eye of Cthulhu, another Hysteria, and of course a Holy Smite. And I believe in this case it will be that Holy Smite, because right now Faded Falcon is looking to survive as long as possible to get to that late game.
Yeah, Shadow Step's a good pick, I think, at this stage. Like, Foxy Fraud plus Swindle is a really powerful combo. Lets you draw 2 cards for just 2 mana. He's going a little bit slower. I think he just wants to play around like potential Hysterias and stuff like that. But I'm not sure if going slower is what you want to do against Priest.
Well, seems to be, you know, the sword that Abier wants to die on, because he's clearly chosen just to pure power up, allowing Faded Falcon to continue this. The Desperate Pairs coming into it again. Value for Faded Falcon, but not for Abier. He's picked up his Tenwu, which is pretty good. Like you said, that Shadow Step's available, so the burst damage is starting to become available, and it looks like he's going to be using the field contact here to start generating more and more cards. And
Alright. He
good.
wanted to use the field contact for value, but now it makes his board a lot weaker to Hysteria. He Shadow Steps that Foxy Fraud. I think, wonder if he's going to hold it. He plays it. See, now this draws you a lot of cards, but it makes your board really susceptible to Hysteria, which is fine as 2 of. Oh, that makes a little bit against... Well, not really, because now he can Hysteria the Mancrick.
yeah, pretty much that basically will allow him to get more value, but again, at the same time, does mean he is getting some damage at least. So 22 now HP down for Faded Falcon, who needs to find some responses to get it back. Mysteria is still available, of course. Can use that, and then just Hero Pyro as a heal. That's an option.
I think I know Abier's game plan. He's trying to draw as much of his deck as possible and just efficient Octobot his combo, which he has all 3. He just needs a way to proc the efficient Octobot.
You can see here that Hysteria does do a lot of value. The Mancrick is still alive for the time being, but the efficient Octobot has been picked up. He has got another one as well, like you said. He's got the 2 in play, but I mean, it's just a matter of him actually proccing it, like you said, to really gain that massive value from it.
You can prize plunder
Yep,
it,
seems to be
and
the
then
prize
now the
plunderer.
second one. Now, if you can get it off on both pieces, like if you can get it off twice, that'd be really powerful. Fireball's a pretty good pickup at closing off the game, but he wants to be able to. He's already used one Shadow Step, so he wants to be able to try and find the second one. Fireball is going to be really good. He just needs to be able to play around Apotheosis as well. He might want to start clearing off his own minions if he's able to.
Well, Soul Mirror is coming down, so Fetid Falcon's definitely feeling the pressure. Hasn't dropped it just yet, but there it is. The trigger has been pulled, so bullets will be firing, and of course will be these guys just taking each other out one by one. The Octobots are still going to be alive in this case there, but of course, as well as the one Thieves in this case. But I mean, the board has been cleared. Fetid Falcon has put something back onto the board for himself. But I mean, look, when I look at it, Vanessa Van Cleef, a number of discounted cards available here for Abier. I feel like he's definitely off to a good start coming into it, and he can continue to whittle away at that HP and begin to shore up that finishing combination with the Fireball and, of course, those wicked stabs.
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, he's already got well, he's got the 10 mana combo going, so I think he wants to start just picking up the pace, getting that last bit of chip damage, and then Alex 10. Oh, that's a very good combination. Oh my lord, that's possibly the best Janus we've seen all tournament.
Mate, I'm going to say it right now. I'm loving it. Abier really coming out strong with the Janus, with the ability for him to pick up the cards that he's wanted to see. Fetid Falcon just not really getting what he needs to begin pushing forward. 18 HP for the time being. Hysteria, he's got 2 Hysterias available here at the moment, and possibly could be really good actually to use on the Moonfang, who can only take 1 damage and just clear everything out.
No, but he's made it the illusion to play around that possibility. Ooh, really good plays from Abier. He's made it the illusion, so once it takes 1 damage, it will die.
There you go.
Wait, why did it not die? That's strange.
Guess it didn't die. In the end, that does work out here for Fetid Falcon. The Hysterias do come down. He clears the board and will survive for a number of rounds. There's the Wicked Stab as well. So he's got the damage, but a thing we have to take into account, of course, is he still has the Alexstrasza. He does have his Tenwu as well, the Shadow Step available, so he can pull out some pretty insane damage. We've seen 24 damage come out in the past. So, I mean, Abier's got all the tools to really make it happen if he wants to, per se. He's just going to sit back, relax, 29 HP. Doesn't really need to rush just yet. Especially because, you know, even we say we don't want to give Fetid Falcon the time, but he's actually quite happy just to continue putting out the damage, and he's doing it right now.
Yeah, and he's still got the Fireball in hand, he's got Wicked Stab, so he's got the power to do not only 16 damage next turn, but like a lot of damage afterwards. The Mind Render is such a good pickup.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, Fetid Falcon says, you know what, if I'm going to use it, I've got to use it now. Especially because, of course, in the process of using it means he'll be able to play out all those cards that Abier wants to have, and there he is. He's swapping it out now. Here it comes.
He's gonna be able to play the Tenwu and the Fireball. I don't entirely believe it's enough.
Foxy Fraud though, he's digging.
I don't think it's enough because
why would you can't really dig though in your opponent's deck. That's the problem.
Yeah, like he can play the Tenwu and the Fireball, or he can play. Yeah, there's just not really an efficient way to deal with this.
Foxy Fraud being the thought here.
But if you play, you need to deny the Tenwu and the Fireball. They represent the most damage. He's gonna go with Vanessa Van Cleef, right?
Tenwu into Foxy Fraud. So he seems to be of the opinion that he's going to draw that out, as you can see. Does get rid of the Tenwu. The Fireball's still going to be in play there. Another Foxy Fraud. And then a Cloak of Shadows. So he's at least going to have stealth, so he can at least survive for 1 turn at least.
Oh, play the Apotheosis. He's going to play out his opponent, so you can play Apotheosis. But not only this, but by playing the Morph Kassoon, Faded Falcon can never summon Kassoon because he didn't play all 4 pieces.
So, I mean, this is just insane what's happening at the moment here. As you can see, the Cthulhu's being played. He's going to swap everything back. He'll be able to survive the next turn. The Fireball still available. The Vanessa Van Cleef still there. Secret Passage also there. Wicked Stab, and of course the Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder, is in play. So, I mean, it has gone back to Faded Falcon. He's now going to start digging, of course, for a chance.
Apotheosis to Zyrella, and then Hysteria. And then
True.
you would have gained 12 if you Apotheosis opponent's minion.
Looks like he's going to opt in to actually go for the South. Okay, he's going to get some HP back there. Colony 5, the Guardian Augmentation, and a Secret Passage. Few options there. I'm trying to think, well, maybe the Cult Neophyte allows you to buy a bit more time. I mean, there's some options here to dig. Looks like he's going to go for the Guardian Augmentation, lets to heal himself up and gets himself to 17. I think that's enough to stay alive unless something crazy comes up. A prize Pundler is in place. That's going to be enough to clear off the Foxy Fraud. Does he have lethal here, or is he still waiting?
He's just shy of lethal, but he can do it over 2 turns. And bearing in mind that at any stage,
he's still going
at any stage, he can draw into, like, he has a Secret Passage already. He can, like, draw into his second Wicked Stab. Well, he's he's digging for it.
There it is.
And there
he's got it. In the end, Abier is able to pick up the win. He digs with that pressure. Faded Falcon did what he could to maintain it in the end, but it's going to be that Secret Passage to finish off in the end there. And I can really actually feel that scream for Faded Falcon that little bit more, because again, if we go back to the previous match, if you actually played that Liadrin, we could be seeing a completely different scenario here.
Yeah.
Where it would be Faded Falcon actually moving forward and not Abier. But that being said, it is a game of endurance. It is a game where you need to be thinking through every decision that you can make. And sometimes those little bit of quick movements end up stopping you in the end. I mean, even Abier thought, hey, I thought game was over the moment that Mind Render came down. But of course, Abier now will be progressing back into versing the King. It's going to be a rematch in our final round, guys. And that being said, please do not go anywhere. We're going to a quick break to bring you the finals. And we are back for the final match of today of the Hearthstone Uni Cup presented by Blizzard and AEL, and of course supported by McDonald's. We have another rematch coming in, and it's going to be the rematch of the winning brackets. That's right, guys. It's going to be Abier once again up against the King, the returning champion from last year's South Conference, and Abier, who's we've been watching the entire day. It's been an entire storyline of Abier, to be perfectly honest. I feel like every single game has been Abier except for one, which we just dropped into, isn't it, Yaoway?
Exactly.
So what's really good about that, speaking of which, let's bring up the brackets so we can actually see the final bits of that journey. As we can see here in the brackets, in the final round, it was Faded Falcon up against Leon CC, who got to do his rematch, try to get that revenge against Abier, but failed, actually due to a slight misstep. And again, these, they're long games that these players have been doing. It's been going the entire day. We can completely forgive you for that, Faded Falcon, but of course that means Abier has been able to try and get a revenge of his own up against the King in that final round. Now, looking at the bans coming into this one, Yao, we can see that the King has decided to ban away the Paladin, which is something that has been banned away the entire day for Abier, except for his previous match against Falcon. But that being said, Abier on the flip side has banned away the Priest. So wanting to get rid of that mirror, which means it's going to be Mage Rogue against against Priest Rogue. How do you feel about this?
Well, I think Abier was like, yeah, I'm not doing that tempo priest again. Like, that match wasn't even close between them. And the mage is like, you know what, I'll take the gamble. Let's see if you can get the encounter slow or not. But yeah, I think the tempo priest is a very good ban. My other choice would have been the rogue as well. But at least we get to see two rogues and then potentially the priest and the mage, and we know how the mage games go.
Absolutely right. I mean, they do tend to be either quick, they tend to be pretty explosive, as in the sense of mages do that. That's the idea of just casting those spells, especially when you get so much efficiency out of it. So really keen to see how this does play out. Gives us a little bit of something fresh. And both these players, I mean, the King's probably been watching what's happening, understanding the matches, figuring out what Abier's playstyle is, and more than happy to take it to him as we're getting ready for them to jump into it. And I believe we are jumping into it now, the final round of today to decide who is going to be the winner of the South Conference. Now, guys, also to take into account with this, both these players will be going through to the next round of the tournament. They both made their way through. Obviously, they're playing for positioning, and positioning is absolutely worth fighting for, considering what is up for grabs in this tournament. A number of packs will be available, and that's going to be helping them out a ton in future tournaments because there are so many that you can pick up.
Yep, definitely. And the King's going for an aggressive mulligan. He gets back to Colt Neophyte, and he just wants to outpace the priest and end the game as quickly as possible. He's got the efficient Octobot as well, but he doesn't have many cards to pair with it, so he's going to be able to hold it for the mid stages of the game.
So with that aggressive mulligan coming in, of course, has the Vanessa Van Cleef, the Colt Neophyte, and the Alex Strauser life banner also coming in. So a few things coming in to actually end the game, but still have to wait to see how that plays out. Abier on the other side has that one maker, has the Holy Smite, Palm Reading, Sephic Bellwether, the Coin, and the Venomous Scorpion. So actually has a lot of tools to start generating solutions to problems that the King will be throwing at him throughout the entire match, and still relatively early coming into it. I mean, to only on the second turn here, both these players definitely thinking that through. And let's have a look at the stats while we're at it. Priest now finally up to a 50% win rate. I mean, you've been talking about or projecting about how ridiculous these priests have been throughout the day, but 50-50 win rate, can't really complain with that. Mages, on the other hand, have a 55% win rate, and rogues have a 67% win rate. What's interesting about that is because rogues probably are the ones that handily deal with the priests, and you can see they actually have won 60% of the time against them.
Yeah, I agree with that. Given that everyone's bringing priest, whenever priest versus another priest wins. So that always, I guess, has a 50% win rate, and that it just evens itself afterwards. Mage is super dependent. I think there are a lot of decks which target mage to beat it. Rogue, I think, is always the standout deck because of how consistent and powerful it is. And then Paladin, I think she's been underperforming due to its rough matchup against Priest. So I think, given how popular Priest is, people next week might want to be able to possibly bring lineups which beat Priest, or just bring a standard lineup and ban Priest.
I was just laughing a little bit at your logic there. If it's a priest against a priest is going to win. Well, if it's a priest against a priest is going to lose as well, Yaoway. So
yeah, that's why it's 50% win rate, right?
It's always 50-50. It's always 50-50, right?
Mm.
Okay, interesting to say with that sense, but we are jumping now back into the rest of the game, continuing to ramp up for the time being. Abier is trying to generate some options here. Holy Smite, Renew, and Raise Dead. Probably feel like the Holy Smite's the way to go here, considering how aggressive this rogue can be, and you want just to have the way to deal with it. But it's going to be the Renew, actually. I guess, generate a little bit of extra options, and of course, continue to heal yourself up.
Yeah, definitely. It's not too much going. I think you play here the Efficient Octobot, play the Vanessa Van Cleef to get a palm reading, which isn't the worst card to copy, to be realistic. He's got kind of a slow hand, I suppose.
Speaking of slow, the King is definitely taking some time here for that next play. It looks like it's going to be the Efficient Octobot. Does have a few ways to proc it in the deck, and the Price Plunder is the option available to him right now. Covered it, didn't play it, did play it in the end, and placing that through, and is not actually going to play the Plunder. Actually, he's going to choose to play Vanessa Van Cleef, which is going to draw more cards. Does get that palm reading, of course, which is the copy. I don't think does Abby have a way to deal with that efficiently right now? No.
No. Nah, doesn't. Not. Nah. Just no. I think the king understood that there's not really a way for Priest to deal 4 damage, so he could safely play it. Potentially play Fly's Plunder next turn, like get value of the palm reading. Palm reading making the secret passages cost 0 is actually very cool as well. Getting free secret passage is always nice.
Looks like the King's actually giving the Priest a little bit of a taste of its own medicine by stealing away its cards and saying, you know what, I actually do play it better. So that's probably another reason why these rogues have such a good win rate against the Priest. Desperate Prayer, Devouring Plague, Renew, the options for Abier here, and it will be the Devouring Plague, of course, getting a little bit of extra HP back while at the same time dealing a bit of damage, and it will be a Holy Smite, which will proc the effect here, which means that Prize Plunderer can be used for other means for the time being.
Yep, sure. He's going for playing all his cards this turn. He's got that Draconic Studies as well. I'm going for that Dragonmore Sky Stalker. That's the one.
Yeah,
Kaz gives a good pickup.
There definitely is. Again, we have seen the rogues really use it to great effect. What's really great about the card is, of course, its versatility to really adjust to the situation that you have at hand. The King just continuing to hold on to it for the time being. It will be that secret passage, again, costing 0. Swindle being picked up, Tenwu of the Red Smoke, and
Foxy
Shadow
Fraud
Step
is
with
nuts.
Foxy Fraud. So as you can see, just decides to play that Foxy Fraud, as you mentioned. Absolutely nuts. Swindle as well, and really beginning to generate even more value out of that secret passage. So the King looking really strong into this mid game.
Yeah, Brain Freeze is a pretty good pickup. He's going to be able to clear off the Sethic Veilweaver, just leave the Venomous Scorpid because it's not presenting too much of a threat, given that it's already discovered its spell and it's not really pushing for too much damage, and you don't really have too many valuable minions for it to remove. He can also just Tenwu. Yep. He can Tenwu and Shadow Step the Tenwu. That guarantees he has his Tenwu in his hand, but that kind of gets rid of his Shadow Step and his Tenwu.
Looks like he's actually choosing to Shadow Step out the Octobot, wants to actually get his cards back, and that is obviously going to give him a bit of efficiency a little bit later.
I like maximizing all the cards you're getting off the secret passage.
As you can see here, the Tenwu being returned back to hand to be received a little bit later, and everything else is coming back. The prize Plunderer, a number of other things as well. The Cascus, the Golden Shaper as well. So just continuing to generate more value as time goes on. That Venomous Scorpid is going to be able to deal with the Foxy Fraud, or obviously can go straight for the face. Abier is choosing, though, at this point in time to put down that Dragonmore Sky Stalker. Will trade out both of his minions and at least have control of the board as it goes back to King.
King's got a really good turn. He can field contact, Efficient Octobot, Prize Plunder the Octobot, draw a lot of cards with the field contact, potentially Cult Neophyter's opponent as well. He's got a lot of options available to him.
Smorgasbord is there for King. As you can see, is probably looking to just go for that card draw for the time being. Yoink, Shadow Clone, and Nitro Boost Poison. Try saying that one fast a number of times. Will be the Shadow Clone in this case.
Shadow Clone is usually never the pick, but this is one of the few times Shadow Clone is the pick.
I mean, well, as you can see, you said one of the few times, never the pick. We'll be able to use that niche in the King, like you said, realizing that point in time, really showing to us why he is the top of the winners bracket at this point. Has picked that up for the time being. One maker there as well, being available as a choice. Insight here as well. Drone Minion and Corrupt as well as coming into it, and it seems to be the Cabal Acolyte as the play here. We'll get the free damage out of the fact of it, and obviously here comes the Shadow Clone once again, and will be a shadowed out Dragon Skystalker, and a really good play coming from King realizing that's going to be the place of it. Renew for a little bit of HP just to get himself up there, and of course we'll pick up that Soul Mirror, which I know you've got some choice words about there, Yaoway.
It's a little frustrating. Yeah, we'll just leave it at frustrating. Yeah.
We'll just leave it at that. Okay, it's frustrating, all right, man. Just don't talk to me about it, all right? Just leave it, okay? So Dragon Skystalker is going to be sitting in the shadows for the time being. The King now still has lots of options available to him. Looks like the field contact might be the play here and is about to really push in a number of options. It will be the efficient Octobot and that Price Plunderer at the same time as well. Basically maximizing that card draw while at the same time also generating a lot of efficiency. And with the Cult Neophyte out as well, possibly going to stop any chances of a Soul Mirror being possibly played recently. And I think that's been rectified by the King as well at the same time, saying, you know what, I can actually put out a lot of minions right now, deny the Soul Mirror, and here comes all the pressure.
I suppose double condemn clears the board or clears enough of the board as well. Yeah, I think double condemn is a fine play. You leave your opponent with the 3/4 Dragon Rider after you attack into it.
Seems to be it. Actually opting in for the opting in for the Devouring Plague. Does mean, of course, that there's going to be just the Dragon Rider sitting there, the 3/4 in place there, holding on to that condemn. But that does mean the Soul Mirrors can be used a little bit later, and pretty effectively dealing with that board that was set up by the King.
Yeah, for sure. Swindle drawing 2 cards, and I think he's just waiting for the Tenwu, and he's gonna just deal like a lot of damage in one turn. You can play the field contact if he wants to get a discount Kazakus. Kazakus isn't going to be too good in this matchup. Kazakus is good against other tempo decks.
Well, Kazakus is still an option, but I mean 5/8 for the time being. The King obviously thinking this through for the time being. Wants to see what is going to be that big play. Another field contact coming out, and with, of course, the Guardian Augmentation means that he's going to be able to continue to make things a little bit more efficient across the board for the cards and give him something as well. Also brings out Mancrick at the same time, so that's going to be pretty nice for him to start dealing some damage, and here he is bringing Abier down. And like you said, it is nice to get a little bit of damage out, because purely that means when he does decide to do his big combination with the Tenwu, that is going to give him a lot, and he's just continuing to ramp up these augmentations as well. So even if a Soul Mirror does come down, it doesn't mean his board's gonna be cleared away.
Yep. Getting these cheap wicked stabs are really good, but he just needs to find his Tenwu now to be able to do his crazy burst turns.
Well, there goes one of the Soul Mirrors, of course, allowing him to clear out the board, but not all of it for the time being. The Dragon Skystalker still has the ability to attack, has the option to either go straight to the face or clear out one of these other members, whether it's the Dragon Rider or the Efficient Octobot. As you can see, the King's already beginning to hover some of those cards, beginning to figure out what the next play is going to be, and Abier is just going to try and shore up that defense line using the Renew, and picking up one of these cards. Power Word Feast, Raise Dead, and Shadow Word Death are the options.
I think he's going to go for the Power Word Feast or the Raise Dead. Shadow Word Death's not going to get value in this matchup, so likely Feast to be able to either push for damage or board control. Raise Dead's always good as a value card. The downside is that it does cost you 3 health, and every bit of health is important. There we go, we find a Tenwu.
Seems the King is actually getting everything that he wants and needs to begin to close out this game. As you mentioned before, that Raise Dead now becomes, an option for Abier to use later, but we'll probably see it as a bit of a curse of a choice if that big damage comes down and does survive it and doesn't really want to basically end up, killing himself in the process.
The King has 16 plus 6, 22 damage this turn.
So it's going to bring him down.
But he
more
also
than happy
has,
to use it.
Yeah, he has 12 damage in his hand for next turn, with the Wicked Stabs advancing to rank 3 next turn. So unless we see some crazy thing happen, I think the King has this one on lock.
You can see he's putting out that damage now, 22. 20, well, actually, they bring him down to 1 HP. We didn't take into account, of course, the hero power. I mean, look, the Venomous Scorpion obviously does give him an option to find something.
Like an Apotheosis. I think if he finds Apotheosis, he's
okay.
in the.
He needs
He's
to find
in the.
Here we go. Oh,
Flash Shield doesn't do it.
Yeah, the King seems to have this closed out. RBA is looking at it as well. Has the Condemn. Obviously would know that there must be a stab in there at some point. He hasn't seen it pretty much the entire game. Of course, there's also a secret passage as well. That means that even if he doesn't have it, he can look for it. The Flash Shield's coming out to obviously bring some HP back. A couple Acolyte as well at the same time is going to be useless because there's no one below one attack. Just really just trying to, I guess, shield up for the time being, but obviously needs to be wary of the fact that, hey, I could just be dead here, and is just playing through this just to see maybe I'm alive, maybe he doesn't have it. So anyways, let's see. The King's going to sit back now. Isn't even going to let him know the well played at this point. It's just going to start doing the wicked stab and basically say surprise and go for that first kill. And the King, once again, we saw him against Abier deal with him quite swiftly with his previous deck that time around. Looks like it might be the same case here. Now, Abier has the option to continue using that priest. It has to be the mage now coming out of the King, and the King seems to be winning pretty convincingly throughout this. Abier, when we looked at his journey, was doing pretty well. Was a little bit messy, but still, came out win after win after win after win.
Yeah, and now the King's got 2 chances to get that Incantus flow going.
I mean, when I look at it, it's definitely a big advantage for the King, purely because not only has he dealt with Abier beforehand, he's got that momentum, he's also getting into his mind. It's also that sense of the idea of him saying, you know what, I've got a deck that's very aggressive, it allows me to be proactive, whereas when you're the priest, it's very reactive when I look at it. Yeah, it's nice and frustrating to play against, because one, you're removing options away from your opponent. They're sitting there watching their win conditions lose, but at the same time, if you're proactive enough, you can still generate your win condition. That's what we've seen the King do, not just now, but 2 times prior in the previous match.
Yeah, like Rogue has a better time into the mage. We've seen the priest has the opportunity to eventually out-heal the damage that the mage can put out, but mage we've seen numerous times before just be able to generate extra ways to find damage. Like between Master Cthulhu, Apexis Blast, and Fireballs, they're able to find ways to get more spells.
Well, we are moving now into that next match. As we can see here, it's going to be the priest up against that mage, as we talked about before. We've got, in terms of there, no Incantus flow for the time being, but of course it does have an Arcane Intellect, Apexis Blast, Devolving Missiles, Ruined Orb, and the Coin. Abier, on the flip side, has got Palm Reading, 2 Sethic Veil Weavers, and the Blade Master Semaru. When I look at this here, pretty decent hand for Abier when I think about it. Has, some decent turns into it, coming into it, has a big good mana curve, and of course has one of the pieces of the puzzle, the Semaru, to provide some sort of sustain going forward.
Yeah, that's still not Incantus flow, but it doesn't matter. He's still got a bit of time. I don't think the priest is pressuring you enough.
Oh, a Cabal Acolyte also picked up, not the biggest pickup here, but of course Abier will just be happy to drop in that Sethic Veilweaver and start generating a bit of efficiency, start generating more resources with it later, but actually chooses just end the turn and hold on to those Sethic Veilweavers instead. Ooh, I mean, I guess it's nice to have that Spring Water, but still at the same time, it's not, like you said, Incantus flow.
Might be able to find one here. No, Font of Power and Fireball are both pretty good. He goes for Fireball. He has Arcane Intellect. That's 3 more cards he sees next turn.
Well, Abier at this point in time gets a Soul Mirror, and I was talking about how Cabal Acolyte's nice, Blade Master Semaru is nice, but against the mage, not that many minions do tend to come up here. That's something that really comes into it. Font of Power is also nice as well. So let's see what happens to it. Will it be the Arcane Intellect? It looks like it is going to be the Arcane Intellect, just digging for Incantus flow in this scenario. Another Apexis Blast, which is nice, and a Combustion. Still not what he wants, but still getting some pretty decent damaging cards here.
Yeah, he's got both Apexis Blast, Fireball. He's got Refreshing Spring Water next turn to see 2 more cards. So he's overall seeing 3 cards a turn. He's still only in the top 10 cards of his deck though, so it's a fair assumption that one Incantus flow will be in the top 15. And then the second will be in the bottom 15, mathematically. See if he chooses to play a refreshing spring water now.
See, I mean, he could also play the ring toss as well. Basically going, you know what, I've done enough card drawing, I need to do something in return. Of course, RBS starting to build that board up. Does it drop the Cowboy Acolyte, knowing that, hey, I'm probably not going to get a Wave of Apathy combination out of it. Looks like the Queen is also coming down as well. Needs to obviously start thinning out some of his cards in hand, otherwise he might actually see himself in a bit of trouble. And we'll actually use an Apexis Blast to just clear the board. You know, say, no, I'm happy to just sit back, get something in return, gets a Mistrunner, which isn't, you know, the worst minion, but isn't the best considering the way that it came onto the board.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to start pushing a bit of damage, like get that incremental damage and eventually just throw a lot of fireballs into their face. I'm a fan of that turn. Abia doesn't really have an efficient way to clear it, but I don't think that he's at the stage where he even needs to clear it. I think he just wants to draw into his own deck. Lucia's a pretty good pickup.
Especially because it has also been discounted as well. So if Abia does decide to drop it, can also obviously get rid of all of the win conditions available for King, and that's exactly what priests like to do. And could finally be the first time that Abia is able to get at least a win or a scratch on the King. He's been sitting pretty confident with that crown on top of his head. Another Apexis Blast coming down, now starting to just deal damage, start to whittle away at it. Does get a Mozaki, which is a pretty good pickup when you think about it.
Mozaki's insane. Its effect just lets you add a lot. Like, given that the refreshing spring water is essentially free, you're getting a lot of spell damage for free. It's a huge threat that his opponent can't really deal with too efficiently. Like Samuro Apotheosis only does 6 damage to it.
Well, it's going to be the Apotheosis onto the Sethic Wellweaver. That means Abby's just trying to... Well, Abby is trying to like dig us with them. Focus Will, definitely what he needed there. That's a nice pick up there. A solution found right off the back of the Septic Bellweaver. Again, this is where that sort of annoyance starts to pick up here for, you know, the mages. But I think finally a lucky break. I haven't had my Incanters flow. I get into myself a Mozaki, and to be honest, this is the one of the few times that it ends up being a lucky break.
Hang on.
Yeah.
The King has 7 damage on board. Abby is only on 21 health. This is starting to get into dangerous territory.
Devolving Missiles as well is going to be a nice way to deal with that card as well.
Yeah.
As you can see, down to a 1/1.
Ring Toss is good. Like, put up a counter spell potentially.
Yep, there is one.
Even Netherwind Portal is really good at developing a minion. Counterspell is really good at jamming something else. So you're going to be able to force your opponent to play strangely. He gets the Oasis allies, I believe. Yeah. He just wants to put out as much damage as he can. Like, we've been watching all this action and we haven't really been paying attention to the bit of incremental damage that's built up over the last 2 or 3 turns.
Absolutely, and now we're looking at that 14 damage now on that. Like you said, that dangerous territory is really starting to kick in, and I'm looking what's here available. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. Of course, he's got the Apotheosis and the Samurai here. That's going to be enough to give him some HP back. With only 2 minions on board, isn't going to be the most. But that secret comes through and it stops it from coming through, so it's going to be the Neverwin Portal. And yeah,
Abby just didn't play around a potential counter spell. That's crazy.
Wow, insane in that sense. It does actually get a benefit for it. I mean, in the end, when you think about it.
Yeah. Sometimes it pays off. Now the King's turn, he's going to be able to play Mask of Cthulhu. Oh, that's a really good pickup.
Yeah, the Brain Freeze as well. I mean.
Yeah, he's going to just start pushing back damage.
Pushing Spring Water seems to be the first play. He wants to keep on generating more and more. Gets another Mask of Cthulhu as well. An extra, and on top of that, an extra Ring Toss. So, I mean, the damage that comes in will be the Combustion. And Brain Freeze just to clear the board away to stop the healing from coming around in the near future. And he's going to just be a fireball to the face and more damage to the face in this meantime. Back down to 23. So it was dangerous territory. I guess you could say it was out of the frying pan into the freezer in the scenario.
Yeah, Abia still has the potential Lucia at any given point just to see what he's dealing with, how much burns in his opponent's hand. 3 1-makers are always good.
And it is being used there once again. Does also get another Focused Will, which will be something to just silence up any potential threats. Again, I mean, the Focused Will is nice, but it's not the best coming into a main if you're just going to be using spells. As you can see, he is just generating Idle Usage. Not bad. I mean, it's a big item, but at the same time, you want to summon a copy of a minion in your deck, so you don't really have too many minions though, which is the worst part of this. So
Yeah.
maybe I mean, it's a nice big body, but actually not even gonna be a big body really when I think about it. Actually, not even the best.
Not the worst time to start throwing out like the Master Cthulhu. Probably get the Blood Mage Thanos for a cheap spell damage. Shield of Scrolls was also pretty nice.
It is going to be the Blood Mage Thanos, as you mentioned before, into a cram session as well.
Oh, Combustion's a beautiful pickup. It's gonna Combustion and Shooting Star's gonna be able to clear most of the board.
There's got a lot of options here. Again, look, again, we were looking at these options here, and the King's been holding on to it. Of course, Abiet has still got that Mind Render Lucia, which has the potential to remove everything. Is actually looking to use that cram session just to draw more and more cards, and does pick up again a Primordial Studies, picks up another Ruined Ord, another Blood Mage Thanos, and Prison Phoenix as well. So it picks up that Phoenix straight away. And
Prison Phoenix is interesting because the turn it's live, or the turn before it's live, you force your opponent to play a Lucia.
Seems to be the case here. Alright, so on the board here at the moment, the King does barely has control of it, I guess you could say at this point. The Cabal Acolyte obviously going to be stealing away the Blood Mage Thanos, which is nice. Obviously, they have a way to deal with this Mozaki, which to be honest isn't generating that much value anymore, but has obviously provided chip damage. Mind Render still available here, but obviously probably not what you want to use considering you have no mana to then play out the spells. But is it going to be an Incantus Flow finally picked up here, but so late in the game? Is it something that you use?
You play it if you have leftover mana, but given that you only have 7 cards left in your deck, like we said, you're not going to get too much value.
We'll be using it anyway, and then we'll be obviously using that Arcane Intellect to draw out more cards. We'll get a Fireball off the back of this, has more of them as well at this point, but of course that Mind Render is still there, and I feel like it's getting to that point where, you know what, maybe it's time for Abiet to use that Mind Render and just use up all of those powerful damaging spells to stop it.
He has to do it because the Phoenix comes live next turn, and the Phoenix represents so much damage if he doesn't take away all the burn spells.
It's going to be up to Abiet to realize this, really, at this point. That's the big thing.
For sure. I mean, if I was the King, you would consider just throwing out the Fireball to the face now.
So he's going to opt in for the Combustion instead, clear away the board, and prepare for what will be a very big turn next if that Mind Render doesn't come down. Venomous Scorpion is there, and this is where, you know, possibly Abiet falls trick to the trap of, you know what, maybe I should just generate cards instead of using the Mind Render instead. So it becomes that choice, that idea of, okay, do I want to use the Mind Render? Do I, at the same time, I'm giving away, obviously, all of my cards as well in the process of this. And then he seems to be looking at generating at this point in time. Does throw down, of course, the Scorpion, picks up a Power Word Fortitude, a Desperate Pair, and another Idol of Visage, which he chooses to pick up instead. I guess he could continue generating Venomous Scorpions to generate more abilities, I guess, if he wants to. The Mind Render is still an option at this point. Not the worst, not the best, now that he's used up a bit of his mana.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's holding it for. The Desperate Prayer puts him up. Why is he getting all these Idol of Charges?
I think, I mean, at the same time, you know, he can summon a Attendant minion. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just some big stuff here, but here comes that big hand that we were talking about. It's back to the King. He's got the Phoenix. That's an extra 2 damage.
Got
Spell damage on the board.
Star, Mask of Cthulhu.
Like, here he comes. Like, Shooting Star's going to clear the board.
Let's see what
onto
he gets
power.
first.
He gets. Is that? Did I just see a Mozaki? I just saw a Mozaki. I mean,
it wouldn't be a bad time to play one of those market charges already. Or
he still has 10 mana. I mean, it's literally, if you know that moment your parents tell you, like, the world is your oyster. Like, you're sitting in McDonald's, right? You got a Happy Meal, and they sit down and look. I just want to let you know right now, the world is your oyster. Really is the case of the King at this point.
It is, but the thing is, your Phoenix owning is definitely leaving next turn.
He's really thinking it through, as you can tell. Freshing Spring, he's still digging at this moment in time. I mean, the rope is at the end here. I mean, if he does it, here we go. Finally, he pulls the trigger. Here comes the Mask of Cocoon coming on down as well. So he's going to do a decent chunk of damage to the back of that, bring the king relatively low. And now that we know that he's going to be losing the Phoenix next turn, does the Mind Render come down now?
It has to. Like, what are you holding it for? Why?
I mean, because the king will kill you next turn. Let's just be honest. Even Phoenix or not, I think he's got enough damage to finish this off. The basically two.
That's it. That's
the game. King's got it. I mean, Abi has been sitting on this the entire time. He's got the 2 fireballs, and that's it, said and done. I mean, look, it's a big venomous scorpion. Don't get me wrong, but that really is just the way the cookie crumbles at the very end there. I mean, Abi just sitting on that Mind Render for too long, probably thinking maybe the king didn't have the answers available, didn't count the HP at the very end, and the king will come out at the very end very handily, finishing off that match very easy. It's like, Yaoway, I mean, what are your final thoughts on this?
Man, we've seen some crazy games today. We've seen, you know, the king carry it with his mage deck without even needing the Incantus flow. We've seen Yashaj being played. We've seen Cthulhu. We've seen like a lot of crazy action today, and it's what makes Hearthstone a really great spectator sport. Like these moments which don't really happen too often and create great swing moments.
And without the moments, of course, I mean, the moments wouldn't be there without the journey. So we are going to bring up the brackets for the final time today, just to sort of map up that journey that's been happening. As you can see, King is going to be sitting at the very top there. RBA, of course, still not out of it. Will be progressing through to that final round. Had to beat out a number of players who have been fighting very valiantly. I mean, just to note, Faded Falcon with a very standout deck, as you managed before, the Super Gree Priest deck, something that really can't be discounted going forward. So really like to thank him for bringing that and showing us an amazing show, pulling out, of course, what would have been one of my favorite I'm Loving It moments when the Cthulhu finally came on down. That being said there, guys, do definitely need to thank McDonald's as well for helping us put on this fantastic show. Of course, Blizzard and AEL, who are the ones presenting everything that's coming across here. And I'm not leaving that with you just today. There's still the Macca's I'm Loving It moments coming up. So me, you know, I'm starting it off. Yaoway, anything you want to say before we leave everyone here with the Macca's moments or the best Macca's moments of the day?
It's not too much for myself. I think we saw a good assortment of games, a lot of crazy matches, and I'm definitely keen to see what crazy matches we'll see next week, given we have 2 regions playing as well. And that's twice the opportunity where we get a crazy match in.
Well, that being said, guys, a big thank you to the players for showing us everything that's happened today. Thank you to the production team and, of course, McDonald's, Blizzard, AEL. And with that, we're leaving you with the best Macca's moments of the day.
You hate to see it, but then getting that Ancient Void Hound is actually pretty good, to be completely fair.
I think that's something on the side of
Lucia.
Well, there's the Samuro combination that we've seen before. So there's the swap and the swap. Yep, pretty good on the side of things there. Okay, guys, that's an I Love It moment.
Set Faded Falcon back by a lot, to be honest.
Here he goes for it, does do the damage. Here comes the swipe as well, clearing away the board and 15 health on
lethal as long as the cane, as well as the cane.
Oh, there you go. There's everything. So Wakari was just bidding his time off the sense of it. Has lethal, and he will be finishing this one off. And as you can see, Quakelord even says what Faded Falcon want to have happen here, but definitely something that's a bit crazy off. And as you can see here as well, buffing up the ending to everything. Liberate of Hope being all of it being played here. I'll be saying, you know what? I'm not just winning this match. Freshing Spring, he's still digging at this moment in time. I mean, the rope is at the end here. I mean, if he does it, here we go. Finally, he pulls the trigger. Here comes the Master of Cocoon coming on down as well. So he's going to do a decent...